Not even 48 hours has passed since the 2024 season ended and Jorge Martin was crowned world champion. Good morning to you wherever you are in the world and welcome to the first day of the 2025 season. It's the Barcelona test here from the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Good morning, everybody. Well done for getting up or staying up wherever you are in the world, and welcome to pre-season testing for 2025. All going to be different this year as well. We've got more people joining the commentary box for MotoGP as well. Today, though, myself and the World Feed will take you through it with it being post-season as well. We're just waiting for the live timings to come up. If you're regular here on JBMotorsports, you'll know that we get the timing screens. You can see all the sectors, all the information, as well as hopefully some tyre data. And then also we've got a battle screen to go to. Right now, we've just got the live blog alongside us as well to give us some latest information as we wait, A, for the World Feed audio to come on, and B, for the timings to enter as well. So we've got 8 hours around about ahead of us here today. I'll be with you for the first hour, then we'll hand over to the World Feed for an hour. I'll be back with you for the last hour. And then in the lunch break, we are going to have all of the action from our commentary from the previous round of the championship, which was where we decided the World Championship title, as the new intro's coming on for MotoGP right now. So we are going to go for it. The new logo, new intro, new graphic sets. It's quite good, actually. It's time to go testing in 2025. Welcome to MotoGP and the official test at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, here in Spain. One free practice session, then a bit of a lunch break, then we go into FP2 this afternoon, underway in around about 9 minutes' time, and we are all ready to go. Yep, new intro, new graphics. It looks like it's just a little bit of a visual change. Pecco Bagnaia, we can see with Mikel Pirro and Marc Marquez talking with Davide Tardozzi as well as they prepare to go through. It's going to be fantastic action. We're just waiting for the live timing to come available. And then, it's on now. Excellent. 7 hours ahead of us. And a new typeface I see as well. It looks quite nice, actually. I quite like it. 7 hours ahead. So are you ready? Are you steady? Button 3. And there we have it. A brand new test session and a brand new graphic set to get used to as well. Hello, everyone. So we'll titivate as we go, get it all set up because it is a little different to what we left you with 2 days ago. Track conditions look fine as well. Air temperature is at 10 degrees, ground temperature at 9. 89 though, moving over to Aprilia. Only 9 riders, 9 have stayed the same. The rest have all changed. It's going to be quite an interesting set about to see what's going to happen next. That's a little bit better, isn't it? On our graphics, we'll titivate as we go, so everything will be a-okay for you all back home. There you go. Sectors 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I think it all kind of works. They've put it in sort of a block formation now, so it should be a little bit better. They've put all the new branding everywhere, new logo, new data. I want to know what you make of it back at home. Do you like the new MotoGP logo? It has changed. The reason it's changed is because it then becomes easier to put it on sideboards, advertising banners as well. Personally, I quite like it. Minimalistic, and also it fits much more nicely on your data screens. And because in the old MotoGP logo, iconic as it was, too tiny. Too tiny. It was not the best to get it sorted out there as well. But we are underway for the Barcelona test for this one. 7 hours ahead of us. 6 hours broadcast live from the World Feed. We will be having you all the way through as well in the lunch break. MotoGP's put their logo literally everywhere. It's quite interesting what they've done in the space of a day. However, the old logo still present on the DIY trucks as well coming through it. Let's check in with our commentary team as well from the World Feed. There is Sotheby alongside Matt Burt.
history. Only 2 teams go into next season with unchanged rider lineups. Those are Repsol Honda and the factory Yamaha team, although of course Repsol Honda will no longer be known as that going into next season. Team rider lineup remains unchanged, but the name above the door will change slightly. So many teams in this pit lane have got new beginnings, new rider pairings, and potentially some new issues to deal with within the box, particularly down at factory Ducati, as they try to manage 2 of the biggest names in the history of our sport in the same garage. Their dynamic is going to be fascinating to watch as we go through the winter. And of course, the defence of the World Championship begins with Jorge Martin in new surroundings at Aprilia.
Yeah, these are live pictures here down in pit lane at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. The world's media, as you'd expect, gathered excitedly outside the factory Aprilia garage, predominantly I'd imagine to find out if Jorge Martin does have the #1 decked out on the front of that Aprilia. I'm just seeing some pictures have emerged on social media at the moment. There's not even any number on the front of that factory Aprilia. Exciting times. Raul Fernandez, the only Aprilia rider from 2024 who's staying put on RSGP in 2025 next year. Former Moto3 foes Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi line up together at the factory Aprilia team next year. This was yesterday. I'm sure Jorge Martin's nursing a somewhat headache after some pretty wild celebrations after his championship success on Sunday. But that is your new factory Aprilia lineup for 2025. Of course, their 3rd new rider coming into the fold next year is current Moto2 world champion Ayagura, who slots into Trackhouse Racing.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 3 rookies moving up into MotoGP this season. Excited to see how all 3 of them get on. Ayagura, the new Moto2 world champion, and a rider that Trackhouse has certainly put a lot of faith in for the next couple of seasons. The first rider out of the Inhibitu Asia Talent Cup to move all the way up into MotoGP. He was quickly followed by a second, with Somkhat Chantra becoming the first Thai rider in MotoGP, and will of course make his debut at home in Buriram at the beginning of March in 2025. What an atmosphere, what an occasion that will be for everybody in MotoGP, including Somkhat Chantra, with the season launch to come in Bangkok too in February. And Fermin Aldeguer at the Gresini MotoGP team. The pressure, of course, of moving into the place vacated by Marc Marquez for next season, but Aldeguer, the latest in a long line of hot Spanish talents. The 19-year-old makes his debut for Gresini Ducati today.
Well, it seems rather strange and sounds rather strange to say this, doesn't it? We are now looking at former MotoGP world champion Pecco Bagnaia getting a great reception from the fans that have gained access here today at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. As we saw him on social media on Sunday, tearing off the #1 plate, which he fought so hard to keep here, last weekend in Barcelona. Fastest on Friday in practice.
He's looking for Jorge,
pole position. I think he's looking for Jorge Martin. Is this the changing of the guard, the passing of the #1 plate?
Yeah, I think it's very... we're not allowed to show the world feed, so that's literally, we're not allowed. If I did that, I would be instantly banned, like in a second. So all we get is the timing, the blog, and the audio from the feed as well. It is on TNT Sports 2 in the UK. I don't know where it is in India, but it is also on MotoGP.com. If you're in Europe, it's €5 for the whole of testing. So translate that. Here in the UK, it was about £3.50. So wherever you are around the world, less than £5 bob. So it's kind of a win-win. But that's only today's testing, where we have all the cameras. You won't get that for Malaysia, and you won't get that for Buriram. But we will be showing all of the testing. Like, we'll have people trackside in Buriram and give us some information from there as well. And we've also got all the live timing data. So this really is your best place for pre-season testing, and I'm not even kidding. This really is, because we will be showing you every single second of the tracks of the bikes on circuit. We've got all the live timing data, all the information you'll ever need. So stick with us. This is the best seat in the house for testing. So Pecco Bagnaia gone down to see Jorge Martin as well. Aprilia talking with him. Jack Appleyard's down there with the new MotoGP logo microphone. I've just looked and seen it says MGP on it as well in big letters. So they're all getting it all set to go. That's all we're doing now.
As you can see there, down in pit lane, Jack Appleyard is with the former world champion. Let's hear from Pecco Bagnaia with Jack.
Pecco, good morning. Welcome to 2025. How are you? not till in 2025. I have to wait a bit, but ready to start, to try new things, and I think it's a good test, because also for the people watching us, because many riders have changed, many new things, so I think it's good.
We just had the chance to chat to one of them. How excited is Marco?
A lot. I saw him and I said, he looked like a factory guy, and I think we'll be good, and we will chat maybe better at home, but he will enjoy for sure.
Strange feeling coming into the box and seeing a 63 on the bike again?
No, I like it. I like it, so it's okay. I would prefer to remain with the number one, but it's what it is.
When might we see you out on track? In around an hour or so, do you think?
I think in an hour, because right now it's a bit too cold.
Good luck.
Grazie.
Well, I hope I'm not filling an hour totally on my own. That might just be getting a little bit ridiculous out there as well. 3 minutes away then. About a minute away now, actually, from the lights going green. Maybe about 20 seconds, so stay with us. There's a replay on Sunday. Pecco Bagnaia as well. Just saying thank you to everybody, and then getting ready for this year. Yamaha have brought 3 bikes each, so 6 bikes at the factory Yamaha. One is the GP, one is the 24 bike, one's a hybrid of the 24-25, and then one is the current development of the 25. As it reaches 9 o'clock here in the UK, 10 o'clock over there in Barcelona, and the green light goes on, and the 2025 MotoGP season is underway. And nobody venturing straight out there onto the track. Everybody's still staying in the pit lane. But we are go for 2025. That is much, much more like it. So, track conditions. It is cold, as I said. Ground temperature, that's track, at 9 degrees. Air temperature at 11. There's an 86% chance of rain out there right now. I need to zoom in a little bit on my timing monitor in order to see it. In fact, I might even have to put the brightness up to see it, because while they're not out on the circuit, as you can see at home, the timing screen goes very dim, so you can't see much out there. If you're in France, Canal Plus are showing the pre-season testing as well. I've just seen their reporter down there in the pit lane. So with all the cameras still being here, it kind of gives the opportunity just to go out there and get everything sorted. But right now, with no bikes out on the circuit, well, I'll hand over to the world feed so that you can hear the actual professionals talk about it and not just me. So over to Jack Appleyard alongside as well with Lewis Sotheby and Matt Burt.
The debrief yesterday. This was yesterday. Marc Marquez for the very first time coming to the factory Ducati garage. Just a little bit of behind the scenes news on the 31-year-old Spaniard. He has not been able to bring his Gresini Ducati crew chief Franco Carcelli with him in 2025. Those two forming an instant bond, an instant close relationship. That's part of the reason why Marquez was so competitive in 2024. Of course, with the reshuffle though, he's going to be working with Marco Rigamonti, Enea Bastianini's former crew chief. So, for the first time, we see Jorge Martin as the MotoGP World Champion, about to begin the journey towards the defence of that crown. I've got to say, those pictures we saw from Jorge with Marco Bezzecchi yesterday, it wasn't maybe such a heavy Sunday night. He did say, actually, on Sunday in the press conference, he said in the press conference on Sunday that he wanted to keep the championship celebrations quite calm, quite tame, quite mellow, because he didn't want to have such a raging hangover. He forgot all about it. The gold stars then on the front of the factory Aprilia. It doesn't look like, does it, that there's going to be any indication about whether the Martinator will have its familiar number 89 on the factory Aprilia in 2025, or whether he will be running that #1 spot. There's some information, I do believe, Lewis,
yes, they told us that he...
And we have a rider out on the circuit.
Decision yet about the number he will use in 2025. I suspect he might have made that decision, but just doesn't want to publicly reveal it yet. Surely there is, no pun intended, only one decision.
So first rider out there on the circuit is Miguel Pirro. He's riding a Lenovo factory Ducati. He will be shifting around all day so far as I come into it. So what's this with riders? Jorge Martin, Marco Bezzecchi and Ayagura all having their first day on the RS. 4 bikes on track, 2 24s and 2 25s for Aprilia. Okay, coming into this one. Just to give you a quick reminder, as we've got riders out there on the circuit now, this is your lineup. And it is quite insane how many have switched over and how many have stayed the same. Literally, we got sent this graphic. I'll hold it up to the screen. That's how many have changed over and moved around. So, Ducati, they have stayed the same as well. Jorge Martin, the world champion, now comes into the garage and has a Red Bull gold helmet with the world champion on the side. So Bagnaia and Bastianini still the same. Then it's all changing Aprilia. Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi. Then at Gresini, Thelmin Arteguer steps up from Moto2. Alex Marquez stays the same. At LCR Honda, Somkat Chancha comes in alongside Johan Zarco. Yamaha stay the same with Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins. Over at the VR46 squad, Franco Morbidelli joins, and he's joined as well still by Fabio Di Gianantonio. Miguel Oliveira and Jack Miller go to Prima Pramac Yamaha, now of course, completely replaced by Jorge Martin and Franco Morbidelli. Brad Binder stays at Red Bull KTM, he's now joined by Pedro Acosta. At Honda, everything stays the same, Juan Mir and Luca Marini, but now that is going to be Castrol Honda, not Repsol. At GasGas, which now becomes Tech 3 KTM this year. So GasGas goes, it's back to being Tech 3 KTM. That's not going to get confusing at all, is it? It's Enea Bastianini and Maverick Vinales. And at Trackhouse, Ralph Fernandez stays where he is, but Miguel Oliveira moves up to Prima Pramac. So Ayagura, the Moto2 champion, takes his position as well. So that's how they all line up for 2025. We'll have, of course, more build-up on that as we go. As see Miguel Pirro first to head on the circuit. He's on the 2024 bike at the moment, which he has run a couple of times this season in wildcard positions. He's coming through Campsa now at turn 9, down towards the tricky turn 10 left-hander. Just a quick update, the lap record here is a 1:38.190. We're not going to get anywhere near that. The most we're going to look for here today is around about a 1:40, somewhere around that. Maybe a high 1:39 as well, but the race lap record set from Acosta this year on the KTM was a 1:39.664. That'd be about the time we're looking about it. Hello, Upston. It's nice to see you again as we're here for testing as well. First time of 2025 then, and that goes to Miguel Pirro on a 1:48.449, and he goes fastest overall at the moment. Marc Marquez walking in, but DAZN are also showing it. So if you're in Spain, DAZN has it. Or it's DAZN, isn't it? Whatever it is, but it's DAZN. You come into it, they have all the action flying in. I do remember you from Malaysia pre-season testing and Qatar pre-season testing. It's nice to see you again. Should have joined during the MotoGP season as well. And of course, you were in the pre-season, the mid-season test at Misano as well. All testing covered live here now in JBMotorsports, so you won't go a day without not knowing what's happening in the motorcycle world, as well as all races next year. Is he on the 25 bike, Miguel Pirro? No, he's on the GP24 at the moment. Marc Marquez is going to be on the GP25 bike, though we've already been told that. I think he might spend the morning on the GP24 and then in the afternoon 3 hours go on to the GP25. But remember, right now, they're just development bikes as well. They're not the full-on change-arounds at the moment. But let's have a quick word then back with the world feed and get their latest info.
I don't think there's been anyone riding better than the 2021 world champion, but with double the data, double the bikes on track, and a wealth of experience in Miguel Oliveira and Jack Miller. And we expect also Augusto Fernandez to be confirmed in the very near future as a test and development rider for Yamaha going into next season. Reports potentially that Andrea Dovizioso might also be lending his wisdom to the cause as well. Yamaha are not short of resources and experience as they look to make their way back towards the front next year.
Marc Marquez for the first time walks inside the Ducati Lenovo garage as a rider, so he's in there ready to go.
Only there'll be a few interesting observers inside the factory Gatti garage today. Gigi Dall'Igna, pretty much himself, hand-picked Marc Marquez. He made that very tough call, didn't he, at the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello. An Italian Grand Prix in Mugello, which all of us were convinced the Italian media ran with a big story. Jorge Martin won the race to be Pecco Bagnaia's teammate in 2025 and 2026. Martin himself seemed absolutely convinced. And then, of course, Dall'Igna and Ducati decided that it was the 8 times world champion Marc Marquez who they wanted as part of that project. That's, of course, on the very same weekend pushed Jorge Martin into the arms of the factory Aprilia squad. Side by side then, arguably one of the best engineers we've ever seen in Grand Prix motorcycle racing, with one of the best riders we have ever seen in Grand Prix motorcycle racing. Marc Marquez just waiting to venture out on circuit.
Yeah, of course, the words on the side of his cap there, Todo el Rojo, all in red for 2025 for Marc Marquez. Well, he's going to be one of 3 riders next year on a GP25. Pecco Bagnaia on screen is the other, and we can hear from the third of them, recovering from injury, but Fabio Di Gianantonio is here, and he's talking to Jack.
He is indeed. Great to see Fabio back here after the surgery. How are you, mate?
I'm good, honestly I'm good. For sure, today I'm suffering a little bit because I see my bike on track and I cannot touch it, I cannot ride it. But yeah, I'm super good, honestly. The recovery is going well. Even if there are just 2 weeks that I got the surgery, I'm already in a good point, so I'm good.
What's the plan for today?
Well, to catch and see every little step Ducati make, to try to follow the development with them and try to understand already what they've done and what the bike can give to you. So yeah, try to don't lose any action that I can lose.
Good to see you here. Hopefully we can chat to you more throughout the rest of the day.
Sure. Thank you. Ciao.
We're going to have also throughout the day some social media points of view as well via Twitter, so we'll be able to see loads of images coming through it as well. But it does look absolutely fantastic as well, with some ride height devices on the Honda that I'm just taking a look at now from Simon Patterson, who's a man on the ground for therace.com. This is a photo he's just taken as well of said ride height device. You can really see how exposed it is as well. So that yellow tubing comes down and sort of gets it in and sort of hunkers it down from being loose to hunkered up as well. So we'll do some tech analysis on that throughout the end of the day. Still only Mikel Piro out there on the circuit though. He's done 4 laps at the moment. Best time is a 1:42.918, so he has brought that down from the 1:44 we saw earlier on in the session. 342 kilometres an hour down the front straight. We have not got any tyre information. That's really annoying. I was kind of hoping we would. But I actually quite like the new typeface on the timing screen. Megan did point out, actually, Megan Birch, our co-commentator here as well, she did point out that it's a lot easier to read. And it is. It's not as condensed. It also looks nice as well, which I think is the main thing. Piro into turn 13, into 14 as well, the New Holland, but he's diving into the pit lane. And that means that we have no bikes out on the circuit at the moment. One time set then, we're 12 minutes in to the 7-hour test here at the Circuit di Barcelona Catalunya. Mikel Piro is a 1:42.918. He's fastest. Back down to the world feed. More bikes on the circuit to talk about.
Successive Grand Prix success. They won the sprint and the Grand Prix at the last 14 rounds. Ducati won 19 out of 20 Grand Prix. Their only defeat was all the way back at round 3 when Maverick Vinales had that purple patch weekend in Cota in Austin. Just an astonishing record this year for Ducati. 23 podium lockouts now in total. They took 53 out of 60 Grand Prix podiums. Lewis, it's really hard, isn't it, to make a case right now. We don't know how the likes of Aprilia, KTM, Yamaha and Honda are going to improve over the winter. But it's very, very hard to make a case right now for seeing anybody laying a glove on Ducati again next year as it stands.
Well, I asked Davide Tardozzi on Thursday about the progress they made. There he is on screen, chatting to Marc Marquez about how proud he was of this season, because they're essentially, well, so we thought, trying to improve on perfection coming into this year, because the GP23 itself was such a formidable package last year, but they have taken a quantum leap forward next year. If you were trying to make a case for why they might not be as dominant next season, well, there are a few factors that could potentially work against Ducati next season. The first of them we've already touched upon, potentially some political manoeuvring within their book to try and keep both Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez happy. They will both be happy if they're winning and you feel nothing else. But of course there are 2 fewer Ducatis on the grid next season, with Prima Pramac of course switching from Ducati to Yamaha. One of the big strengths of Ducati over the recent years has been the pooling of data that they've been able to do at the end of any given day of running, with 8 bikes out on track. That will reduce to 6 for next season, and from 4 current spec bikes, that will be of course the GP25 for next season, 4 down to 3. There will be 3 GP25s, Pecco Bagnaia, Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio, and 3 GP24s, Alex Marquez and Fermin Aldeguer at Gresini, and Frankie Morbidelli at VR46, who will be on the same GP24 essentially that he's raced on for all of this season. And of course they have made their opposition stronger by letting Jorge Martin walk out of the door with the World Championship to Aprilia. And Nea Bastianini has of course left Ducati. He's headed to KTM to be part of the new Tech 3 squad alongside Maverick Vinales, and of course Pramac now have Yamaha's within their squad. So there are many cases why the opposition may well be stronger next year, but the gap that they've got to try and bridge for next season is enormous.
Yeah, it's ginormous. A little embrace between Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi. Interesting to see how this relationship evolves between the pair of them. Certainly fair to say back in 2018, when they were fighting for the Moto3 World Championship, they weren't exactly the best of pals. A couple of heated exchanges in that season. Great to see the fans here getting their first taste of the future in MotoGP 2025. Great, wasn't it, last weekend as we raced in Barcelona, but we raced for Valencia. The capacity here last weekend for our season finale, our title decider, 3rd title decider in 3 years, wasn't it? Showing just how great the state of play is right now in MotoGP. I think it was capped at 53,000. It was a sellout, and thank you to MotoGP fans. We had our record weekend crowd at Le Mans, didn't we? Over 3 million fans came through the gates this season. Good to see Fabio Di Giannantonio there. Of course, he's got to keep that left arm and left shoulder immobile for quite a period. He said at his last Grand Prix appearance in Buriram, it is going to be a very long and painstaking recovery throughout the winter. There's one of our press room colleagues, Adam Wheeler, just having a quick chat with the Pertamina Enduro VR46 rider. What a turnaround, though, in the fortunes and the career of the Italian rider. It was at this stage last year when we had the post-race test in Valencia. He got into that final Grand Prix of 2023, bringing a plain set of leathers, hoping beyond hope that he was going to have a ride at the Tuesday test and in 2024. Fast forward 1 year, and he is preparing next season to be on the same motorcycle as 2 of the best to ever do it, Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. So some transformation, wasn't it, by Giannantonio, grasping opportunity with both hands when it came his way. And he knows, no excuses next year, Lewis. When you're on the full factory bike, he will be compared to Bagnaia, and Marquez has to get the job done. 2025 will unquestionably be the biggest year of Digia's life.
And given that there are only 3 GP25s on the grid next year, he'll be expecting podiums, won't he? No mistake about that. Of course, VR46 now are the official independent Ducati team, if you like, taking that particular status away from Prima Pramac now that they're the satellite independent Yamaha concern. But if you go back to 2022 with Fabio Di Giannantonio, he was at a bit of a low ebb late in that rookie season, really struggling to make the grade. He did have that pole position, of course, in Mugello in a slightly rain-affected qualifying session, but he was finding the going really, really tough in that rookie season. And boy, has he turned it around. Of course, working with Frankie Carcetti in 2023 certainly saw Digia make a big step forward. And as you say, before he arrived in Phillip Island last year, We weren't expecting Fabio Di Giannantonio to be a MotoGP rider in 2024, but he took that podium in Phillip Island, backed that up with a victory in Qatar when he caught and passed the world champion Pecco Bagnaia, no less, to do it, and of course has continued to make a step forward this year. You can see that Marco Bezzecchi is not the rider currently on the 72 Aprilia. That is Lorenzo Savadori, who's headed out on track to shake that Aprilia down. Marco Bezzecchi, like most of the field, were expecting him to go out in around 45 minutes time.
I thought it was Bezzecchi. Yeah, I thought it was Bezzecchi. It's not. It is Salvadori. On the circuit. This will be the GP25 bike then that he'll be shaking down now as he comes up to turn 4 at Repsol. Salvadori's had quite an interesting career, hasn't he, in MotoGP? I haven't got his stats in front of me. There might be on another page somewhere up here in the comms box as well. If you give me a second, I'll certainly have a look for you to give us some information. It's all a bit madness, actually, our MotoGP stats. No, on this one, we've only got Formula 1. Literally, all my notes on my map on my device display. In fact, let's turn the camera down, you can see. This is what we work with up here in the commentary box. These are our notes that we have highlighted out for you, and just taken one of them undone from the plug. Oh, that was Viz. Clever of me, wasn't it? There you go. You're now watching me fiddle around with a piece of paper. Yeah. So these are all our notes we get from MotoGP and Dorna, and we all highlight them and just keep them up to date. So we do get a lot of information from MotoGP and Dorna in terms of helping us out cover racing. So yeah. If you remember, I did the track analysis, if you're with us in Malaysia, about how you take the apex quite clearly on the inside line with a piece of paper drawing. So, yeah, expect more of that throughout the year. But, yeah. So, we can hear that beautiful Aprilia, who are hopefully going to be in an improvement this year. Only won one race, but here's the thing about Aprilia. They were the only other team, other than Ducati, to win last year. The only other manufacturer, because Ducati took 19 of the 20 Grand Prix. The only one not was, of course, at the Circuit in the Americas, where Maverick Vinales won. Vinales also won the sprint race at Portimao. I was going to say Portugal, I said at Portimao. And then he also won the double in Austin, Texas. So the Aprilia should be fast at quicker circuits as well. Should be quite good. Let's head back to the World Feed as he's out there on the circuit.
Fabio Di Giannantonio was the rider of that trio who certainly adapted quickest and certainly had the edge on Bezzecchi in the first half of this season. Around the time Aleix Espargaro announced that he was departing MotoGP as a full-time rider, around about here, earlier in the season in May. At the time, of course, the rumours of Jorge Martin moving to Aprilia hadn't really begun yet. There was talk of Aprilia getting in an Italian rider to join the team for what we thought at that point was to partner maybe Maverick Vinales at Aprilia. Of course, he's since departed and moved across to KTM. And Aleix Espargaro said Marco Bezzecchi would have been his pick. He thought that he had the kind of riding style that would adapt very well and merge very well with the Aprilia RSGP. So over the course of today and certainly into next year, we're going to get our answer whether Marco Bezzecchi is indeed tailor-made for a factory Aprilia in MotoGP. An emotional weekend for him, as it was for so many here over the weekend. His final Grand Prix as a VR46 team rider. Of course, he'll forever be a VR46 Academy rider and a friend of Valentino, but he already spoke on Thursday of struggling to control the emotions. There was a lovely touch on the team, a lovely farewell gift to Marco Bezzecchi, who is such a Valentino Rossi fan. He idolises the Doctor and felt it very deeply, the honour of being able to ride for Valentino's team. But like anyone in this business, he has lofty ambitions and he wants to be a factory rider in MotoGP. He now has that chance.
Yeah, Dan, so on. Just got some news for you from Aprilia, who have given us some information. This is coming from Simon Patterson, who's tweeted it out as well. I'm yet to be in that text chat. So 4 bikes on track, two RSGP24s and 2 RSGP25s. This is the first time that Aprilia Racing is testing both last year's bike and the new 2025 version at the end of the season test. Lorenzo Salvadori will be the first rider to hit the track for a shakedown on both RSGP25s. So he's out there right now on one of them, and he's done a 1:52.531 in his first lap time. Day schedule, the morning session will focus on the RSGP24, while in the late morning / early afternoon, the official riders will take the RSGP25. The aim of the test is to help the official riders adapt to the new bike, and basic setup will be provided to facilitate this adaptation. Aerodynamic tests are also planned. The RS GP25s represent a significant evolution compared to its predecessor. Jorge Martin will be on track with 89. He has not made a decision yet about the number he will use in 2025, so whether he will use the one or not. There will be new additions to the Aprilia Racing Garage. For Bruno Starlinci, the new technical director, has announced during the MotoGP. Daniel Roganelli as well will debut as crew chief for Martin, while Francesco Maturelli, formerly promoted to Jim Vidal, take on a new crew chief for Malcolm Zecchi. Or on the Martin side, David Galenso will join as mechanic on the Zecchi side, and Andreas Sagin will step in as mechanic coming forward for the last of the test team. There you go, latest information there. Christine's got a live video, so I'm going to try and get that up for you. Meantime, back to
The test comes on to say Jack is joined by the boss, Alberto Puig.
Yeah, I am indeed. Great to be down here with Alberto at the start of 2025, and I'm sure a season that you hope is going to show more signs of progress. Just talk us through what the plan for today is.
Well, the plan is try to see what we can bring here and see if it's working the way we expect. And we don't have a real new complete bike for this test. We have a lot of components that we will add to our current machine, and then we will see from there how we proceed.
An influx of new people, whether it be a lace to the test team, his crew chief Antonio Jimenez, Christian Pupelin moves in to work alongside Luca. There's a lot of information coming. Romano Albesiano, of course, as well. How important is utilising all that information from other factories going to be?
Well, it's always interesting to receive inputs from guys that come from other teams and companies, and yeah, it's going to be. That's why we did it. I mean, because we think it's really important. But also, what is important is that we have been working with the bike for some time now. So our engineers in Japan also have to bring the solutions that we have been working on during the last 2 years.
I understand that you're going to be testing next week as well in Jerez. Is that the case? And who's going to be testing there?
There we will be testing probably with the factory riders. Probably also. But now this is we are, after today's test, it's going to be important how we decide for the next upcoming test in Jerez.
And just finally, one new rider in the lineup, a rookie in Somkiat Chantra. I've seen him. There's a smile as big as can be. How excited are you to get that first reaction of a MotoGP machine?
Well, I mean, Chantra is a guy we know. He comes from the Asia Talent Cup. I'm very happy for him. I'm sure he will be nervous like crazy. Same as Ogura, but yeah, for them both, it's going to be a very special day, and I'm happy for them, and let's hope they have a good start.
Thanks, Alberto. Have a good day.
Thank you.
So riders down the circuit right now, just getting ready. We've got some MotoGP information for you, and we do have the ability to show it, thankfully, because we've been very clever about it all, and I've got it all set up for you in terms of the MotoGP 25 situation. So press that, and there you are. Blogs coming on as well.
Faster, forward, fearless.
Thank you, Emilia Clark. The 2025 calendar as well. And this is the testing around the circuit as well. That's the hot seat, don't need that. So this is when they came in this morning, the riders. There's Jorge Martin, our world champion, walking in this morning from MotoGP. Marc Marquez going to the factory team. There was Davide Tardozzi giving him a hello around the circuit as well. Battle lines are drawn. This is what I mean. You can watch all the pre-season testing for €5 as well coming into it. New beginnings. This is the 12. So this is Maverick Vinales watching on as well. See what he's going to do. There's these 2 new bikes he gets coming in as well. New beginnings as well is what they're calling it as well. It does look quite nice actually, doesn't it? You've got to admit, it looks quite fashionable out there. The champ on Aprilia. Martinator at the side. You can hear all the information revving up from the side of the track. look quite nice, actually. And time to begin for testing. That's when everybody was venturing out of the circuit. There we see Marco Bezzecchi and Pecco Bagnaia. Just before Salvadori went out to the circuit. Salvadori's back in, by the way. Miguel Oliveira has just left the track now as well. There's for Pramac Yamaha, actually. And there is Jack Miller's bike. Jack Attack. Miller Caps, whatever you want to call it. He's out there as well now, having the situation changed out from underneath him. I think that's the last we saw, actually, and it was, of the MotoGP testing. We'll keep up to date with that throughout the weekend. But another rider out there on the circuit then as well, that hopefully will have a much better advantage this season. Miguel Oliveira, plagued with injuries in his last few races as well with the Trackhouse team, but a good season. Now moving over to Prima Pramac, the champions, of course, the independent team champions and the world champions, effectively, for riders. But they take on a brand new challenge with Yamaha bikes, factory Yamaha bikes as well. They'll have as he heads down towards turn 10. But Oliveira he was declared fit for the last race, and now crucially he's here testing as well. He's on the 88 for Prima Pramac Yamaha. It's a really weird timing screen, actually. We have to take a look. Salvadori back in the pits. Perez back out again. Oh, hello. Oh, we already knew that. There's the further updates that have come through now on the Crash blog. We've already given that to you here on JB Motorsports. See, we're ahead of the action. Thanks to Simon Patterson down there for the race.com. Without Simon and Maddie Patterson this year have been absolutely fantastic, by the way. Please tell me where to watch in India. I will Google now where you can watch it in India, but all I know is if you get the MotoGP video pass, that has it. That's all I know, but I will look for you to see where we can look in India. And let's get our first lap time now for Miguel Oliveira.
Yeah, you talk about going into a time machine and seeing him back in orange again. There's so much talk up and down pit lane as to what number Jorge Martin is going to use. Well, there's a change of number for Pedro Acosta, who reverts back to the 37 for 2025. That, of course, the number that he won the World Championships in Moto3 and Moto2. A good omen, you would imagine, for Acosta.
Yep, 31 to 37. Thanks very much for that, Jack. As we're looking at Miguel Oliveira, then let's have a quick run through of the grid and how it's changed, shall we, for next season. Jorge Martin, obviously world champion, over from Prima Pramac Ducati to Aprilia. Johan Zarco, Luca Marini staying put in there. Honda camp respectively. Zarco remaining with LCR Honda. Luca Marini on what we think will be Castrol Honda in 2025. Maverick Vinales from factory Aprilia to Tech 3 KTM. There's a few lucky fans, get some photos and autographs with Marc Marquez. Fabio Quartararo remaining in the factory Yamaha squad. Frankie Morbidelli staying on the Ducati, but moving to VR46 Racing. Bastianini, factory Ducati to Gas Tech 3. Ralph Fernandez staying put at Trackhouse Racing. Brad Binder stays put at Red Bull KTM. Somkat Chancha from Moto2 into LCR Honda. Joan Mir remaining at Repsol Honda. Pedro Acosta swapping one RC16 for another. He's going to be in the official factory KTM team with Brad Binder.
We've also just gone through this, but just quickly, as we're coming in, we're seeing Marco Bezzecchi now getting ready. He'll be on the GP24s in this morning session. Also, there does a 146.672, so no coverage in India as it comes through. Apparently, it's in Jaijo Cinema. It's not working, so we'll keep an eye on that. But it's on. It should be on Eurosport as well. Have a look and see if they're going to do any updates on it as well. If not, it is on MotoGP Timing Pass. Miguel Oliveira does a 146.672. It's quite limiting where I am because I'm in the UK, so we've got it on TNT Sports 2. This is how we're watching it as well. A few little updates coming through as well. Cassini did briefly have a live timing, but that's gone away now, which is annoying. I was about to say something very important. It's disappeared off the top of my tongue as well about MotoGP and this Prima Pramac deal as well. Yeah, that's it. They are on the factory Yamahas as well. That's an important thing to remember. And Adam gave me a question earlier on about who do I think is going to win in 2025 from the rookie's point of view. Don't count out Ayagura. He's absolutely fantastic. TNT Sports and Discovery Plus India. Perfect. There you go. Coming into it. I forgot Discovery Plus would be on all the way around. Definitely, I think Igor is going to win. Feminal de Geur is also quite good. Where's Mark? Mark hasn't gone out yet. He is still in the pit lane. Don't forget, it's early and it's cold. Track temperature 9 degrees, air temperature at 12. So it's only really good for shakedowns right now. 1:42.9. We're expecting that to get down to about a 1:40, maybe high 1:39 for the session. Jack Miller is in his leathers at the back of the Prima Pramac garage, getting ready to get going. It's weird seeing him there. Moving around because he's back at Prima Pramac. He was there before and he's gone back again. So it's a weird situation how it's all worked out. So Josh, what bike is Marc Marquez testing? Will he jump straight into GP25 or test the GP24? Understanding he's going to test the GP24 to begin with, and then in the afternoon he'll go full on the GP25 bike as well. So that's how it's going to go. It's going to be him just getting used to the 24 and then the 25, because otherwise he's going straight from a 23 to a 25. And that is not good news at all. So he'll test the 24, then he'll do the 25 in the afternoon and get used to it. Repsol colours in 2025 for the only time you'll see them. By the time we get to Sepang and then Buriram, that'll be gone. It will not be the case going forward, unfortunately, for Repsol Honda. Now going to be coming through with, it'll be Castrol Honda to come into it. So finally, we've got Oliveira, Salvadori and Luca Marini out there on the circuit. We're finally having some decent times there out here. I'm kind of hopeful that the MotoGP timing, I just want the logo to change. I don't want the timing towers to change on the TV pictures because I think they've got some of the best graphics, Dorna. It's all very nice, it works well, and it just has a nice feel to it. I hope you get the same thing. Oliveira's 3.5 tenths up in the second and third sectors, as you can see at home. So he's going to be very quick here as well. Oliveira on the Yamaha is the YZR M1. So he's on the Yamaha M1 bike. Into the last corner then. 4 tenths up at the moment. This will be the new fastest testing time then of the morning. We're only 35 minutes in, but Miguel Oliveira does a 1:42.313. He's 6 tenths fastest at the moment as well, which is very, very good news. Let's head back to the world lead.
19 Grand Prix this year, but he is going to bring a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge and information into Pramac Yamaha next year, as Oliveira just finding his feet early on a YZR M1. 1:42.313. Just looking actually at our timing screens here in the commentary box, there's going to be a lot of things to get used to next year, and seeing Prima Pramac Yamaha next to Miguel Oliveira's name is certainly one of them.
Yeah, don't judge us too harshly at home if we do get some team names and rider combinations wrong over the course of the day, because a lot has changed, as Matt outlined a few moments ago. From Jack Miller's point of view, yes, he is going to bring a lot of experience and knowledge to Yamaha and to Pramac, and he certainly did take the KTM project forward, helped it move forward when he joined them back at the beginning of 2023, but ultimately KTM said when they made the decision to go in a new direction for this season that ultimately Brad Binder and Pedro Acosta were getting more out of the progress that Jack Miller brought to the KTM than Jack Miller had himself, and that's ultimately part of the reason why they brought in a very strong pairing at Tech 3 with Maverick Vinales, Linnea Bastianini and Pedro Acosta promoted up into the factory team. You saw that number 37 there on the front of his KTM. Of course, a very familiar number for Pedro Acosta fans. Of course, every time he's moved into a new class this season, quite literally, Augusto Fernandez has had his number. He moved into Moto2 and had to run the 51 for a season before Augusto Fernandez moved out of the way into MotoGP and left the 37 to him. Now, of course, Augusto Fernandez will not be a full-time rider on the MotoGP grid next year, although, as mentioned, we are expecting him to be part of this Yamaha concern as a test rider for them, but that leaves the number 37 vacant, and Pedro Acosta has his number back.
Yeah, a bit surprising, really, that there's been no official confirmation about Augusto Fernandez's plans to be the Yamaha test rider. It does look like it's a signed, sealed and delivered deal. And I'm told from a few Yamaha insiders that it will be Fernandez who will get all of the 6 wildcard slots that they'll be available to them with the concessions next year. Andrea Dovizioso, I think, happy to be part of the Yamaha project as a test rider, but he's not entertaining at all the prospect of returning to race action in the MotoGP World Championship. So there is Jorge Martin, accompanied by Andrea Bocelli, of course, the Aprilia press officer here. Raul Fernandez on the Trackhouse Racing Aprilia has just put himself up to the top of the timesheets. Jorge Martin, I wonder what it feels like when he woke up yesterday morning as the MotoGP world champion.
Hungover, I suspect.
Yeah. I've got to say, when I saw those pictures of him with Marco Bezzecchi going into the back of the Aprilia truck, I was expecting the eyes to be a little bit redder.
I was amazed how early in the day it was.
yeah, that was 3:15 in the afternoon, probably. Yeah, he'd only just woken up inside his motorhome. Of course, it was the third place here on Sunday. A very nervy, tense third place for the Martinator, which ultimately was good enough for him to be crowned the 30th different Premier Class World Champion. He's coming for some media engagements here before he heads out and gets his first taste on the factory Aprilia. What an opportunity this is for Aprilia. This is nothing against riders who've gone for them in the past, your likes of Vinales and the later Spargo, but I think now we are going to find out just how good an Aprilia can be in the MotoGP World Championship, because Martin will wring the neck out of that motorcycle. He's clearly one of the most talented riders Aprilia have ever had on their books.
Jack Miller is heading out onto the circuit now as well, so finally we're getting some times. Jorge Martin smiling, taking some pictures ahead of next year. I've been a wimp. It's too cold in this commentary box, so I've put a Lakers jacket on as well. So, yeah, it's very cold. So, as we get ready to come into it. So, there are the photo shoots that are happening. This is for the new rider cards ahead of 2025. They're doing it here so that they can update the website and get it all set up. Also, it's your pose for your championship portrait that gets painted as well. And actually, it does get painted. It's a fantastic thing as well to come into it throughout the field. Luca Marini. Oh, and down on the deck. And I believe that is said Luca Marini. Down on turn 5, and the motorcycle looks to be in tatters. It's rolled over as well. Now, no sign of the red flags, but he is down at turn 5, and he is angry at himself just on entry. So as soon as he brakes to go downhill into 5, the front buckles away from him. He rolls 5 times, and he's angry with himself, but the bike right off. That's not what you need to... Yeah, the front is... Well, that's okay. The rear, though, the rear of the bike, all the aero and the exhaust all off. Not what you need to do on the opener. I was literally about to say Luca Marini set the fastest time in the test on a 1:41.109, with Raul Fernandez second, Oliveira's third, Zarco fourth, Quadraro fifth, Piro sixth, Salvadori seventh, and Jack Miller's now on the circuit as well. But Luca Marini crashes out at turn 5. Rider okay, but that's our first crash of the 2025 season. I love hearing what J-Man says as well. Taka Nakagami is super fast. He's on the way to Japan now as well. Absolutely looking fast as well. Coming to it, I'm going to miss him a lot. Miguel Oliveira now talking with the Yamaha engineers at Prima Pramac, just getting everything set up and how it all goes. During the lunch break, by the way, you are going to... Why didn't they show us? We're not allowed to show TV pictures. We got the audio and the data. That's all we've got. That's all we can do. But during the lunch break, we will leave you with the live timings and the live blog. The riders can go out the circuit, but they never usually do during the lunch break. Our commentary from the Solidarity Grand Prix, the championship final, will replay, and we'll be joined alongside myself in the commentary box, Megan Budge and Alicia Lizzie Whitmore, who is road racer and WCR championship racer as well, and of course rider for Maddie Patterson in the 2024 season as well. Out we go then. First run on the Aprilia for out there as well. They're just shaking everything down for Salvadori. And Miller out there too. Let's head back to the world feed.
Aprilia have provided us here in their sort of media WhatsApp group. As we've seen, Fabiano Sterlachini, their new technical director, is already inside the Aprilia garage as he starts his duties, replace Romano Albiciano. As we know, Daniele Romagnoli will be the crew chief for Jorge Martin. He's got the gold seat. Pretty obvious that he won the World Championship here on Sunday. That's not exactly going incognito, is it, for Jorge Martin? Now, just a little bit of tech information. Aprilia have 4 bikes on track here today. 2 RSGP 24s, 2 RSGP 25s. First time that Aprilia say that they're testing both last year's bike and the new 2025 version at the end of season test. They've been working very, very hard, haven't they, in Nawali. The morning session focusing on the GP24 machine, and then in the late morning, early afternoon, the official riders will test the RSGP 25. Apparently Aprilia, this is their words, the RSGP 25 represents a significant evolution compared to its predecessor. Well, Jorge Martin's going to be certainly hoping that's the case, isn't he?
Certainly is. And yeah, we were referencing Jorge Martin. We were chatting about him earlier before Luca Marini had his crash. His life is going to change a lot, of course, and he's going to have to get used to all of the world champion duties as Pedro Acosta goes back home for Christmas, back home to the Red Bull KTM factory squad, and back with his former team boss from his Moto2 and Moto3 days, Aki Ayo as well, who of course will be now heading up that operation down there. But Jorge Martin on Sunday, of course, had to do, as the world champions always do, so much media, so many broadcast duties. He had to speak to every broadcaster that was here. He had to give his own press conference as well. As
Marc Marquez is in red, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, he has left his new garage pit box, and he is in red. Todo Rojo, all in red. As he walks into the garage, here we go, a brand new era of MotoGP. Todo al Rojo, all in red. Little pat on the back as he walks past VF46 down to the main garage. This is going to be fun, everyone. Marc Marquez is about to make his first ever laps on a factory Yamaha, a factory Ducati.
Turbulent farewell to Honda. The leap forward, incredible. 20 podiums he scored on the GP23 this year. He was the only GP23 that on a regular basis had anything for the sort of swarm of GP24s that were a constant presence at the front of races. You think of Martin Bagnaia and Bastianini. He's looking relaxed, isn't he? He's looking ready for the big occasion, as he comes also down to do a few media obligations as well, Marc Marquez.
Yeah, I think he's heading into the same room that we just saw Jorge Martin in, having some photographs taken for ourselves and for the many broadcasters that are here. And Marc Marquez, of course, over so many years was the reason that Ducati were not winning world championships, and I think ultimately that was the reason why they could not let him go to another manufacturer. Ducati had fantastic motorcycles in 2017, 2018 and 2019 when they finished as the runners-up in the world championship with Andrea Dovizioso. The reason they didn't win the world championship was Marc Marquez, the best rider in the world at that point, was beating in many respects the best motorcycle in the world, and Ducati, just from their point of view, with all due respect to Jorge Martin, clearly could not allow Marc Marquez to go up against them on another motorcycle once again, having seen him from close up in 2024. Marc Marquez, of course, joining Gresini and riding a Ducati when, of course, we had that big beaming smile on his face at this test in Valencia last year. From that point on, Marc Marquez didn't want to be anything other than a Ducati, and Ducati did not want to see Marc Marquez leave them.
Not going to lie, I don't think there was a time I ever thought I would see Marc Marquez in the bright red of the factory Ducati team, when he was pretty much their biggest enemy, their biggest foe for so many years at HRC. But here he is, getting set to closely collaborate with Gigi Dall'Igna. It was Dall'Igna's own sort of curiosity, Dall'Igna's own fascination to work with the talents Marc Marquez, which won out. That's what won the day for Marquez. This was nothing. Dall'Igna said himself yesterday, it was nothing against the talents of Jorge Martin, nothing against what he could have brought to the factory Ducati garage alongside Bagnaia next year, but I think Dall'Igna knows he's going to go down as one of the best ever, most respected engineers in Grand Prix history. The GP24 that you, as you mentioned, we've reeled off the numbers, is just a phenomenal motorcycle. It does not really seem to have any kind of weak point, does it? And it's just Dall'Igna himself. We've got the best bike. I want to see what a rider of Marc Marquez's ilk, of his talent, of his caliber, can do on that motorcycle.
And we expect him to do great things on that as well. And I think also Marc Marquez is going to find out next year what I think we all know already, but he's going to experience it firsthand just how good Pecco Bagnaia is too down at Ducati. Don't think for 1 second that Marc Marquez is going to walk into that factory Ducati team and blitz the former MotoGP world champion. Pecco Bagnaia has really been the best version of himself this season in 2024. Of course, there has been the smattering of mistakes which ultimately cost him the world championship, but Marc Marquez knows he's going up against one of the very best in the world today. And of course, it's not going to be an easy job to beat him, and of course, from Ducati's point of view, they're going to have to try and keep them both happy, and we've already seen them come together this season. Back in Portimao, second round of the season, Bagnaia and Marquez took each other out of the Portuguese Grand Prix. Of course, they fought each other for victory in Jerez too, one of the standout races of the season. I think we're going to see that an awful lot too as we go through 2025.
Now, lots of changes behind the scenes in the factory KTM squad. We've known for some time, haven't we? Departing team manager Francesco Guidotti leaving the scene, and coming in, well, he's won countless world championships in Moto3 and in Moto2. He's been the reason why so many of our current crop of MotoGP riders have cut their teeth and found success in the Premier class. It's Aki Aye, the new Rebel KTM factory racing team boss, I'm delighted to say, joins Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, he does indeed. Great to have the opportunity. Not my first conversation with Aki in pit lane, but first in a slightly different shade of orange. Now with the MotoGP official team gear on, how does it feel to be here? First day of the new job.
Yes, somehow yes, first day, but of course I have followed the project many years, and of course working with KTM already a really long time, and so it's not everything completely, fortunately everything not completely new for me, but of course many new things and many things to focus. I have to say that already last 2 months we communicate a lot, and let's say that this is in the near future also the main part, that is all the communication and coordination of the project. This we of course follow a lot, that competition is really tough now in MotoGP, and when everyone work for the same direction and communicate well, that's the key.
What are you hoping to bring to the team?
Maybe I repeat what I said before, that maybe of course try to use my experience also for this, that communicate very, very closely with the people, and it's target always to find the same direction, and let's say keep some patience for the older development. That we need to trust each other for the work what we do, and keep the patience always there. But as I say, it's communication, and of course keep the eyes open to see all the time what we need.
Pip was telling us throughout the course of the weekends that there's not going to be a singular technical director going into next year. There'll be a board trying to bring all of their brains, all of their knowledge together. How important a step do you think that could be, to have everyone working in unity?
Yeah. We have very experienced people in the project a lot, and as you say, that the key is that it's leaded well, and it's analyzed everything well, and the direction is for everyone really clear. And of course, if we keep it simple and see it simple, you know, it's the development in the factory, it's the racing teams here, it's the test team, and this is kind of triangle what we need to always focus and coordinate and communicate really well.
What are you testing today? 2025 bike?
Basically, we don't have complete 25 bike. That it's like, let's say, modular steps what we do. That already some parts arrived a few races ago. As a chassis-wise, something in aero, many other parts as well, and it's not completely new 25 bikes. The development is going on all the time, so it's not like that anymore. That the new bike for the new year, development continues all the time.
How does it feel to be back working with Brad in particular after such a long time? Pedro, of course, not too long ago, but two guys that you had great success with down the years.
First of all, yes, they are great talents, so it's always a pleasure to work with them. But on the other hand, of course, it's always nice to have guys who you already know. So somehow you don't start from the zero, and I know both very well. Many other people also here very well. So that's I really enjoy.
And finally, a new era. I know you're going to be having your eyes very close to what's happening next door at the KTM Tech Trois box with both Maverick and Enea. Those first runs in particular, when they happen, how closely are you going to be listening to their feedback?
We have 4 Red Bull KTM riders, so it's very, very important to keep all the work really close, systematic and coordinated well between all the riders, between all the groups, and of course to have riders like Maverick and Enea in the project. We are really lucky to have this experience, so we need to use it in the correct way, and of course give to them the best service as possible.
5th and 6th in the World Championship this year, courtesy of Brad and Pedro, but a big gap to those 4 riders at the front on the Ducatis. It's well over 2 years now without a win on a Sunday for KTM. How important is this upcoming season for everyone down here in Orange?
It's really important. I see that next 2 years, of course, it's really important years, but as I say many times, it's important still somehow to keep the patience, go step by step and understand what you are doing.
Aki, thanks for your time. Good luck today and for next year.
Thanks a lot.
Nice to hear from Aki there as well on the board. Just a quick reminder, we've got riders out there on the circuit. Fantastic, some opening times. Fabio Quartararo has gone fastest on a 140.394. Kind of expecting now that we're going to get lower than a 139 at some point in today. Track temperature now at 10 degrees. We're risen 1 degree in this first hour. Air temperature at 14. That's risen quite a bit, which is great news. Jorge Martin, the world champion, is getting his gloves on. He's about to have his first run on an Aprilia. Jorge Martin not been the first one, though, because we've also had Marc Marquez wandering. He's having a word now with his new teammate, Pecco Bagnaia, the former world champion, of course, from 2022-2023. Quickly run through the order. We had 14 riders set lap times out of the 24. So it's Fabio Quartararo, Luca Marini, Johan Zarco, Mikel Pirro, Ralph Fernandez, Juan Mir, Pedro Costa, Miguel Oliveira, Marco Bezzecchi, Jack Miller, Aleix Espargaro, Lorenzo Salvadori, Fermin Aldeguer and Ayagura. So the 2 rookies at the bottom of the field at the moment, they're still circulating lap times and are together on the track. Pedro Costa's just jumped up to second on the KTM factory bike. It's now 140.909 as he's reunited with his number 37 as well, coming into it as well. Sadly, we're not allowed to show track video as well, otherwise we would get immediately banned. It's not allowed. It's copyright law, everybody. So this is the best we can do, which is timing, audios and track interviews as well. Here is the new Trackhouse MotoGP rider, the Moto2 world champion of Ayagura, having a fantastic run around as well. Lost it a couple of years ago, the Moto2 title, back in Valencia with that crash. Now regained it, superb year in Moto2, took the championship with a couple of rounds to go. I think he got it in Buddy Ram. Now promoted up to the main series. Oh, thank you, Adam. Lakers, Los Angeles Lakers. It's even got a pattern on the back. There you go. And lovely purple lining as well. Here we go, everybody. A new moment. Stretching out the leathers on the exit of the pit box. Going through the rituals. And Jorge Martin jumps on the GP24 bike at Aprilia. And away he goes. The world champion is out on the circuit, everybody, for his first laps on the Aprilia. So, as I said, if you joined us earlier on this morning, this early morning will be on the 24 bike, then they'll gradually shift over to the GP25. They're being shaken down at the moment by Lorenzo Salvadori. And here we go. Brand new adventure for Jorge Martin. He's got traffic coming in of Ayagura and his teammate on the GP25 of Marco Bezzecchi going through. So he's out there too, but that'll be, Marco is actually out on the circuit now as well. So Bezzecchi's out there on the GP24 bike as well. So there we are, on board for the first time, our world champion with a brand new bike. Just coming up here towards turn 4 at Repsol. Let's head over to the world feed for more information, and then we'll be back.
Just a very initial first intensive exploratory laps on that RSGP.
Must be some nerves from Aprilia too, I guess, because there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders too, bringing in the new world champion. You can imagine there'll be a huddle around Jorge Marti when he returns at the end of his first run with an Aprilia, and they'll all be asking, so Jorge, what did you think? Is it a good bike? And of course, Jorge Martin will be comparing it to the motorcycle that has just dominated the MotoGP World Championship, winning so many races this year, and of course taking a 1-2 in the World Championship with Jorge Martin and Pecco Bagnaia. And Jorge Martin is probably not going to get a firm answer today what he's working with next year. I guess it's when he gets on the full 2025 spec Aprilia. We'll see a version of it today, but I guess the final package won't finally be put in place until the final pre-season test and then the first race in Buriram at the start of March next year, when Jorge Martin will finally begin his World Championship defence in a competitive capacity. What kind of championship defence is he going to have? Is he going to be able to keep that #1 plate on the Aprilia, if indeed that's what he runs in next year's championship?
This is going to feel so alien, isn't it, right now for Jorge Martin, that the Prima Prama Ducati has fitted him like a glove for so many years. Every time he rode the Ducati, it was just like slipping on a pair of old comfy slippers, wasn't it? But this will just feel so alien to him as he looks to get used to a completely different motorcycle, completely different approach from the factory Aprilia team. Of course, he's not exactly going in completely blind or going in completely cold. He is very, very close friends indeed with Aleix Espargaro, and I'm sure those two throughout the last few months have spent a fair chunk of it just chewing the fat, and Aleix Espargaro telling Jorge Martin exactly what he can expect. I mean, I don't think Aleix Espargaro would have taken too much to sell the project. I think Jorge Martin, you could tell on Sunday in some of his post-World Championship celebrations, he's up for this. He's really motivated. Of course, not happy, a little bit bitter at times, you feel, with the repeated snubs by Ducatis, not just for next year that he was overlooked for the factory seat. Of course, the last time there was a rejig inside the Ducati Lenovo, Enea Bastianini won that particular contest. So Jorge Martin, he used the sort of snub as a big motivational factor, didn't he, in 2024, and he's going to want to rub Ducati's nose in this. He's going to want to show them, you made the wrong call. What did he say? I think it was all the way back in Le Mans. I remember interviewing him in the broadcaster set after he'd won that incredible French Grand Prix in front of a record crowd, and there was murmurings there, wasn't there, about Marquez maybe starting to win the race for the seat alongside Pecco Bagnaia, and Martin was pretty adamant. He just looked straight down the camera and said, well, if Ducati don't want my talents, I'll take my talents somewhere else, which he ultimately did. So don't underestimate just how much motivation and desire Martin has, how much fire is in his belly to show, hey, Ducati, you made the wrong call here.
And he's proven already that when he does have that fire lit underneath him, he is very, very difficult to beat. Probably the fastest rider over a single lap in MotoGP. Just need to look at all the pole positions he's had over his MotoGP career already. 74 MotoGP starts. He's been on pole position for 20 of them. He is phenomenal in qualifying trim. He's phenomenal in the sprints, which has been a huge part of his World Championship campaign. Pecco Bagnaia certainly hasn't maximised the sprints this year. Jorge Martin, without question, did, as he's already getting his shoulder and his elbow down on that Aprilia on just his second time lap on that RSGP. He said all the right things on Sunday after the championship was won in the press conference. He made a big point of thanking Ducati for all of their support, ensuring that he was given a fair opportunity through to the end of this 2024 season to compete up against Pecco Bagnaia and win the championship fair and square. And he also thanked Gigi Dall'Igna for putting all that faith in it.
Oh, Martin! Mistake on the 24. Yeah, Aprilia straight on at turn 10, under braking into the long sweeping left-hander at turn 10. The front twitched, set it up, and just kept it going. So he's pushing it out there. Let's have another look at it. So it's downhill, touches the brake, downshifts, Dr. Dangle, the rear whips up, kicks the arse out of it, and then down the deck. Very nicely held, actually. That's a world champion hold there between him, and it's bouncing around, coming out the last corner as well. Sam Martin likes the bike, though. He likes it a little bit feisty, a little bit aggressive. Keeps him on his toes, keeps the adrenaline right there so you don't get super focused. Alex Ritten's on a 14. It's a 1:44, 1:78 for his time out there as well to come into it. Let's have another look Yeah, that rear of the Aprilia sliding for Martin. I want to say Ducati. It's really annoying. So they don't have GP25s. No, Gresini do not have the GP25 bikes. They have the GP24s now. VR46 have the GP25s, and both of them have the GP25s as well. Interesting enough, at the moment, Marco Bezzecchi, who has moved over to... Where is he? Yeah, hang on. Who did move over and took his bike? Oh, no, Enea Bastianini. That's it. Well, somebody's taken their last year's bikes with them. I can't remember who it was. Simon Patterson had a tweet out about it. Could be... Yeah, someone's taken their 25 bikes who stayed with Ducati. I shall find that information for you right now. Where is this live getting streamed as well? There you go. We've just copied it and put it on now. Back to nature. Cheers, mate. A year ago, you did not know how to pronounce Gresini. Now they're third in the championship standings. Yeah, I know. What did I call it back then? It's because we never got actual information about how it was. But yeah, Gresini, there we go. Bad on my part, because, well, Gresini stepped up to MotoGP, didn't they, quite late? They were there for a couple of years, and stepped up from Moto2 to MotoGP, and yeah. I can't believe it. You're doing good coverage for the test. Yeah, all coverage from all the testing. Martin's first official lap time is a 1:42.922. He's 15th at the moment on the board. Now, I was googling Simon to see who it is, and this is him done in turn 5. It's done. The championship's done. Martin on the Aprilia on his second lap out of the pits at turn 5. Now, he was on the Prima Pramac Ducati, getting his shoulder down. He's just got his shoulder down in turn 5. It's done. He's in his groove already. That's going to be something quite fun already. How on earth are you able to do that? I have never seen that before. I don't actually work out where Simon put this tweet at now, actually, as well, about who had the run. He might have deleted it. Coming, unless he's replied to himself, and that's why we can't see it. Coming through. Yeah, Pecco back to the 37 as they come through. So looking good out there right now. Morbidelli gets the 24 bike. Yep, and that's it. Thank you. It's Franco Morbidelli who has taken his bikes with him that he had at Prima Pramac. So he's just taken them across, which is fantastic. So, of course, he was one of the factory riders who had the GP24 bike, Morbidelli. So he had the GP23 he was riding, but he's taken Martin's 24 bikes with him. So he's just taken them across over to Gresini. So, yeah, and to VR46 as well. So, yeah, not bad, actually, for Franco. So he's taken his with him. Nicely done. Any chance of Pecco and Mark on track soon? Yeah, shortly they will be. Let's have a word with that new headmaster, shall we, up here in the commentary box. Simon Crafar, who is going to be a new steward. He's also on the world feed, and he's talking with them now.
Looks the same with that chassis on. Obviously, I can't tell engine, but so then they have another one that they finished the weekend on, you know, to back-to-back. That's what they started on. They haven't been out on the new chassis yet. And looking at Pramac Yamaha next door, you know, well, the other Yamahas, they don't have the latest chassis that I've seen in the last 6 races. They have the one that's kind of proven, which kind of makes sense, and it'd also be spare when it's not being used. The chassis that we kind of last saw, I'm thinking Misano time, and they've used newer versions since. That's what the Pramac garage is full of, kind of the base Yamaha that from mid this season. Then I wandered down to KTM garage. Their 25 looking machine, it's at least new. It's got different exhausts. They look pretty cool, actually. They're the long exhaust like you've seen on Binder's and also Pedro Acosta's machine this weekend. I say that because Miller and Augusto Fernandez were running the short lower pipe exhaust, not the one that comes up high, but these ones that come up higher, it's a new version. They're closer together, and interestingly have for the first time an exhaust valve. I've never seen that on the KTM so far, and it's super important. I've spoken to the Italian manufacturers that they use that exhaust valve to to better control the engine brake, which, for example, you enter a slow corner and the first gear, you can't go any lower, is too high to give high engine brake. They can use it like an exhaust brake on a truck, you know, and stop that thing in the corner with more engine brake than it naturally has, you know. Apparently up to, what is it, like something like 5 bar that they get up to in that exhaust thing, so it needs to be, it's super thin titanium, but it needs to be very strong so it doesn't crack or blow out. Or anyway, it's the first time I've seen it on a KTM. So I imagine the electronic guys have overtime to get that tuned in, you know. Danny, no doubt, would be getting it close, but anyway, so on the KTM they have a different seat, a rear seat unit I've seen before. Saw it at, I think it was Misano test, and I really scratched my head ever since. Why would they change the seat apart from aero? And I've just clicked this morning looking at it, watching them lower the device while warming up. They've also got a cutout of the rear wheel hugger, and I realised that cutout is for the exhaust, and I think this new machine, or with the new seat and new exhaust, goes lower again on the ride height device. So, you know, everything's modified to be able to go lower. Speaking of going lower.
Oh, that's just unbelievable. Well, these are shots. The first one was Jorge Martin on his second flying lap on the Aprilia. That was on his fourth. Well, what we've already got an answer to in 2025 is that Jorge Martin through turn 5 at Barcelona is just as awesome, just as jaw-dropping to watch through turn 5.
And he's in now. He's coming to the pit lane. So the world champion now walks back in. He's got some smiles on his face, and they all say, how was it? How was it? You went off, you had a bit of a squiggle, and they are already debriefing. He's got a smile on his face, though. I think he likes it. And wouldn't you? That Aprilia is quick. And that's the GP24. He's got the GP25 to look forward to this afternoon. Right, let's have a look then. It's good. I like it. That's what he's saying, yeah. Good, he likes it. He likes it, everybody. So this is going to be a lot of fun now as he talks to the engineers. Big thumbs up he gives to the camera as well, with that 1970s top of the pops microphone he's got there to talk to the engineers who've got their headsets on, because of course it's still loud in the garage. Fantastic. Everyone is faster to Mark, Pecco and Martin and Air show up. And don't forget, 2 of those amigos, the Ducati 4, have now disappeared. And Bashanini moved over. He's now going to be on the KTM Tech 3. And then we've got Marc Marquez now on the factory Ducati. And Martin on the Yamaha. Where is he on the Yamaha? 14th on our timing screens. 141.964. Riders still out there on the circuit. Yeah, you've got to get used to holding that microphone up there, Jorge, as he's talking about it.
I think the handlebars are in a nice position. The gear lever or the foot pegs, they're the kind of important things. And then you head out on track and you realise, oh no, that's it's different when you're actually moving. Does that make sense? And right down to, you can tell once you're moving if the handlebars are the same both sides. I was always pain in the ass. I could tell if it was 2 mil different. Once the wheel is moving, and so then it's perfectly straight, you can tell the handlebars are straight, or it's just little things like that. But also, yeah, look, he's talking about the engine brake, as you're entering, if it's the rear's floating around, that'll be all the things he's tuning now. But also, just the first impression of how the bike handles and how it delivers power.
I would have loved it if he'd have walked in to the back of the garage there, grabbed the microphone, then just started belting out some Queen.
We are the
champions. And then just does the mic drop. That would have been absolutely brilliant. First little debrief then. It's a long one, isn't it? As well as he's just giving his first impressions.
Abbiamo troppa potenza uscita della
Exit
12 in seconda.
12 in second gear. It wheelies a lot in second gear in turn 12.
Yeah, you can see from the body language there, he's saying that there's a few wheelie problems on the gas. This was the little moment he had at turn 10, I believe. Yep. looks rather happy after that first 7-lap outing then on the factory RSGP. You just never get tired of seeing this shot, do you? Never get bored of seeing Jorge Martin. We said, didn't we?
You wouldn't be able to do that straight, like on your fourth flyer, without liking the handling and knowing where the front feel is, you know. So obviously the first impression is nice, and he's obviously done it for us.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, that one as well.
He loves a bit of showboating, doesn't he? We love it as well, Jorge. Don't worry, carry on. Absolutely brilliant. Just those beautiful new Alpine Stars leathers, though. The testing leathers already got all the big scuff marks on the left shoulder and the left elbow, showing the skill that carried him to the MotoGP World Championship.
They want to fix that braking because how he braked down to turn 10, he'll want to brake that hard without picking the rear off the ground and then getting all unstable. So they'll be working on that.
The thing is, Simon, it's one of those things that when you make a change to a new bike, I mean, as we mentioned, he's been 4 years, his whole MotoGP career on the same bike. You know, he knows exactly if he does this on the Ducati, not just in terms of changing settings, but if he moves his body like an inch to the left, a centimetre to the left, he knows exactly how the bike will react. And you know, he doesn't even have to think about it. It's just natural, isn't it? Whereas this is all about this long learning process that he's got coming up. It looks like very, very soon we might see Marc Marquez out on circuit in red.
All red like that. He kind of just missing a little pitchfork and some horns poking out there.
He's gone full Lightning McQueen, hasn't he, by the looks of it? He's like, he's definitely bright. We're going to be very easy to spot Mark out on circuit today, isn't it?
The Red Baron for 2025.
So if you guys are right, I'll run through what I've seen in this garage, both sides. I looked at Pecco's bikes warming up first, and it was quite interesting because, and you could see what the theory is behind it. Like, I saw a chassis in Misano that I'd seen for a couple of years, and it's on this man's machine, and it's very, very thin. I mean, the Ducati chassis is thin anyway. It must be super flexible, and they've gone thinner again. It's really easy to spot just behind right under where the rider is sitting, and I would say shin to knee area in there. The chassis is super thin, wafer thin. I'm talking 4 mil, something like that. The chassis is at 5 maximum. Unreal. Like, and it's wide the other dimension, you know, but it's really flat piece, about the size of your palm, a little bit bigger. Of this whole, it must be super flexible.
Yeah, and helmet going on for Marc Marquez. And everyone is around in Bastianini's garage. It was, and now of course it's going to be Marc Marquez's garage to keep an eye on everything when he goes out there on the circuit for the first time. Now, you want to know where Luca Marini is. He's currently in 6th position on 141.109. However, he crashed at turn 5, and he's now he's back in the paddock. He's back in the pit lane, but he's not going to go out on the circuit just yet. They're going to wait for the bike to get back, repair that, then go out, because they don't want to put out the new bike just yet. But gloves go on for Marc Marquez. It's almost time for go time, and he'll come out and get ready to go. Everybody nervous. Everybody just like, is this going to be good? This is the 2024 bike, by the way, that he's going to be on. So he's not going to be on the 25 bike to begin with. Mark's going to make the step up to GP24, the bike that won every race bar 4 last year. And every Grand Prix bar 1. 19 Grand Prix victories on this GP24 bike. Here we go. The Red Baron on the bike. Right leg goes over. Revs up. Here you go. Marc Marquez leaves the pit lane. It does look like Lightning McQueen, as they say. A new era for a world champion begins now. He leaves the pit lane, and for the first time since 2022, Marc Marquez is on a new bike. Get in. Of course, that Honda GP23 was very much a carryover from the previous year. Wasn't a big improvement. This, however, the current bike, the GP24. This afternoon it'll be on the GP25 up to turn 4 at Repsol. Mark should like this one quite nicely. Pecco Bagnaia, who is sharing his pit box with Mikel Pirro, is about to head out on the GP24 bike as well to help Mark get set up. It's a bright red for Marc Marquez as well this weekend. It's not the normal Ducati red, it's a bright, bright red. 23-25 engine is coming through. This is what Mark's going to have. So Mark right now is on the GP24. Is Alex Marquez in the GP24? Yes, he is. Alex is on the GP24. So, yeah, both of them are going to have it. Yeah, so basically, Grassini get last year's bike. So they are on the GP24 now. And they'll be tested on the 23 and the 24. They should keep the bright red. I agree. It works so well. Put the logos on this livery. And Pecco, well, I thought he was going to go out, but apparently he hasn't. Pecco's gone back and stepped back down. He had his helmet on, he was walking to the bike, and there's some problem, and they're not going to do it. Is Mark going to do a lap time? I'd love to see this. Pole time. Let's see if he can beat it on his first lap. This is what I've been saying. Now shows how to ride a GP24. Exactly. Across the line. And Marc Marquez starts a lap. Watch his sector times. He's right at the bottom of the timing page as Alex Marquez does a 140.0 across that board. Let's just get them on the timing. There we go. So Marc Marquez right at the bottom of the timing page. First sector, a 17.487. So he's 7/10 down at the moment. Honda sounds like a trumpet. It does, doesn't it, at the moment? Yeah. I didn't think of that. It does sound like one. Oh, Harley Davidson. They're going to have 3 races next year? Harley Davidson's going to be on there. It's going to be fantastic. The Harleys are up there. They had their testing yesterday. Mark just taking it very easy on this opening lap time. Second sector, 32.931. So, yeah, out of turn 6, out to the 7 and 8 chicane. He's 2 seconds down. So this will put him where Ferdinand Aguirre and Jack Miller is as he gets ahead of the 23 of Enea Bastianini. Was a former rival, of course, them two, batting 3rd and 4th in the Riders' Championship this year. Mark got it in the end with a podium at the Solidarity Grand Prix of Barcelona, racing for Valencia. Into the last sector now, he's 2.8 seconds down. As onto the track, all in white, comes the 63 of Pecco Bagnaia. That is also, we believe, on the GP24 bike, yet to go on. And Marc Marquez's first, I feel like it's deja vu. We did this in Valencia as well, didn't we? Marc Marquez's first lap times on a GP24 bike over the line, and it's a 1:43.825, puts him 18th at the moment, but this is him going to get faster and faster and faster. Very good stuff. Yeah, this is the GP24 bike for Marc Marquez as things stand. Back to the board feed.
Spent most of it trying to help Jorge Martin, or certainly that was how Enea Bastianini saw it. Aleix Espargaro did in the end finish the final Grand Prix of his full-time career in a very strong 5th place. Enea Bastianini was passed on the final lap by Brad Binder and ended up down in 7th, and it's fair to say that Aleix Espargaro wasn't taking Enea Bastianini's observations lying down either. He said after the race, well, hey, I finished 3 seconds ahead of him, and he was on the best bike on the grid.
Also, Aleix, I liked Aleix's comeback, actually. He pointed out that Alex Marquez came through and beat Aleix on a GP23. And I thought that was a really good comeback. Like, you know, so why didn't Enea beat me, you know, on a GP24? So, yeah, fair comment.
You knew that was coming from Aleix. Aleix Espargaro has started the new adventure in his Grand Prix career. Of course, he has stepped away, announced back here in his home Grand Prix in May in a very emotional press conference that he was retiring at the end of the season from full-time racing. He's out out on circuit is the 35-year-old Spaniard. 9 laps he's so far completed under the banner of the Honda HRC test team. Looking at some pictures on social media, he's gone for a very much a Japanese theme.
Yeah, he has.
Japanese set of leathers is being worn by Aleix Spargo. Now, I know Aleix, he's a big fan of Japan, a big fan of Japanese culture. I believe he actually owns a couple of sushi restaurants, a couple of Japanese restaurants up in Andorra, which is where our good friend Simon Crayfar lives. Have you dined in any of Aleix's?
I have, yeah. Took the family there. Yep, it is good. It is really proper and really modern, really cool, yeah, really nice.
Keeping Aleix Spargo busy. He said here on Thursday that he was hoping to step away from Grand Prix racing full time to kind of spend a little bit more time with his wife Laura, a bit more time with the twins Max and Mia, just a little bit more time and engaging in some of his hobbies. We know that Aleix is hugely passionate about cycling. I mean, the guy busts out about 2,000 kilometres a week up in the hills in Andorra, but I don't think he saw the schedule that HRC had got for him. It was like, maybe not as much free time as I was hoping for.
Yeah, going to be quite busy, of course, with Honda having so much testing available to them. Of course, they would, I guess, hope to have been able to rid themselves of some of that by their results on track, but by into the concessions tier system, Honda haven't been able to promote themselves out of the tier that they've sat in so far this year, so they will have plenty of testing available to them. So we'll see Aleix Spargo, no doubt, doing private testing. Of course, he'll be out on track at the shakedown in Malaysia at the end of January next season, and of course we hope to see him wildcarding through next season. Of course, he has proven over the past years that he's a very strong development rider. Certainly he hasn't dragged Aprilia towards the front of MotoGP alone, but he has played a big part in all of that, and he and Romano Albiciano coming as a package over to Honda will certainly be an asset to that operation.
Is that better?
And imagine the riding experience and of course the technical knowledge of Romano Albiciano will be tapped into from as early as this morning.
Even though category D, which Honda and Yamaha are in, when it comes to the concession rankings, they get 260 rear tyres. When you have so many test riders, and that is your budget of tyres for the year, and when you say that, people might think, oh, we'll just go and buy some others, that you can't buy them. And there's no point testing on a MotoGP bike without the Michelin tyres, because you'll go the wrong way. Development-wise, you've got to ride on the tyres are the most important thing on the bike, and if you don't have the actual tyres, you're going to develop the bike the wrong way. So they're restricted on the number of tyres they are given, and it means the test riders have to ride around on harder compound, like not soft, and run them a long time, get everything out of them, and also you've got to, what's the word, manage when you put things on the bike at the
Hopefully
right
that's
moment,
better for you now with
the
audio.
tyre isn't so good that it's going to cover up problems, and it's not so bad that nothing works. So it's really tricky, even though they've got 260 tyres compared to the other extreme, for example, Ducati 170, so 90 less. It's still hard work to, speak to the test riders. They're always riding on kind of half-used tyres and comparing things.
Marquez then, we believe, it's the GP24 that Mark was trying to complete most of his testing work here today, just to get a feel for the latest spec Ducati. I'm not sure whether he'll have a GP25 at his disposal at any point today. His younger brother Alex Marquez, who ended 2024 pretty strongly, didn't he, Alex?
So Marc Marquez comes back into the pit lane. Yeah, so Marc Marquez is on the GP24 bike to begin with. They do have a 25 bike here. So we'll see if he gets to run that, but Mark is on the 24 bike, as I said earlier. Just to confirm that, because there's a couple of things that we didn't know was true, but he's done a couple of laps, he's come in, and he's put it 6th fastest already. 4 laps, 140.783, and Mark moves up the order. Hopefully the audio is better now. The bus mix have gone down to 60% rather than 80. So we always keep it 80, because otherwise it goes into the red. And then when we shout really loud, you can't hear it properly. So yeah. So debrief begins. I think he's happy with it. Good bike. Let's hear. Let's go back up there.
With crew chiefs. No, you've heard riders say
Sorry, can we just hear what he's saying? Sorry, Matt. If we can. Sorry, Matt, really
No, it's okay.
apologise.
No, just going to say, like, I mean, obviously this is another learning curve in many respects for Marquez, because having spent his entire Grand Prix career working with Santi Hernandez in Moto 125's Moto 2 and then up into MotoGP, we know how close they got to know each other. I mean, Santi used to say he'd know what Mark was thinking by just the way he walked in the garage, or, you know, if his eyebrow was up by a millimetre, he'd know what Mark was thinking. And having then established that relationship this year with Frankie Carcetti, he's now going to build another relationship with a new crew chief, Marco Rigonzi. We'll pick that up very, very quickly, because we'll zip down to Jack Appleyard. Exciting times for Aprilia, of course, welcoming Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi, the world champion on an RSGP next year. Well, with a big job on his hands to make sure that Aprilia, if they had the more plate on the bike next year, can keep hold of it at the end of 2025. Delighted to say, joining Jack for the fourth time, is new Aprilia tech boss Fabiano Stellacchini.
Yeah, he is indeed. Great to have the opportunity to chat to Fabiano on the start of 2025. It's a question everybody at home wants to know, Fabiano. What was Jorge Martin's first reaction to the RSGP?
Let me say that is a good starting for sure, because the feeling of the rider, obviously, the first counterpoint between the bike and the rider is important to understand the difference in terms of feeling. That is an important part of the performance. And both riders, especially, let me say, replying to the question of Jorge, but also Marco, say exactly the same comment. It's good feeling, good sensation, especially the information that is received from the bike in terms of tire behavior and everything. So it looks quite good. And also from ergonomic point of view, some aspect to let the rider ride the bike in the proper way, looks everything quite, let me say, in the ballpark.
What was their first comments with regard to the biggest positive, the biggest surprise they felt with the Aprilia?
But basically, the comment that they say that they were a bit, let me say, more surprised is the easy attitude of the bike to try to arrive to the apex. And this is normally is an important characteristic of the bike, so we can say that we are quite happy that they are comment. Obviously, let me say that every time that you are testing the bike in the smooth way, the behavior of the bike is more natural, more normal, more precise. The problem is when you try to have the same behavior, pushing 1 second, 1.5 faster, then you stimulate some bad behavior over the bike. So we will see over the path.
Already on lap 2, Jorge's able to get his shoulder down at turn 5, his signature move. That must have brought a smile to your face and a sign that even after a couple of laps he had confidence in understanding where the limit was.
Yeah, that is exactly what I told you before, no? If you have good feeling, the bike allow you to do this kind of thing. So it's wow, good, no? But as I said, we have to wait, stay with the foot in the ground, work, try to improve what they already comment, point where there is margin of improvement, making the right plan and go.
It's obvious how big the gap was between Ducati and its competitors last year. How much pressure, how big is the job that you've got to try and make sure that Jorge remains world champion?
But let me say, several times I heard this kind of word, pressure or responsibility. I believe that is an opportunity, because we have a rider that I would say is quite clear from the number, that jump off from the reference bike and is the reference rider. So now we have the reference and we know where we have to go, no?
There was an inkling that we've been told that the 25 is a big step forward. Would you regard it as an evolution or a revolution? How big is that step?
No, for sure it's not a revolution. It's an important evolution for some, let me say, aspect where there were work to be done. Let me also say the regulation is quite stable in the last 12 years, if I remember well. At the end, it's normal that you are reaching the sort of plateau of the evolution. So it's normal that it cannot be a revolution. Probably the revolution will be seen in 2027, no? As we know. So that is clear.
Fabiano, great to chat with you. Hopefully we'll be chatting more throughout 2025 after some big successes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks very much as well to new Aprilia tech boss Fabiano Stellacchini. Exciting times. Fabiano Stellacchini, of course, was for so many years Gigi Dall'Igna's right-hand man inside the factory Ducati garage. he was influential and a key figure in dragging Ducati out of the doldrums when they went sort of winless between that 2010-2016 period. Now his big job is to make sure that Aprilia can keep hold of that #1 plate beyond 2025. Speaking of Aprilia, Simon, of course, they were one of the factories that we were just about to come to there, so perfect timing after listening to Fabiano Sterlachini. Of course, the Aprilia in the box right now won't have his fingerprints on it at the moment because he's fresh into that Nuali garage, but what have we spotted on the Aprilia so far?
So they've, if you look in the factory Aprilia garage, they had a good look at what was in there. Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. One side of the garage totally makes sense. Like everyone, they're starting with the machine that they've raced in 2024, and that's exactly how it is. I imagine it's one of the original bikes from the race weekend. And on the other side is a different bike, and I was walking over here and you were reading out what the press officer had sent to you, and it looked honest to me. It looked like they were telling us what was really happening. That 25 model machine has quite a different chassis. You say ergonomics, but where a fuel tank normally is on a normal motorcycle, that is a different shape, and you can see that basically it's an updated version. The chassis is quite different. You can spot it quickly from that. The other thing that I noticed is that new machine has the standard ride height device that the factory riders have been using most of the year, and where the older machine, the 24 machine, has the newer ride height device. So when I say newer, it is lower, but nobody had been racing it, so they hadn't quite got it developed, but maybe they think they've got it close now and they want the riders to try it. It's quite clear when I look in there how to spot it, and as we know, they're all trying to get lower to get that start, but also on the flying lap, get every advantage they can. And there's no aero change or anything like that, but I imagine that's coming once they've tried the things they've got in the garage now.
Martin getting set for his second stint, then out on the factory Aprilia. Pedro Acosta also getting ready to head out on circuit. Just as you can see on the timing down the left-hand side of your screens, Alex Marquez has made a very good start to 2025. He leads the way early on here in this session, just under 5.5 hours of track time remaining. We're going to be on air for about another 90 minutes before we take a breather over an hour's lunch break, and then we'll be back live with you at 2 p.m. local time here. We run all the way through to 20 past 5, so plenty of time for us to cover off all the big talking points and let you know about what's going on in and out of pit lane. Brad Binder is second, Fabio Quartararo third, Bagnaia, the world champion, and what we have to say is an absolutely beautiful former world champion, of course, had to be a fraudulent slip up sooner or later. Then it was only an hour and a half into 2025. He has got an absolutely gorgeous special testing livery on the factory Ducati. His fellow VR46 Academy rider Frankie Morbidelli is moving into Pertamina VR46. Well, he has gone full fluorescent Valentino Rossi yellow. I think shades or a nod to his Brazilian roots for Frankie Morbidelli, because when you see Frankie on screens on the 21 bike, you might need to reach for the sunglasses.
Just when you thought that livery couldn't get any brighter.
Jorge Martin just doing his very first start from pit lane there, testing the Aprilia out. They'll be analysing that when they get back to see how quick he was. I'll run away back to pit lane, guys. Thank you for having me. See what I can spot, and hopefully we get a bit of a catch-up late this afternoon, and I'll tell you all I've managed to see. The only thing I missed off that list, but it was the obvious things, is looking in, Frankie's still got two GP24s alongside Firmin Aldigo, who has two GP24s, and same with Alex Marquez GP24s, and it also explains why Alex is comfy straight away. He's got a machine that is the best on the grid, proven and ready to go, and he was really good on the weekend. So hey, I'll leave you to it. Thanks for having me.
Nice to have Simon Crayford out there in the box as well. So everybody has now set a lap time in this test, all 24 of them. It's Alex Marquez who is the fastest. As things stand, from Brad Binder, then it's Fabio Quartararo, Francesco Bagnaia, Pedro Acosta, Marc Marquez in 6th, Juan Zarco ahead of Franco Morbidelli, Alex Rins, Luca Marini in the top 10, Marco Bezzecchi, Maverick Vinales, Michele Pirro, Raul Fernandez, Juan Mir, then ahead of René Basciani, Miguel Oliveira, Aleix Espargaro, Jorge Martin, Fermin Ayagura, Jack Miller, Sonka Chancha, and Lorenzo Salvadori. Don't forget Pirro and Aleix Espargaro are the test riders, only 22 for next year on the official grid, so that's why the timing tower is slightly bigger than what we are used to up here as they come down once again. There we go. There you go. Down there, we've got on the board. So as they continue throughout the line, 140.006. Now we were expecting them to be somewhere in the 140s, maybe high 139s. Looking as the track's getting warmer, it's now 11 degrees, air temperature 15. I'm expecting as the day goes on, we'll possibly see a low 139, maybe a high 138. Lap record here is a 138.190. And Michelin have bought so many good tyres here to Barcelona. With only 2 weeks' notice, they've bought asymmetric rubber where it's soft on the inside line and hard on the out. So it does work, and it's a fantastic situation where we've got going on. So I think credit where credit's due, that Michelin and Pirelli, of course, for the Moto3 and Moto2 category, they really have delivered ASAP and given us a great tyre choice. Pedro Acosta on the Red Bull KTM factory at the moment, 5th fastest, is fastest sector 1. It's a 16.595. Juan Mir, by the way, his bike's back in the pit lane, so is Luca Marini. So Marini is going to head out onto the circuit soon. That's going to be even better as they come through. And Martin's lap time, as we see Massimo Rivoli there, the Aprilia Racing CEO, watching to see what Martin can do. The graphic's still showing Martin in Prima Pramac colours, not in the green of Aprilia. Over the line. Is this going to put him anywhere closer to the top 15? No, stays 19th, 142.487. So very much the 24 bike at the moment this morning, just to get Martin used to it before he heads out on the 25 bike, which is apparently a step improvement massively on what we've got going forward. And now we see Fermin Aldeguer as well down at the Gresini garage as well.
Special moment that was for the rookie. And what a moment as well, working with Frankie Carcetti, who was Marc Marquez's crew chief throughout 2024. Well, we promised you a bunch of very special guests, didn't we, on this Barcelona test? And I'm delighted to say the first of them is indeed a very special guest. I'm delighted to welcome LCR Honda boss Lucio Cecchinello into the box. First of all, Lucio, good morning to you. Happy New Year, happy 2025.
happy 2025. Thank you for having me here.
Obviously, an exciting morning for the team. Always an exciting time when you welcome a new rider, a rookie. I'm sure Somcat was a little bit nervous this morning. He's always got that huge, big smile on his face. So after that first run, when he got to experience a MotoGP biker around 340, 350 kilometers an hour, how big was that smile on his face?
He was amazed. He came into the pit garage and said, wow! What the hell? He said, you know, I was opening the throttle and then I felt power and then more power and then again power and then keep pushing and then go higher and then power. He said it never finished. He said, wow. He was really impressed about the power of MotoGP machine.
And obviously a rookie. What's the sort of the targets for not just this test, but also throughout next year? He'll be at the Shakedown test in Sepang, tested also in Sepang and in Buran before his big debut in front of his home crowd at the Chang International Circuit in early March. I mean, what are you looking for his progression over this sort of 2 or 3 months?
Of course, you know, to get adapted to a MotoGP machine, it takes a little bit time. But also depend by the rider himself. There are some riders that get used very, very quick, some riders that need a little bit time, more time. What we said to him today is that please, we started with a basic bike setup for what is our experience. And then we said, we don't forget just a moment to use the older shot, to play with the engine brakes, you know, to just get comfortable on the bike, just ride the bike. What is important is that you feel comfortable sitting on the bike, you feel comfortable in the corner, and then the next step we will of course push him to use the rear device to get more acceleration out of the corner, to have of course different maps on to potentially use different map of the engine brake, on the acceleration. So it is a process that it will take time. I think that by the end of this evening I will be happy if we will be about I would say 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds to the top, which is quite normal for a beginner.
Looking back on 2024 then, how do you reflect on the season, particularly from Johann Zarco's point of view? He's often been the strongest Honda in the field. He's been into qualifying too quite regularly in the latter part of this season. How positive do you feel the 2024 season was, and particularly how impressed were you with the work that Johann has done throughout the year?
Well, this 2024 season was tough. At the beginning was tough. I knew that despite Zarco in the media were always trying to behave always positive, inside of the pit garage I can tell you there was some tension sometimes, because it's normal, you know. The rider was fed up because we couldn't provide him a better bike. We were in the bottom of the ranking, and you know, this was tough, but fortunately we kept going on, we kept pushing, we kept developing the bike, and Honda did an amazing job, and we definitely feel that at this end of the season we are more happy because we were more near to the top 10.
Lucio, I mean, obviously credit to you and the LCR Honda team, because in 20 Grand Prix this year, in 16 of them, the best Honda was actually from LCR, which shows what a fantastic job that you guys did. Of course,
I didn't count it.
I know, obviously you want to be close, you want to be challenging at the front. So as we sit here right now in November 2024, what do you think Honda engineers or Honda in general, what are the steps they have to find with the bike to get them closer to the front once again?
Well, of course we collected a lot of data, and what is important is that from this year, more than ever, we closely work with HRC, and also our engineers work with HRC, and we provide a lot of data, a lot of information, you know, including videometry and so on. So we have a clearer idea about where we have to concentrate our development effort. During the winter, of course, we will prepare the 2025 motorbike, and the 2025 bike spec, it will be what we will have in Sepang will be quite similar from the bike that we are testing here right now. We have different chassis. We will test also different engine, and then we will also continue to select the different aero package solutions. We expect to be stronger on the rear grip, because this is the mechanical grip is where all our riders complain more. We will try to improve the turning of the machine and the deceleration also, and yeah, it's something that we are focused to improve that areas.
Of course, from a Honda point of view, Taka Nakagami is going to stay involved, but of course his chapter with your team is at an end. How emotional was Sunday? How emotional was the weekend? Because of course Taka Nakagami's entire MotoGP career has been spent with your team. So many great memories over the years. We heard he was in tears on the grid before the race even began. Just how were the emotions over the weekend with Taka?
It's always a very special emotion when a rider feel that a very long chapter of his life is about to finish. I remember when I was doing my last race, I was pretty emotional, and I don't hide you, I had an alarm on my helmets in the last lap, because you feel that everything is going to be about to finish, you know. And I remember that in Valencia, my last race, I was not finished on the podium. I was finishing, I think, 5th, 6th, and something like this. But I was waving and saying hello to the public, just to say, you know, hey guys, I'm going to, you know, to say bye-bye to you, because it's the very last time I'm going to race. So it's very emotional. What is positive is that Taka is finishing his career, but in the best way, because he will keep being involved as a test rider in the MotoGP development program, and I have heard that Honda has some interest to possibly provide some to give him some opportunity to race wildcard. Yeah.
And just looking, I mean, obviously Lucio, HRC are analysing every area where they can improve and try and get themselves more competitive. Certainly with the test team, obviously they've been working very, very closely with Stefan Bradl for a number of years. They've now got Taka involved, but Aleix Espargaro comes into the Honda test team next year. I mean, this is a guy who's done 339 Grand Prix. That's a lot of experience. He's a proven race winner. He was fighting close to the podium here on Sunday. So how important is that aspect for Honda to have brought in the likes of Aleix and Taka for their test team?
I'm sure that Alex is an extreme experienced rider. What he has done in his career is incredible, is remarkable. And what, honestly, it's remarkable to me is that until the very last race, he kept pushing, and this is something, you know, sometimes not common, because many times it happened that you are at the end of your career, and then you start to think, why shall I take so much risk? You know, I'm going to retire soon. There is no really meaning to take so much risk. I don't want to retire with a broken leg or whatever. But he didn't, you know. He kept pushing, and it's remarkable what he have done. Absolutely, I think that a lot of merit on what Aprilia have achieved as a MotoGP manufacturer. A big merit also go to him, and then we believe that he can be the right guy to support and to help Honda to keep going on and further develop the bike, definitely.
Just fine. I know you're very busy, so I'm sure you've got other things to be doing. Obviously, another big change for HRC moving forward is Romano Albiciano is joining from Aprilia as the new technical director. And this seems like quite a dramatic shift in strategy from HRC, who have traditionally relied on their own Japanese engineers. This is a new approach. So how important is that? I mean, obviously we've seen so many factories now. They've influenced by Italian engineers and Italian input. So do you think this is again another clear sign, Honda taking Romano Albiciano, of how keen they are to try and make this project work?
Definitely is something that I don't want to say it surprised me, but it's a sign that Honda realized that MotoGP is going a direction where you must be a very high-skilled manufacturer, but as well you need the best people with the best experience on the field, and with specific experience on developing MotoGP machines. You know, Honda have, of course, very good engineers, but let's say that logistically, the fact that the MotoGP is also a lot about racing in Europe, about using European suppliers, a lot of Formula One technologies, more and more are transferred to the MotoGP. So let's say that not necessarily Japan is the right hub to develop the best MotoGP machine. So they understood, and then Romano will be part of the group leader to plan the motorbike development, and I'm very delighted and very happy.
Lucio, as always, many thanks for your time. We wish you a good winter break and look forward to success for both Johan and Somkiat in 2025, and good luck in particular for Buriram at the first ever Thai rider in MotoGP in Thailand, because I'm sure you're going to be asked for a lot of passes in Chang next year.
Yes, and a lot of things to prepare. That's why I'm expected to have more grey hair for that moment.
Lucio, always a pleasure. Have a great winter, and we will see you in 2025. Thank you very much.
So just going to break away from the world feed, because we've got the translation of what Jorge Martin said when he first came into the pit lane. This is from Reddit on Reddit user Baila Bay has translated it for us, and this is what Jorge Martin said after his first run on the Aprilia. Beautiful. It's beautiful. I have a good feeling on the front. We're in bad shape with the maps, in very bad shape, and it was inaudible. We ought to keep the bike more still. Anyway, on the first touch of the gas, you know when it never takes. It never takes. It's a little difficult to compare. And then he was going more like the audio of describing how the throttle pulls up and brings it up. Lower acceleration. Very good feeling on the front. I was braking a little more lightly, but very late. We have to increase the anti-wheelie, especially on exiting turn 5. It wheelies, and then the front closes. So we have to keep it down more. Then I suffer when I put the gas on, because even if I put it on, there I have to partialise the gas. That's a weird one. Then on engine brake, it seems good to me upright in corner 1, for example. But for me, it's missing on corner 10. A bit on corner entry. The rear comes back. Upright, very good, but then it comes back. With the Ducati, it would come back immediately. Now it comes back slowly. And it's not a problem with the rear tyre, you know. With the Ducati, it folds. But now, like, I can enter a corner, you know, the front is better. Even with the medium, I feel that I have a nice confidence until the end. We have too much power coming out of corner 12 in second gear. Too much and much wheelie. There, we have to go down a bit in second. And then the wheelie disturbs me a lot. So that's what Jorge Martin said when he came in and spoke with the engineers for the first time. Marc Marquez is out there on the circuit right now. He is on the GP24 bike, just to give you a heads up. He's 24,000 seconds off his brother at the moment, of Alex Marquez, who tops this session with 5 hours to go on a 140.006. And Binder is up to second, with Morbidelli third, Quartararo fourth, Bagnaia fifth, Acosta 6th, Marc Marquez 7th, Zarco 8th, Martin 9th, Rins rounds out your top 10, Aleix Espargaro's 11th, Luca Marini 12th, Bezecchi's 13th, Vinales 14th, Pirro 15th, Raul Fernandez 16th, Mia 17th, Bastianini 18th, Oliveras 19th, 20th for Jack Miller, 21st for Aldeguer, 22nd Oliveira, 23rd Chantra, and 24th for Lorenzo Salvadori as well. Right now, red sector times for Marc Marquez in that third sector. Alex Marquez looking good. Pecco has gone back, yes, to using the number 63. I can confirm that. He has gone back to using the 63. Don't know yet what Jorge Martin's going to use, whether he'll use the number 1 or the number 89. But Marc Marquez, out of the last corner, he's 7th at the moment, 6/10 off the pace. He comes up towards the line and does a 1:44.34. He goes 4/10 behind his brother at the moment, but both of them on their first time on this bike. Track temperature still at 11 degrees, air temperature risen to 16, and hello SHT, Mark in full red, absolutely. He's the red baron at the moment. To come into it, and then we've got the white on Pecco Bagnaia. 5 hours to go then, and 1 hour Right, just quickly on this one. We think Marc Marquez might test the 25 bike this afternoon. Right now, he's on the GP24, but he might test the 25 later on this afternoon. Let's head back to the world feed then, and I'll interrupt with more stats and facts I find out about the weekend as well.
In terms of how much third in the World Championship mattered to them, of course, they took a top 3 in the World Championship a couple of years prior to that with Enea Bastianini when he was on the 2021 Spec Ducati with Gresini Racing. Someone who, of course, has got a history with the Bologna squad and has since been via KTM and now on to Aprilia. Fabiano Sterlachini there sharing a conversation with Massimo Rivola. They will be in deep discussions throughout the winter to try and mastermind Aprilia's step towards the front and mastermind Jorge Martin's World Championship defence. Looking down the timing screens at the moment, he is the leading rider who has changed manufacturers for this season. Of course, you've got Alex Marquez, who stayed team but changed bike. Brad Binder with KTM. Frankie Morbidelli, who's still on the GP24, of course, that he raced this year. Quartararo here on screen 4th, still, of course, with Yamaha. Bagnaia and Marc Marquez still with Ducati, although, of course, Marc Marquez has changed garages. Acosta still with KTM, but has changed garages. Zarco with LCR, and Jorge Martin, your first rider who has changed manufacturers from Ducati to Aprilia, in 9th place at the moment. Looking further down, his teammate Marco Bezzecchi is 3/10 and 5 places behind him at the moment. 4 places behind Marco Bezzecchi in 13th, just ahead of the first of the Tech 3 KTMs, Maverick Vinales in 14th.
Just seeing a tweet, or whatever you want to call it nowadays, on X, whatever, from the Repsol Honda team. Taka Nakagami wasting no time in trying to be a helping hand behind the scenes for HRC. He's decked out in official HRC colours. He's working across all 3 garages today, apparently, to understand the comments of Zarco, Chantra, Mia Marini, and, of course, the HRC test team, Malaysia Spargo. I've got to say, he's looking rather dapper in the new HRC kit. Is Taka also involved? Antonio Jimenez, crew chief to Alicia Spargo for so many years in the factory Aprilia garage. You can see Ken Kawauchi in Repsol Honda's official tweet as well. Of course, Kawauchi, I think he's going to be more heavily involved with the test team beyond the most recent HRC project leader. That duty now being filled by Romano Almiciano. Still plenty of people congratulating and taking the time to offer their well done messages to Jorge Martin.
Surely he's going to relish this challenge, isn't he, in 2025, Jorge Martin? Of course, it's not just the fact that he's going to be with a new manufacturer, but he is going to be the leader of that team. You suspect he's going to be leading Aprilia's challenge, and in many respects that's what he wanted. He wanted the status, didn't he? He wanted the kudos and the status that comes with being a factory rider in MotoGP. He could, of course, have potentially stuck around at Ducati, and I'm sure they would have given him current spec kit. He would have been on a GP25 next year had he stayed with Ducati, but he wanted nothing but factory status for next season. Independent status was no longer satisfactory for Jorge Martin, even though he did become the first independent rider in the MotoGP era to win the World Championship. He has got his wish for next season. He is Aprilia's lead factory star.
Let's have a little listen to Pedro Acosta on board this Barcelona circuit, on board the new KTM. Shame that, because we were briefly on board a hot lap with Pedro Acosta. As we said, well, we rode on board with him for the fastest first sector of the day so far. He's now going to drop down the hill into turn 5. He had quite a scary crash here in practice through the weekend. He'll be certainly a little bit more tentative through that part of the circuit. Of course, a rider who's put so much into development of this 2025 spec RC16 is Paul Espargo, so we can hear straight from the horse's mouth exactly the work that he has been putting in. As Acosta now at the moment, then, this could be the best time of the day so far. Alex Marquez leads with a 1:40.006. It's been a seamless transition over to the GP24 for the Gresini Racing rider. Into 10 we go. Then let's stay quiet and see if this is going to be the best time of the day from Pedro Acosta.
keep cutting away, but that's so unfortunate. Pedro Acosta then on the brand new KTM, out of the last corner, up towards the line. What's he got for us? It's the second fastest of the test. Wow. 1:40.059, 53 thousandths off the pace of Alex Marquez, but already going faster in that first sector. Alex Marquez has come back onto the track. So, I've got information for you about what's going to happen in the lunch break, as Martin's now doing another debrief down there at Aprilia. So in the lunch break, we're going to have some, first of all, the World Freed will go off air for an hour. The lunch break, the timer will still tick down. No one's going to go out the circuit. And it'll be a time for interviews and debriefs, and then we'll bring you that as soon as we come back. All the news and views and opinions as well. But we're not going off air. We're on air all day. And in the gap, we are going to show you all the information that we had from the race a few days ago. Myself, Megan, and Alicia Whitmore will be joining in the commentary box from Sunday's Grand Prix. We'll replay that, but we'll keep the audio and timing and everything that you can see. So all you'll have is just the commentary on in the background as well. Midday Live is coming through at the moment. It is 12 o'clock over there. Let's head back over to the World Feed.
Made all the difference. And he gave Binder 5th in the World Championship, which was some recovery for him, given that he'd started that race all the way down in 18th place on the grid. But you just know from Pedro Acosta's point of view, there'll be a slight tinge of disappointment. Not that he finished 6th rather than 5th in the World Championship this year, but that he didn't win a Grand Prix. The first season in Pedro Acosta's Grand Prix campaign so far that he ended up winless. Here he is on the number 37 now. Of course, came very, very close in the sprint in Motegi to taking that first MotoGP win, be it either on a Saturday or on a Sunday. He's now our fastest rider of this Barcelona test so far, and the first rider to lap this circuit to Barcelona Catalunya in under 100 seconds. 1:39.902 for Pedro Acosta. As you see there, his crew chief Paul Trevathan has followed him across from the Tech 3 box into the Red Bull KTM factory racing box. And Pedro Acosta, being the rider that he is, being the character that he is through his career so far, winning is all he's here for. Of course, he is an entertainer. He is such a popular rider, and he certainly appreciates that MotoGP is a show as much as it is a sport. But Pedro Acosta has not come to MotoGP to finish 5th or 6th in the World Championship. He moved up from Moto2 as the world champion. Of course, Moto3 world champion in his rookie season. Pedro Acosta's sole aim is to win MotoGP. I feel that nothing short of MotoGP victories will be satisfactory for the 37. Given that he came so close on a few occasions this season. On balance, you'd have to say it's a rookie season that was pretty impressive to do what he did, and given how many non-scores he had this season, to only finish 2 points behind his fellow KTM rider Brad Binder with the championship.
I'm going to have to explain this timing screen, because otherwise you're going to get confused. We've just seen Pedro Acosta cross the line. He's done a 1:39.929. That's his last complete lap time. So this is how it works. First of all, crash down! Ayagura's gone down on the deck at turn 1. And into turn 2, the bike has a high side. Pick the bike up and get it going. But Ayagura, that's the second time we've come out of it and we've had a crash. First one was Luca Marini, now Ayagura's gone down. Just looked up and all of a sudden the timing screen was green. Let's take a look at it. So through turn 1, downhill, right-hander, that's okay. Swaps it back over to the left, and the front dips away mid-corner. Very fast crash, he's okay. The bike, though, did hit the air fence. It's ripped off several air fences. Rider okay after crashing out at turn 2. I can actually read that now. No sign of the red flag though, but it has hit the air fence. I wonder if that's going to need a stoppage to the day. Fabien Adeguer goes 19th. So yeah, not the best situation there as well. But we'll keep an eye out if the session does go red or not. Okay, so to explain the timing screen to you, this version, this shows you each sector time. And then the time next to it, so ideally you can see Acosta's 17.3, 34.6, 21.6, then through sector 4. The time next to it, that is the lap time they've done with those sector times. That's why you're seeing them all mixed up. If I take that away, you'll then see the correct timing screen. So this timing screen shows you the best lap times, the lap times they've completed, the number of laps they've done, speed, and etc, etc. So that doesn't show you the sector times, i.e. that's the best lap times. So we decide to show you the sector times because you've already got the running order, and then you've got the sector times, and you've got the times, and it shows you what riders are doing out there, if they're on the long run, a fuel run, or a race simulation. So just helps give you a bit of an idea, but we can swap between the two. And yeah, that's what we created because we can't go full screen with battles. So I hope you like it. Hope it's good. Back to the world feed. Hope that makes you appreciative and understand of what's going on out there. Music live video. Hello, mate. Nice to have you back. Pramac top performing the other day as well. Thanks for playing. No worries at all. And it's all looking good. Hope you're all enjoying it out there. I'll head back to the world feed. As into the pit lane has come one of the Aprilias and the Tech 3 Mavic Vineyard. Let's head back to the world feed.
Finished inside the top 5 in a Sunday Grand Prix. He was always at the sharp end, always in the thick of it. Was the former Moto2 world champion. His best return in MotoGP in terms of podium finishes. On Sundays, 9 podiums he finished with, but ultimately coming up short in not just the fight for the championship, but short in the fight for third overall in the championship, as the 63 then is sticking all over the back of Pecco Bagnaia's factory Ducati. A sight we have not seen for a good couple of years, isn't it? I mean, he's probably still thinking, Lewis, how on earth, after 18 victories in 2024, 11 Grand Prix wins, including the last 3 in Buriram, Sepang, and here in Barcelona, that he still lost the World Championship. 10 points was the final gap between Martin and Bagnaia. The copybook blotted by those 8 DNFs. You always felt that 1 or 2 of them were going to really hurt Bagnaia. Ultimately, as he said himself, Lewis, when he was doing his post-race interview on Sunday, the most hurtful, the most damaging one was the crash at the Sepang Sprint, where he said, going into that turn 9, that tricky first gear left-hander, I was doing nothing wrong, I was slower. A crash that's probably going to give him sleepless nights throughout this winter break. The world champion, the ex-world champion.
Yeah, of course, 8 non-scores over the season, but can't necessarily say that all 8 of those were Pecco Bagnaia's fault. He was involved in some incidents that weren't down to him. Of course,
he has pointed that out on a few occasions.
He had some mechanical issues. He had an issue back at Le Mans. He certainly doesn't feel what happened to him in Aragon was his fault. I think certainly you could blame it both doors, both his and Alex Marquez's, for that controversial incident at Motorland Aragon, which cost him probably 3rd place there and give him those 16 points, and he does win the World Championship for a 3rd consecutive year. But ifs, buts and maybes don't win you a World Championship in the end. I think ultimately, at his best, we've seen the best version of Pecco Bagnaia this season. I think his ceiling is higher now, and I think that's why he's going to be very difficult for Marc Marquez to beat in the factory Ducati team this season. 11 wins out of 20 in a 2024 season, somehow not enough to win the World Championship, but he's proven so good at managing races. When we asked the riders on Thursday what the strengths and weaknesses were of our 2 title contenders, so many said that Pecco Bagnaia was so good at managing races. Once he gets to the front in those early stages, he's so good at keeping his rivals at arm's length and converting lap 1 leads into victories.
Well, for the time being at least, and we certainly hope it's not a permanent arrangement, Augusto Fernandez not on the full-time MotoGP grid next year, but still going to be very busy, and we're going to still see him on more than one occasion next year racing back in MotoGP. It's not been officially confirmed yet, but it's all pointing towards the former Moto2 world champion being Yamaha's official test rider next season. Well, let's find out exactly what the latest news is, because I'm delighted to say Augusto joins Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, not confirmed, but Augusto standing across from me in a blue polo that says Yamaha Racing on and a blue hoodie that says Yamaha Racing on. So, Augusto, I think we can probably guess you've signed for Yamaha.
Yes, I'm very happy. As I've been saying the last races, we were so close to do it, and finally we will do it. I'll be riding with the Yamaha rider, so super happy with the project, getting to know all the guys and how they work, and yeah, just listening now, but yeah, loving it.
When are you going to get your first opportunity to try the bike?
Yeah, it's difficult because I have a lot of work with the Pramac guys and everything, and the new team and the new project. Like this coming for 2025, but we will try to have it before the end of the year. In December. It's not confirmed, but we're trying hard to get the first test of the bike before the end of the year.
And going into next year, I understand obviously Yamaha having 6 wild cards. Are you likely to use up all of them?
Yeah. Luckily, we've been able to. I'll be doing all the wild cards possible. They have 6, so I'll be racing all 6. So super happy. Ready to this new project. Is different, as I said. It's a different role, different. It's hard to see the bikes riding now and not being there, not being on the track, but yeah.
Do you know when the first of those wild cards might be?
No, not 100% sure, but we will discuss the calendar of the test of the wildcards on this next week.
And just finally, have you had the chance to chat with either Carl or Dobby or any of the other guys working in similar roles, just to get an understanding of what life is going to be like?
Yeah, it's good because it looks like, well, Carl has a lot of experience, also Dobby. It's super nice to be with them. All the experience they have on the MotoGP, now the role of a test rider. Can't wait to be working with them, riding with them, and comparing without the stress of the racing weekends, no, like more relaxed riding the MotoGP bike and getting to know all his comments and how they approach all the day. So yeah, really looking forward to all the project.
Good to see you here. Rest up, and we'll, I imagine, see you in Sepang at the start of next year.
Thank you very much.
You don't know, Jack. I mean, yeah, he's standing inside the factory Yamaha garage with a factory Yamaha T-shirt on a factory. Maybe he's just a Yamaha fan that we didn't know about.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe there was some spare clothing left around at the end of the weekend. But hey, he's going to bring plenty of experience, plenty of knowledge to the project. Of course, 2 MotoGP seasons with KTM, but he is such a smart guy, is Augusto Fernandez. And of course, Yamaha have had their issues, haven't they, over the last year or so with test and development rides. Cal Crutchlow has had an injury-hit year, so he hasn't been able to do as much testing as, of course, he would have liked. Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins have picked up a lot of the slack this year in getting a lot of the testing done. And yeah, 6 wildcards for next season for Augusto Fernandez, expecting him, as Jack mentioned there, to take up all of those. Fair to say that his second season was nowhere near as profitable and enjoyable as his first. I think he exceeded many expectations in his rookie season, Augusto Fernandez, with that 4th place at Le Mans and many top 10 finishes, but just never gelled with either the 2024 spec KTM nor the 2024 spec Michelin tyres. And ultimately, he was beaten 20-0 in qualifying this year by Pedro Acosta. He just never got on top of the they're both former Moto2 world champions. Acosta, of course, succeeding Fernandez as Moto2 champion and then firmly putting him in his place at Tech 3.
Just the 1 sprint point all year for Augusto Fernandez. That came with a 9th at Phillip Island, and there was 1 top 10, a single top 10 finish on a Sunday Grand Prix. That was a 10th place in the second to last round at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. It was Marco Bezzecchi then, building up his speed on the factory Aprilia. 41.113, the best from Bez in a first 23-lap stint, as Fabio Quartararo begins another debrief with his crew chief Diogo Gabellini. Quartararo has had a pretty good start to 2025. He's 3rd fastest, and he's going to be hoping that Augusto Fernandez can play the perfect wingman behind the scenes. 140.064 is the best from Quartararo so far this morning. The honours of the busiest rider out on circuit, well, that's still gone to Raul Fernandez. 27 laps he's completed so far for Trackhouse Racing. There's a cheeky wink there from Jorge Martin, which kind of suggests that his first impressions and his first taste of the factory Aprilia have been pretty much positive from the get-go. Well, we know it was because on his second lap he had his shoulder down through turn 5.
Yeah, he's currently in the 12th place, Jorge Martin, 141.0 for him. He's 1.1 seconds off the pace, but I don't think he'll be really looking at lap times and anything like that today. It's all about feeling on the bike. It's all about getting himself acclimatized, not only working with a new team, but of course working with a new motorcycle. It will help him, of course, that he's brought his crew chief with him, Daniele Romagnoli, and I guess as the world champion, I guess he can call the shots really there down at Aprilia now. And it is really a day of learning for Jorge Martin, because he hasn't ridden anything other than a Ducati until today in his MotoGP career. The gold helmet, the golden rider of 2024 in MotoGP. This is run 3 then for Jorge Martin on that factory Aprilia. And as he makes his way through the day, as the plan will continue to be followed, having got those initial early laps under his belt and just understood what kind of motorcycle he's got underneath him, they'll, I guess, now begin to start to make changes to that bike and adapt it to Jorge Martin's style.
32 podiums in 40 races in 2024 for Jorge Martin. He's going to do another practice start here, isn't he, on the factory at Aprilia. They say points make prizes, consistency the key. Jorge Martin scored 80 points more in 2024 than he did in 2023. He was always happy, wasn't he, to sort of settle for a whole bunch of second places, keep racking up the points. Still Akini's first impressions. Both riders have a good feeling. They're impressed with the easy attitude of the bike to get to the apex. So, a happy Bez and a happy Jorge Martin. Yeah, I was just...
Yep, there you go. You wanted to know. You were asking in the YouTube chat, how's Aprilia doing? You now know. Pedro Costa fastest, 1:39.902. We're riding with Jorge Martin then, once again out there on the circuit, seeing what he can do. Just a reminder, during the lunch break, we are going to be travelling down to the paddock to play the midday report from Simon Quayfar and get all the news from the pit lane as well. So we will be going there, and then I don't actually know if we'll have time to show you the race again. So we might be okay. We might just fill a bit of time before handing back to the world feed. So looks like we're going to be live all day with great stuff as well, not having to have any filler. Brad Binder, middle sector, a 31.689. Watch out for him. Might be doing quite interesting lap times. 81 thousandths off the time here to his teammate. We join him now, coming through number 12, back down the hill, into the kink at 13 and 14. The double right, New Holland is the last corner here. Throwing in, knee slider down, elbow down the deck, up to the line. That time for Binder is, well, he stays fourth, but improves on time. It's a 1:42.96, which is an improvement on his time. He's 2/10 down at the end as well. So we've updated the timing screen for you. Best of both worlds, because we haven't got any tyre data. So we've just shifted everything sideways a bit. Jack Appleyard.
I'm Ralph Fernandez, who, as you mentioned, has been the busiest rider out on track this morning. He's 7th fastest. A little bit of a tip-off at turn 2 for reigning Moto2 world champion Ayagura. But let's get some early impressions about 2025 from Trackhouse Racing boss Davide Brivio, who joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. Davide, I think everybody is interested to hear what was I like when he took his helmet off for the first time.
Yeah, he's having a very soft approach, calm approach, thinking a lot and whatever, and quite funny. I mean, he stopped after the first run, and then we asked him, so what's your impression? Nothing to say for the moment. So he gives the feeling that he wants really think about how it's working, try to understand well. Fortunately, okay, he had a small crash now, but it's a left corner, and he was on a soft tire, which was using maybe almost by the end of the life, let's say. We wanted to take a soft approach with soft tire, and so it's good. I like the way to go step by step, trying to understand, taking the time to understand. So yeah, not so much we can say now, only a few laps, but I like the approach.
And as the guys were saying, Raul, the busiest of anybody right now, and I guess that comes as no surprise, because when there's so much change going on at Aprilia, Raul is the one constant. How useful, how important is he going to be in these winter months ahead of next season to try and make sure that everybody feels as comfortable as possible with so much change going on?
Yeah, no, now with Raul, we are working on the same bike that he basically used in the weekend. We have one small test, but also, especially this morning, we're working a lot on the electronic, try to see if we can have maybe a slightly different way to use the bike, to open the throttle and stuff like that. So it's a good opportunity to test and to make, to try maybe new ideas or new ways to ride the bike, because we don't have so much to test in terms of new parts, let's say.
Of course, the last time a world champion, left the team and joined another factory right after being crowned Valentino Rossi in 2003, which you had quite a big role to play in. Now it's happened again with Aprilia. How exciting is it to have the new world champion inside your factory?
Yeah, it's almost, I mean, if you think there are some similarities, because at the time Valentino left Honda when Honda was dominating the MotoGP, and now Martin is leaving Ducati, sorry, when Ducati is dominating MotoGP, so who knows? Of course, Ducati, let's say they end up to have a very good backup solution, no, with Pecco and Marc Marquez. So of course it's a team that will be very difficult to beat. But it's I think it's very interesting. I think going into 2025, that's looking like it could be more balance between manufacturers. The top rider has been more spread around, which I think is very good for the show. So on making this choice, hopefully Ducati made a good job for the entire show of the MotoGP.
You can see the similarities, you say. Well, we all know how that story with Valentino and Yamaha finished. It, well, kicked off with Welcome 2003. Do you think we can see Martin doing the same, Thailand 2025?
Of course, difficult, but why not? Yes.
We'll have to wait to see. Davide, thank you for your time. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, thanks to Trackhouse Racing boss Davide Briviet. Roy Martin, the first world champion to change manufacturers since Valentino Rossi back in 2003 when Honda to Yamaha, of course. That's only happened, well, he's only the sixth rider in Premier Class history to win the title and change brands. Mike Hailwood went from MV to Honda back in 1966. Giacomo Agostini did it, Yamaha to MV in 1976. Marco Lucanelli, Suzuki to Honda in 1982. And then Eddie Lawson, little steady Eddie, from Yamaha to Honda in 1989 and then back to Yamaha in 1990. So what we're witnessing here from Roy Martin does not happen very often in the history of Grand Prix motorcycle racing. Marc Marquez just taking on a bit of food. Probably a cheeky little banana there. Well, if he's being health conscious, maybe it's, maybe it's a big fat piece of chocolate or something.
I'm feeling hungry as it is here. It's been hungry work here in the commentary box for the last 2.5 hours. We'll be heading off the air in around about 35 minutes or so from now for a 1 hour much needed lunch break before we're back on for the final 3 hours of the day. Back on at 2, and we'll be staying on the air until 5:20 this afternoon.
Yeah, save us some chocky, Mark, please.
Yeah.
As the factory of Aprilia boss Massimo Rivola looks on. What an opportunity this is. Like Fabio Sterlachini mentioned to Jack a few moments ago, Aprilia have to look at this as a huge opportunity. Getting a hold of the talents like Jorge Martin. We know on his day, if he's confident and comfortable on a motorcycle, what Marco Bezzecchi can do too. As we pick up the number 72 of Bez through the Catalunya corner. All third gear through here, about 125 kilometres now before you start winding up the wick. The top speed here today, 351.7 kilometres an hour. I think the top speed at the weekend was 358. Of course, that would have been aided with some slipstream in the Grand Prix. Bezzecchi then just pushes himself up inside the top 10. It's been quite an impressive little transition, this, hasn't it? From Bez, from that Ducati GP23, 140.522. Marquez, 9th fastest. He said this year it was just all about plotting, planning for 2025. First of all, initially where to put himself in the best possible position seat-wise to try and fight for that 9th World Championship. And then once he got the factory Ducati seat sealed in Mugello, he said then it was just all about building up that personal database of knowledge, just getting himself prepped. I think he admitted himself, he never really seriously thought he was a title contender, even though the media were hyping it up as you'd expect. So it was all just about Marquez laying the foundations, knowing he'd be on the GP25 next year in the factory team, so that when it's lights out in Burram on March the 1st for our first sprint of the season, he's ready to go.
We saw his father Julio there in the back of the factory Ducati box. I guess the one person who might have a slight regret is about the move that Marquez has made is his father, because he's now going to have to make a decision in which box he's going to stand in next season. It was rather easy for him in 2024. He could just stand in the Grassini box where both Mark and Alex were riding from, and I think Mark really enjoyed that experience as well, riding with his brother. He was particularly emotional after his podium at the Sachsenring earlier in the year, when for the first time in the history of this Great World Championship, both of the Marquez brothers stood on the same podium together, when Marc Marquez finished second, Alex Marquez in third place. Of course, they were supposed to be teammates in 2020, but that only lasted for one Grand Prix weekend. Well, Marc Marquez had that crash that changed his career so much at Jerez. But Marc Marquez has clearly moved up in the world for 2025. He's, as mentioned earlier on, he's here to enjoy himself and get that enjoyment back. That mission was accomplished this season. As mentioned earlier on this morning, his enjoyment in 2025 will only come through winning.
With his very distinctive and actually rather cool-looking Japanese livery here this weekend for his HRC debut as Aleix Espargaro there on the number 41 bike, being chased here by the 25 bike of Raul Fernandez. Yeah, just a little footnote about Marc Marquez, of course, in all the euphoria of celebrations of the World Championship here on Sunday, Marc Marquez actually did take his 150th career podium in that Grand Prix, which means he became just the 5th rider in history, with Rossi, Agostini, Pedrosa and Lorenzo to score 150 podiums. He just loved life. He just had the big smile. He just enjoyed racing once again, did he, Marc Marquez? He spoke in glowing terms about the influence of the Gresini racing team, and of course Honda as well, because 2024 should have actually been the 4th and final year of Marc's unprecedented 4-year contract signed with HRC, but clearly it wasn't really working. Marquez wanted simply a competitive motorcycle to show the world that he could still cut it at the highest level. Released early by HRC, as we saw this year, the rest, as they say, is history. Aleix Espargaro's thinking at the moment, because this will be a very, very different experience, having come off that sort of sweet handling factory Aprilia. Lucio Cecchinello, if you joined us earlier on, LCO Honda boss, said mechanical rear grip. That has been the repeated complaints from Nakagami, from me, who we're looking at on screens right now, Luca Marini and Johann Zarco. One of several sins that HRC need to sort out for 2025.
Yeah, Joan Mir, I think, was very grateful that the season was over. I was about to say he'd have been grateful to see the checkered flag on Sunday, the end of the season, but of course he didn't, did he? For the 5th time in the last 6 Sunday Grand Prix of the season, Joan Mir failed to reach the checkered flag after crashing out earlier on, although I guess a little bit of a different feeling on Sunday here than some of the previous crashes he had. He said he was actually pushing too hard because there was potentially a good result on the table on Sunday. Took his best qualifying of the season, but that was only 13th place. And of course we are talking about a MotoGP world champion here in Joan Mir, but so many DNFs littered through the season. Double DNF in Austin, double DNF in Mugello as well, double DNFs in Indonesia and Japan. And Joan Mir, when he came to the broadcast set on Friday to give his interviews at the end of the opening day of this Barcelona Grand Prix weekend, he just looked a rider fed up and kind of grateful and glad that the season was finally coming to an end. No Q2 appearances all season for Joan Mir, which tells its own story.
Yeah, his Grand Prix DNF here on Sunday was his 15th of the season. In total, in 2 years at Honda, he's had 28 DNFs. That is a lot of gravel to be cleared out of fairings, isn't it, for the number 36? We just saw there on screens Antonio Jimenez. Well, what Antonio doesn't know about Grand Prix motorcycle race, you could write on the back of a postage stamp. He will bring a lot of experience himself into that factory Honda setup. A couple of very good acquisitions, weren't they, by HRC? 2-1 poached Romano Albiciano from Aprilia. Although just reading a few reports on social media that Aprilia are holding Albiciano to the end of his contract, which traditionally runs out at the 31st of December. So I am told that there's no Albiciano inside the Honda garage here today. We won't see Albiciano decked out in HRC club then until the shakedown test in Sepang next year.
Joan Mir in 5th place then at the moment in this current test, led by Pedro Acosta, who set that 1:39.9 around about a half an hour ago. From a Honda point of view, Joan Mir in 5th place. Of course, his teammate Luca Marini, we've already seen go down. We've got a very special guest joining us here in the commentary box. Before we introduce him, we'll head quickly down to pit lane and hear from JBMotorsports, Jack Appleyard. Is it pit lane for us, Jack?
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet before you have Paul in the commentary box with you, but I wanted to get Davide's thoughts and for him to tell us what Mark's first reaction to the 2025 bike was.
Yeah, obviously said that we expect that, but obviously he said that much easier on the turn and the engine a bit more electrical under brackets, and yeah, everything we expected, and we knew that 25 was 23. So the big step was done from 23 to 24.
In terms of the rest of the day, what's going to be the plan now for both Pecco and for Mark?
Yeah, I think that trying to make some tests to give the feedback to the engineer what are eventually complaints to work on during the winter and to bring to Sepang.
Of course, your focus is here, but just finally, I imagine quite interested to see what Jorge and Enea do on different bikes.
Sure, we know that Jorge, Enea, and also Bethek will be fast on KTM and the previous, but we trust our guys and our engineers. Pretty happy about the lineup of the riders and we'll see, because as you know, till mid-championship nobody can know who will fight finally for the championship. I think that we will be there since the first race and we trust a lot our riders.
Thanks, Davide.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much to Jack. Thanks to factory Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi. Now, we told you we were going to have another very special guest join us in the commentary box, and I'm absolutely thrilled. It gives me so much pleasure to welcome current KTM test rider, former Moto2 world champion, and just all-round good guy, Paul Espargaro, into the commentary box. Paul, first of all, thanks very much for joining us. And looking at the timing screens, Pedro Acosta fastest. It looks like you've done a very good job with that new KTM.
Thank you very much. I'm really enjoying this day, mate. It's been a while since I'm not enjoying as much as I'm doing while I'm not riding, actually, because I'm not riding. But it's super interesting to be here around to hear what the guys say, the new ones, also the new stuff, to see the new stuff rolling, like we are seeing Pedro trying different aeros, and you know, it's an emotion. It's super emotional.
It feels like Christmas Day for us, doesn't it, when we're in MotoGP? All the new bikes, all the different liveries and special liveries. We'll talk about your brother Aleix very soon, because he's got an absolutely brilliant set of leathers and helmet. Let's talk though about KTM. Of course, you do so much great work behind the scenes as a part of the test team. What do you think, or what have you told them are the key areas that they really need to focus on for 2025?
Well, actually, you know, there is these topics where you always try to get more, like turning, acceleration, not by torque, by traction, better stopping. We are seeing our bike normally going super sideways, so it's super interesting to hear what Enea and what Mavericks are bringing to the team, like that we can really focus in some areas that maybe we think they are good and actually they are not, or on areas that we think we are struggling but actually they are very, very nice. So it's important to know that we have our strong points, for sure, we have our weaknesses, but it's good to hear these guys coming to the factory, because the guys that are currently on, like Pedro or myself or Brad or Danny, you get used to of these bad manners of the bikes, and then it's difficult to understand where you are losing as much just when you are behind a guy. But the first impression that Maverick and Enea are having, it's wow, it's super interesting.
What have been the first impressions from Maverick and Enea? Have you had a chance to speak to either of them yet and get their feedback from their initial runs on the KTM?
Yeah, well, we are there in the team. Danny is the guy in charge to go and talking to the riders. I'm trying to let them some space, because there is so much people around that they want to hear what the guys say. So it's important to keep them calm also, not stressed or not, you know, ask them too much or too much questions. We are gonna have plenty of time during the winter and also during the preseason. So now just they were happy. They said the bike is good. They are happy riding the bike, and yeah, they need a lot of experience, a lot of lap, putting new tires, and then for sure when they start to push, which I believe they are not going 100%, they are going to start to feel the best points and the weaknesses for sure.
let's talk about this very special talent on screens right now, Paul. Already leading this test here in Barcelona with a 1:39.690 on another good fast lap right now. It's Pedro Acosta. You have the privilege of sort of seeing how he works closely, being part of the KTM operation. I'm sure you'll see his data. We know he's just an incredible talent. What have you made of his rookie season? I mean, there was going to be highs, there was going to be lows, as always, for a rookie, but what's your overall impression about the job that he did this year?
Yeah, Pedro is an amazing character. You know, it's not just a good rider, it's all around him. He's good riding the bike, also he's super honest, he's humble, he's such a worker guy. I mean, it's very difficult to find this in just one man, but also young as he is, because he's very, very young. Sometimes we forget that this actually his first year in MotoGP. Next year is going to be the second one, because sometimes we were asking him a lot, maybe too much, and then I'm talking as a fan, not as in KTM, you know, and then you realize how young he is, how is his experience in MotoGP, how low is his experience in MotoGP, and even like that, performing amazingly good at the level of Brad Binder. So this is just insane.
Looking at his season, he said himself he almost needed to take a step back at one point and appreciate that sometimes finishing 4th or 5th might be a good result rather than chasing podiums, chasing wins. Can you understand that? Of course, you were a rookie in MotoGP once, and of course you come into the class and you just want to do the best you can rather than thinking about the result. Can you understand Pedro's mindset, and also what do you think is possible from him next season? Do you expect him to take that quantum leap forward in his second season?
I mean, nobody expect what he was doing this year. Actually, so early. We were talking with Danny at the beginning of the year, and we were expecting that maybe in Jerez, when we were to start these European races, maybe he could start to just say hello to the top guys, top 5. But wow, he did much earlier than that.
Podium in his second race.
Podium, yeah, he was there already straight away.
The first guy he ever overtook in MotoGP was Marc Marquez in Qatar, wasn't it?
And we have to say that now the level of MotoGP is super high. There is not just 4 bikes as in the past to fight for the top 3 positions, like 2 Hondas, 2 Yamahas. Now there is 8. It was 8 Ducatis on track. It means that, and the Ducati were performing very good. So it means that what he did, if we put that on perspective, it's amazing. It's really, really good. Really, really good.
What about Brad in the other side of the garage? Of course, another strong season for Brad. He finished 5th in the World Championship, 2nd year in a row. He's been the top non-Ducati in the World Championship, but not quite as close to the Ducatis as he was last season. Now, obviously, not all of that is down to Brad, but qualifying in particular, we've seen Brad struggle to get into the top 10. He's had a lot of Saturdays where he started in qualifying 1. What in particular do you think has been the source of some of his problems this year?
Yeah, you know, it's very difficult. The most difficult thing in MotoGP is to stay constant on the results. Even if you have an amazing talent as Brad is a serious guy, yesterday I was talking with, I don't remember, sorry about that, but I was talking to someone talking about that, how serious is Brad. You know that having Brad on the team, you know that he's always going to give 100%. He's not going to surrender ever. And this is something that is amazing because he showed it. During the year, for sure, was not the best year with the best podiums. Also, we need to recognize that we, KTM, were not in the level to perform as we wish. But he was keeping pushing, and he was fighting for the top 5 in the championship, which is amazing. Even in a season where you are not matching everything perfect, to be top 5 in the championship, that's just amazing. So we need to give some credit to Brad. Brad is a hard worker, he's super humble. He is a very good guy to make team building. Everyone loves him, not just because his result, also because his personality. And this is something that it's very difficult to find.
Paul, you're sat here, of course, in the orange and blue of KTM. We know you've got close connections to the Austrian factory, but of course, in your first season full-time away from racing, you've been doing a lot of work with our TV colleagues in Spain, DAZN. I've heard that you're absolutely phenomenal, fantastic at your new job. So we'll talk a little bit more generally about this year's MotoGP and what we might see in 2025 as well. First of all, the new number 1, Jorge Martin, 32 podiums in 40 races. You know, we've seen Jorge come back through some difficult moments, some big injuries. He has been fantastic this season, and when you think how good Pecco Bagnaia was as well. For Jorge to beat him and win the championship was something special this year.
Yeah, when you see the numbers and you see Pecco Bagnaia finish second in the championship, what?
With 18 he won 18 races.
Yeah, it's just wow. It's insane that you know that Pecco have not won the world title this year with such many victories, many points. Whoops, Chantra.
Oh, Chantra's down. Chantra's down on the deck, so he's crashed out. Looks like at turn 10, bottom of the circuit. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, Chantra down at turn 10. Rider is okay. Turns in and front dips away just as he gets on an entry there. Just a quick update. Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia are now on the GP25 bikes. And Chantra, that's his first crash. That is literally now ripped away, sort of the cheek of the bike on the right-hand side. So that's going to be him done for the morning session. We'll go into the hour lunch break and then we'll be back out this afternoon as well. But yes, 25 bikes around. Look at that from Pecco Bagnaia, 139.398. Alex Marquez second. Marc Marquez still getting used to it. He's now 11th place as well, but doing the lap times. Final bit of interviews then back with the world feed. This is fantastic stuff. And look at Martin. He too is still getting up there in 8th place. He's yet to put on the 25 bike. We are in for an amazing season, and we haven't even officially started it yet. Let's check back in as well.
And the battlings are going to be more face-to-face next year, which that's amazing. But, you know, talking about Pecco, what he did this year and being second in the championship, it means how good is Jorge. Win the championship with a satellite team with not the same resources that Pecco. It means that he was working a lot to make it, and his talent is huge.
I'm sure at DAZN you've spoken a lot, of course, about Marc Marquez, a rider you know very well, of course, former teammate with him. Are you as excited as the rest of us to see him and Pecco Bagnaia in the same box next year?
Yeah, for sure. It's impossible not to say so. Because, you know, they are two very big names. I mean, there is a lot of, after this year, a lot of victories and so many titles, world titles in just inside the pit box. And it's been a while since we don't see this such a strong bike with such a strong two riders in the same team. You know, it's like, I hope the results are not exactly the same, but you know, we are seeing in football Real Madrid this year, you know, like having an amazing names on the team, but not reaching the best results because that's a teamwork. In MotoGP, I think you split the work in two and you have two small teams inside one team. Just the only doubt I have is if they are going to be able to work together as a team. Meanwhile, they are fighting for the championship because I have no doubts they are going to be there.
It was a different scenario for you, Paul, but of course you have been in that unique position where you have been teammates with Marc before. What was that experience like? Because you know, Pecco is used to harmony in the garage. He had a great relationship firstly with Jack Miller. He had a great relationship with Enea Bastianini. We know that Marc he's got his own specific demands. He likes to control things. So how do you think those two will gel together? And do you think it's going to be quite a tough challenge for the Ducati management moving forward?
Yeah, that was my question. You know, like in the past, you know, it was Jack there, as you said, it was Enea, but it was nobody that really was fighting with him like Jorge was doing. You know, for example, what would happen if Jorge would be in the same team, you know, super close to Enea, day by day, session by session, seeing each other on the events, on the pre-events together, with the factory, fighting for the same factory, with the same sponsors, you know, that changed quite a lot. So the point is that we are going to see the real Enea this year, where he's going to be with his first enemy and rival just super close in the pit box. How he's going to manage the situation. I believe after seeing yesterday Sunday, how he was actually celebrating Jorge Martin's championship. That's something that I have to say I never seen in my life.
Yeah.
Such a sportive, finish and up, after losing.
Yeah.
This guy is something special. He's super humble, and this is gonna help to the team to build up. But in the same time, when the competitions get high and results get tight, we will see. Uppsala.
3 out of 3 rookies have now gone down because Fermin Aldeguer is now on the floor. Aldeguer currently our fastest rookie, and he's also gone down at turn
5.
Number 5.
Yeah, 5, it's gone down. Look how he's done it then. So downhill on the Grassini. This is the GP24 bike they're running. Just midway through the corner, the front buckles away, and it rips off one of the fairings. Again, the left-hand side of the cheek of the bike getting a rip-off, and yeah. Just a simple down. So easy to do at turn 5 as well. That's the hardest point on the circuit, in my opinion. But yeah, back to the World Pole.
Here every year in June, July. I was racing here in my birthday, so it's 10th of June. And this year we race here in May. So temperature normally here are very good, are hot, and normally track temperature is close to 40, 45 degrees. But we are facing 25 degrees on track, which is very cold. And then you need to add on is that we have a corner 3, it's a very long right corner. Corner 4 is a very long also right corner. The temperature on the track is not high, the wind is cold, and the temperature of the tire is dropping so much. So for these rookies, I believe it's very difficult to manage this situation because they don't know the tires, they don't know how they feel with hot or low temperature, they don't know their bikes. And like, for example, the crash we have seen with Aldeguer, it's something super understandable. It's very difficult to face it.
And of course, you yourself this year had to get used to life after racing. We know that you're still very much heavily involved in the paddock, which is great to see. You're still obviously, well, I think, what was it, your best result this year? 10th in San Marino.
Yeah.
You still got it, mate, haven't you? Yeah. Still got it.
Still enjoy it, yeah.
Yeah, still enjoy it. But obviously, Aleix, it's going to be a completely new journey, a new chapter for him this year. I mean, did you talk a lot about it, sort of preparing him for what to expect? I mean, I know he's still going to be very busy working for HRC, but how do you think Aleix is going to adjust to what's going to be a very, very different lifestyle?
Yeah, Aleix was looking for something like that because it's really difficult to imagine the pressure of these guys are currently having every day to perform, how they need to push themselves during the race weekends and also in their lifestyle life to be the best one every day and question yourself every time to say, oh, I can be better. And Aleix, he reached a point where he have a lot of things in his head, thinking about what he wants to do in the future. He wants to be with the family. Also, he likes a lot bicycle. He wants to do something related to that before he gets too old. And yeah, and
too old is when you get to my age. Don't worry about that.
I'm not saying that, man. No, but sure, Aleix wants to do something different, different things in life, which it's super understandable after so many years here in the paddock. And yeah, you know, to go to on this is an amazing target, an amazing goal, and to make them win again or be in the top again, it's a great adventure.
Yeah, because when you last rode for Honda, I think you were already speaking then about how the culture needed to change for them to take steps forward. From the outside, are you seeing those signs of change now? Of course, they brought in Romano Albiciano for next season, so is there a clear change of culture going on at Honda which you feel will bring them rewards?
Yeah, they are working. I know they are working huge, but you know, it's not just about working or resources, how much money you have to deliver the results. It's not about that. It's just everything together, like how you work, how is the organization inside the factory, how is the test team, because test team is a very important part of this world right now, where these guys are racing every weekend, twice per weekend. They have no time anymore. Before, in the past, maybe they had, but now they don't have time to test during the race weekend. So it's very important to have a strong test team. I've seen now that this is very, very important for the progression of the manufacturers, where the level is so high and technology also it's so advanced.
And what about your personal plans for 2025, Paul? You did 3 wildcards this year. Has it already been finalised and discussed what your plans are for next season in terms of maybe doing a few more wildcards next year?
Yeah, I think I reach a place or a moment in my life which I'm comfortable. I mean, I still need to push myself. I need still to stay, you know, physically very good. But in a way that I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying so much. I'm talking with the zone on the TV, explaining to the people at home what's happening, because these bikes, as you can see, they are every year and even every weekend a little bit more complicated, with more aerodynamics, more devices on the bike, and it's very difficult even for me sometimes to explain what the other manufacturers are doing to the TV when they ask me. But it really match it together with the test team. I can be here with the guys, I can hear what they say, they complaining, and then when I'm on the test team, I'm performing better. So really enjoying my life right now, and yeah, I hope just to keep everything for the next year.
Has it been what you expected? I mean, obviously, you guys are riding motorcycles since you're 4-5 years of age, all working towards being in MotoGP, being successful as you were, winning the Moto2 World Championship, but it's so much hard work, so much dedication, so much sacrifice that you have to put in. So, sort of stepping away a little bit, have you missed it, or did you feel like the time was right?
Yeah, I missed it. There is no way if you love
nothing
that sport,
can replace it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an amazing feeling, especially when you perform, when you do a good result after finish 10th in San Marino, Misano, after a crazy race, raining and stopping. That was the feeling that you are able to finish in that top 10 position in a MotoGP class where the level is so high this year. Wow, Maverick is flying now. 39.9 already first day.
He likes the KTM there.
He looks like he's enjoying it. Really love it. Yeah, as I was saying, I mean, I always gonna miss it, even for sure when I'm gonna be 60, 70 years old. But you need to realize also where is your level. My level as my fire mood when I'm on the bike is not the same one that when I see, for example, Brad or now Maverick or Pedro, this energy the young guys bring, it's just insane. And sometimes you feel that you need to step apart and let them go into the factory because they are gonna perform better than you. So I'm just enjoying when I see these guys performing like that.
Is that something that changed in you following the crash in Portimao? Do you just look at riding and at racing a lot differently since that crash?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, after the crash, it's not just... I realized it was not just about myself anymore. You know, I have 2 daughters, my wife for sure, and, to be at home and to not be able to catch your daughter that is trying, trying to say, you please keep in your hands, and you cannot catch her because you have pain in your back or in your arms or whatever, that was painful. So yeah, I think I decided right. Also, I let the space to Pedro, which, look what he's doing. He's performing amazing, and for sure everything matters after seeing what Pedro is doing this year.
Just quickly, I mean, obviously we're looking at some new faces in KTM this year. Maverick Vinales and Enea Bastianini, both of them have huge experience. They know what it takes to win pretty well every Grand Prix class they've been in that they've won, or they've won World Championships. I mean, what do you think is the expectation from those two? I mean, sometimes we can see Maverick maybe a little bit up and down, but what do you personally expect from the two of them next year?
Yeah, Maverick, we know it's this kind of passionate rider where he took everything super to the limit, and he really needs to feel it to make it. Enea, it's completely opposite, I believe. It's more flat, he is more controlled. You never know what's going to happen because he always keeps that kind of secret inside of him. But it's nice to work with these two characters. That two guys, they have a lot of experience. Maverick have won with every bike he have jumped in MotoGP. Hope this is the next step that he can fight for the title also with the KTM. And Enea also, he performed very good the last 2 years, and he showed an amazing performance on the Sundays or Saturdays that we were not even expecting he were able to do that. So they are super different characters coming from very different bikes, 2 Italian bikes actually. So for sure we have some pros and some contras. Let's try to improve that contrast a little bit more and keep that pros to make that 2 guys flying in a short future.
That would be an incredible story, wouldn't it, for Maverick Vinales, having already won MotoGP races for Suzuki, Yamaha and for Aprilia, if he was to make it for a different brand. Well, that would be a unique achievement in the history of the World Championship. Paul, I could sit here and talk to you all day, buddy. Fascinating to get your thoughts. Keep up the good work, both at KTM and with Dazzo, because I heard, well, I know that you do a fantastic job for
Thank
both.
you very much,
It's
guys.
great
Thank
to
you.
see you. A pleasure to have you. And,
My pleasure.
Enjoy the winter and the Christmas break with all your girls.
Thank you very much. Gonna miss you guys in the next day. So we see each other in the first race of 2025.
See you there.
See you there, Paul.
See ya.
Thank you very much indeed. Fantastic, isn't it, to get the thoughts of a guy and a rider who's still very much involved in the MotoGP World Championship. Great insight there from Paul Espargaro. Then he's done a pretty good job, hasn't he, as the KTM test rider as well, because Pedro Acosta, third fastest. Brad Binder also inside the top 6. He is just such a fantastic, likeable, lovable character, isn't he, Paul Espargaro? Obviously, you can't see myself and Lewis here in the commentary box at the back of the paddock in Barcelona, but throughout that brilliant 25 minutes or so that we had with Paul, he just had a massive beaming smile on his face the whole time. Great stuff.
Yeah, the love of the sport certainly hasn't gone for Paul, of course, as he outlined to us there. That crash in Portimao at the start of last year has certainly changed things from his point of view, and you can totally understand that from his point of view. And good to have him in the box then when Maverick Vinales did go up into 4th place. In many respects, that's the performance of the morning so far for Maverick on his first morning on board the KTM R16. We know he does tend to go well in testing, but be that as it may, he's up in 4th place at the moment. And
yeah, music live video, I should say, going through as well. Struggling to adapt at the moment on that Yamaha seems to be the case at the moment. We've got 3 minutes to go then of this session. Would all the bots please go away? I'm having to click so much. I can't engage in the commentary. I'm doing my job because I'm having to moderate the chat. So bots, go away. We're not Twitter or whatever X is these days that Elon Musk has got. So Ducati just rigging up some new microphones. Davide Tardozzi is talking with the VR46 squad then. So Gigi Dall'Igna, actually, on the front there. So everyone's getting ready on the GP24 bikes. It's Pecco Bagnaia who's topping this morning part of the session on a 139.398. Thank you very much. It got cold in the commentary box. It's because it snowed here yesterday where we are. So it's very cold. So I only had this jumper on. So I thought, I'll put a jacket on as well. And yeah, Los Angeles Lakers. I think I just support LA a lot, really. 49ers I support as well. Or is that San Francisco? Could be San Francisco with the 49ers, isn't it? Yeah. Purple for Aprilia. What's the temp here? Where I am, it is 3 degrees. It's 3 degrees. It's quite funny, actually. Over in Barcelona, track temperature is now at 13 degrees, air temperature 18 degrees, 60% chance of rain over there. Here, it's 3 degrees. It is freezing. I've literally got a heater. Can I put it up? Yes, I can. I've got a heater in the commentary box on maximum setting, you might notice. And that's right alongside me because the air is freezing here as well. Oh, here come the bots again with 140 go. Catch the final thoughts of the world feed then, and I'll be back before we go to break.
Channels and, of course, the live timing available on MotoGP.com will keep you bang up to date with what's happening. And if anything of note does happen during the next hour, we will bring you well and truly up to speed when we come back on air in an hour's time.
Well, that's the end of the TV pictures for the first hour because we're now going to go into the lunch break. We're staying on air here on JB Motorsports. We're going to bring you the updates from the paddock update as well from Simon Crayfart and everything there. SHT, hello Sean, what did you say? Did Fermin get a crasher? Yes, all the rookies have crashed coming into today at the moment. That is something I can confirm to you back at home. Wonderful day then here. The morning session complete. Pecco Bagnaia fastest, 139.398 here with Alex Marquez in second. It's third on the run for Pedro Acosta. Maverick Vinales is in fourth. Fabio Quartararo fifth. 6th for Brad Binder, 7th Juan Mir, 8th Franco Morbidelli, 9th goes to Jorge Martin, and 10th goes to Marco Bezzecchi as well. Further down, Ralph Fernandez, Marc Marquez, Jan Zarco, Alex Rins, Aleix Spargo, Luca Marini, Miguel Oliveira goes in as well. Then taken down with Mikhail Pirro and Fermin Ardeguer. And Bastianini, Jack Miller, Somkat Jancha, Ayagura, Lorenzo Salvadori as well coming through into the mix. Right, we're staying on air here on JB Motorsports, so don't go anywhere over the next hour because we are going to be having updates from the circuit as well. We're keeping all the timings open on the blogs. And also, we're going to have now the chance to go down. Oh my God, the amount of things that are coming through. We're going to have now a chance to go down as well and get ready. I'm having to hide them all, and it's getting quite tricky. How many days do MotoGP have testing? They have 2 3-day tests, so 6 days plus today. Then there's a 3-day shakedown as well. So around about 10 days they have to test and get everything else sorted. The amount of concentration I'm having to do so I don't block the wrong people. I apologise if I do. I'll immediately sort it out. Barcelona testing will resume at 2 o'clock local time. That's in 1 hour's time here for the TV production for MotoGP and the first test of the season. So the signal's gone now out there. What we are going to do is head down to the trackside and bring you all the latest information as well from the midday report. We've got 3 hours, 58 minutes and 45 seconds to go at the moment. A few riders still circulating out on the track as well. That is Aleix Spargo, Fermin Ardeguer as well. The lunch break is officially now. However, that never becomes official. This is the 1 p.m. results as well, where everything comes through. Is Jorge Martin on the GP25? Not just yet. They're going to be shifting over to the GP25 later on for Yamaha, so that is going to remain just the same as well. Aleix Spargo actually just goes into 9th place on a 1:14 coming into it as well. Okay then, let's go through and have the midday report. This was about an hour ago, so I need to find out where they put it, if they actually put it on anywhere on the board. New Rookies Generation, that's 2 hours ago. I don't think they've put it on. Dear me, was it really that bad they didn't put it? So you might actually get that reply coming through sooner than you might think, actually, as well, because we cannot find where that midday report has come from. Thumbs up there and all smiles coming through. So I am checking. I will check to see where it is. Checking the notifications as well. Usually they have that on MotoGP Live for the midday Barcelona test. Did tweet get deleted? No, it did not. Hey, 23 minutes of coverage. Fine by me. Let's have a word with them then and get all the latest news, views in the pit lane, starting from the pit lane. Let's head down to the paddock then and get the news from the latest at midday.
Ahora Instagram también. Todo bien.
The very first day of the 2025 MotoGP season, and it has been a very busy day already. So much going on today with new riders coming in. We've got 3 rookies on the grid this year in MotoGP in 2025, and also so many team changes as well. So, for the final time this year, it's Jack Gorst here, and alongside our pit lane reporter, also for the final time as well, Simon Crayford joining us as we're going to dive into it basically. And Simon, well, we may as well get started with one of the big changes so far, and it's in the Ducati garage, which thankfully we'll be able to speak to Davide Tardozzi in just a few moments. Marc Marquez comes in alongside Pecco Bagnaia. What do you think?
Well, I think the same as most people think. He's going to fight for the title, you know. 20 podiums from the 22. GP23 this year. I mean, and he's about
Sí,
to
sí,
get the best bike on the
pero
grid,
¿cómo
so-
puede ser que se haya colado el audio?
It's going to be absolute bombshell, and actually the garage is just opening now, and that's good timing because we do need to go and grab Davide Tardozzi for a quick word. So let's see if we can dive through, and also you get the very first glimpse at Pecco Bagnaia back with the number 63
If
on
I'll
the
tell
bike.
you what might work, Jack, they're about to head out. That's why the garage is open. We can explain what's lined up here before we duck through, if you want. So just while we're looking at them, the one on the very left here is a GP25, I believe. Let me double check to see if it's moved around. No, sorry, that's the GP24, all in red. And then next door to it is a GP25, I guess, the first version, but it has a totally different chassis. I first saw it in Misano, and very thin, and I imagine super flexible. And I can tell the new engines because they have a different slave cylinder for the clutch in behind the fairing. So you can see Pecco has lined up a GP24, the first version of the GP25, and I saw it, it's been wheeled off at the moment, but he has a hybrid. It's a GP25 engine and the GP24 chassis, so I guess they can then just test the new engine with the old chassis to make sure. So this one here is, let me have a nosy around the back. Yeah, GP24 all over, engine and chassis. But yeah, they're back-to-backing everything, not aero yet. I've heard they've got some pretty aero coming.
Of course, yeah. Right, come on then, follow us. Let's go find Davide Tardozzi. Thankfully, Ducati have been kind enough to allow us through the garage. And of course,
that's the hybrid. So the GP24 chassis, new engine. So the full GP25 is hiding somewhere. We saw it warm up this morning because he had 3 machines. Pecco in the garage.
Okay, so we have Davide. Davide, firstly, thank you very much for taking time out of your busy day to join us, because we know it's a very, very busy day for you indeed. Thank you. It looks good, eh? It does look good. How's the day going so far? All good? How is Mark on coming into the team?
Yeah, the first feedback on Mark is obviously good, because we knew before that passing from 2023 to 2025 it was already a step ahead, and we had the first feedback, and it showed what we was expecting. And yeah, we'll see what it will be the development during the day, and the information he will give, and the request he will give to Gigi and the engineers for the winter and the spark.
I'll hand over to Simon, because I'm sure he wants to get stuck into you about a few details.
Well, really, I would love to know what the aim is today. If you could, we can see, if you don't mind, I could see the chassis that I saw in Misano, a GP24 looked like completely a new chassis. You can tell with the clutch slave cylinder, the different clutch area, that I guess that's the new engine, but that chassis and engine. And on another bike warming up this morning, I saw the new engine with that different clutch slave cylinder, but with the old chassis. So we're having a proper back-to-back there.
Yeah, we have slightly different things, and yeah, you're right. You are the first that noticed that. Congratulations. But anyway, it's true, and we are trying to make a small step by small step, just to know what it will be, the development coming from 2024 to 24 and a half, and then 25. You know? That's the steps, and but I think that the main is that Mark immediately told us that the 25 bike is much easier to ride, and he has some small complaints or area when you want to work immediately, but it is a matter of setup. But the first feedback is
apparently, just for the listeners, Gigi mentioned in his debrief that the 25 is aimed at improving the braking area.
Yeah, I think that the biggest step was done last year from 23 to 24, while this year it's like it was from 22 to 23, and now we make a small step, because I think that we make a major step with the 24, and now we are trying to, suit the bike perfect for the rider's riding style, and trying to take in mind what was always the problem of Pecco this year, and we focus on that.
David, I have one more before I hand over to Jack. I have to ask the aim of the new engine.
Be more easy to ride on the bottom, more electrical.
Thank you, David.
Just before we let you go, Davide, we'd quite like to ask about Pecco, how he's doing. Of course, we know at the weekend losing out on the title. I'm sure that he was a little bit down, a little bit deflated, but we see him in the box, back to work, looking ready to go.
Pecco already think about 2025 and trying to keep back the #1. For sure, it was a huge, I would say, problem to put down to the throat. But in the end, Sunday night was already finished, and it was really fantastic when Sunday night he met Jorge in the discotheque on a Dorna party, and I love the respect that those two riders have to each other. But again, Pecco is looking forward to improve the 25 bike. He's our leader so far, while Mark will he steps in the garage with the humility of a newcomer and not as a 8-time world champion, because he's an intelligent guy. And I think that we will have two fantastic riders this year, and I'm so proud to be in this team, because with those two riders we will enjoy the 2025.
I have one more, sorry, that you asked about Pecco, and it got me thinking. People have asked me about Jorge's improvement over the year, but the thing that I would like to know from you is, Pecco, does he need to improve anything for next year? Because it looks at the end of the season that he already did it. I'd love to hear from your point of view.
I think that Pecco shows that he's the fastest, not overall. I think that in 1 year we must say that he's the fastest. Obviously, he's been beat by somebody else several races, but I think that for more, 2/3 of the championship was the fastest. Sometimes he has to understand that it's better third place than taking those risks that he took it. But in a way, he's a champion. He's twice MotoGP champion. I think that he will win more championship in the future. So for us, he's a huge asset for the future.
Thank you, Davide, and I'm sure that we'll meet plenty of times next year.
Thank you, Davide. We'll let you get back to your busy work, because we know it's a long day. So, thank you. I love that from Davide there, saying he's sure that Pecco will win more championships in the future. That's kind of fighting talk, isn't it? But it also means that, you know, he's going to have to do it against his new teammate, Marc Marquez, and that is not going to be easy.
Yeah, I had to stir Davide there, because he likes going up and pushing the stewards, and he knew exactly what I meant.
He did.
So we'll meet plenty of times. And he's got Mark riding for him, who likes pushing the limit, you know, so yeah, I'm sure we'll meet plenty. But that is going to be an interesting show as it plays out for everybody to watch. Mark, with his determination and skill and racecraft, and Pecco, you know, who with his speed. I really think Pecco's still going to have the speed over Mark, but the points are on Sunday, and Mark's so good at Sundays.
Let's talk about the rookies next, Simon. We'll get them out of the way, and then we'll go into factory by factory. Of course, Somkiat Chancho coming into LCR, Fermin Aldeguer, Ingressini, who's straight out of the box, seems to be done a good job on his first couple of runs, and then also Ayagura at Trackhouse. Very different situations for all three of them. Aldeguer joining onto the best bike, Somkiat joining into a bike at the minute that is still in its redevelopment arc, and Ayagura onto, you'd say, maybe the second or third best, depending on how you look at KTM and Aprilia. What's the job for them today?
Really, as you get on one of these machines for the first time, things are happening too fast for your mind. And people might have experienced that. Say, for example, if you go go-karting, you know, karting on something fast, that happens, you know, everything happens so quick. You need a few sessions to react in time.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way. Riding these bikes, you have to be ahead of them. And when, you know, like, so you're preparing everything. And when you first get on them, it's impossible. You're behind them and you're going for the ride, you know, and that's what they'll be going through today.
Absolutely. I mean, with 300 horsepower and the way that these things decelerate as well, which is always actually the biggest thing that every rider says, it's just the way these things stop is unbelievable. Now, we're coming down to Yamaha because there's a big story in it. Yamaha, of course, Pramac, who were just walking past, who just won the Riders' World Championship with Jorge Martin. Now switching over to Yamaha with two different riders in there, with Jack Miller and Miguel Oliveira. A lot of experience in that team, and now with Yamaha expanding to 4 bikes, hopefully we'll really start to see some progress.
Well, it's going to make a difference. I mean, we saw that it was still hard for Aprilia, you know, getting 2 more bikes on the grid. Maybe also harder because their 24 bike didn't make the step forward, maybe even step backwards in some areas, aero, for example. But Yamaha, they've got the freedom of, I just saw a bike coming past on a trailer. So on the live, someone's fallen off. I thought it was a
one of the Pramac bikes, or
no, one of the. I'm sorry. Yeah, one of the Aprilias. So what I want to say is Yamaha, they have the advantage of D ranking in MotoGP, meaning concessions. So with D ranking, you can do so much more. All of the testing that riders are allowed to join where Aprilia can't.
Yeah.
So to have 2 more bikes on the grid, their riders are allowed to test at any Grand Prix circuit, long as it's not 14 days before a GP.
Yeah.
And with their actual riders, not just test riders. So having 4 riders and 4 machines means 4 feedback, you know, so it's going to help. And they can get their riders to do different things, you know. I'm sure huge difference. But race weekend, we saw Ducati, how with 8 bikes on the grid, everyone is a certain level at the end of Friday, and Ducati make the step overnight because they've got 8 riders and crew chiefs feedback.
So let's move on to talk about KTM and Aprilia, because we know that those two are the closest competition to Ducati. They're kind of constantly locked in this war where it seems like one weekend KTM perhaps better than the next weekend Aprilia are better. And we know that Aprilia have just pinched the new world champion from Ducati, and KTM have their new superstar in Pedro Acosta on there. Let's start with Jorge Martin, because it seemed that after the first run he was quite happy and quite optimistic with what he felt.
I'm not surprised, because the general feedback from the Aprilia, because you were asking kind of about that before, what the rookies will be feeling getting on their machines, and the Aprilia is quite famous for nice handling, you know, and corner speed. For example, 22 and 23, it was the best bike at Assen.
Yeah.
You know, beautiful. So as a rider, it's so nice to ride a machine that's nice in the corners, you know, and then as you get up to speed, you'll find some weaknesses. In general, the Aprilia is known for, they tell us, not enough deceleration, braking area. They need to improve that, and it's a little bit slower down the straight.
Yeah.
You know, the KTM and Ducati is so fast, and so they lose in that area. So Jorge will find things like that. And I've got to add, Aprilia riders been saying lack of rear grip recently, you know, so they'll be the things that pop up as Jorge really goes fast, and he will.
He will, and already the lap times he's putting in, not too bad. I haven't checked in the last 5 minutes or so, of course, but I think he was only around about 1.5 off the top time from today, which isn't too bad at all for first few runs. On KTM, of course, Pedro Acosta comes into the actual full-on factory KTM team. And I mean,
I have to give the listeners a little bit of info on that. I spoke to a few team members, and they're saying how it works now is it's going to be all KTM branded.
Yeah.
But the only difference in the front of the garage is the front of the garage, where they have different crew chiefs, teams around them, and the support behind those 4 machines, both 2 Tech 3 and KTM factory, is the same people.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the whole support team, computer guys, engineers, everything is the same. It's a way of making those two teams on the same level.
Yeah.
And it's the way that allows you to get riders of the same level in Tech 3, because you can't sell a rider on a satellite team if he's a factory rider.
And,
but now they've got 4 factory riders, basically.
Yeah,
Same
and
support.
4 unbelievable riders as well. Maverick Vinales and Enea Bastianini in that Tech 3 KTM team. I mean, what a lineup that is as well. And if they can get those riders to work well on that KTM, I mean, KTM could really do some damage next year. We'll see what they do.
They will if KTM find the last steps, they need.
So, speaking of last steps, there's probably a couple more than just last steps needed down at Honda, but speaking to Luca Marini on Sunday evening after the final race of the season, he was really positive with how much progress they had made throughout the season. The results don't necessarily look like it, but they figured out some key things. They've actually now found that direction they've been searching for the last 2-3 years, however long it's been now. And I really hope now this is the launch pad to a genuine step up next year, see them competing for top 10s, maybe even start to knock on the door for those top 6s in some of the races.
Look, we've been giving Honda, Honda news has been so bad for so long.
Yeah.
But I think this really now is the first time to say, good on them.
Yeah.
Good that they've made some progress. They made the big progress was the aero, wasn't it? And they could go through the fast corners so much better. Before they could only go through the fast corners following someone, which kind of pointed to the aero wasn't working,
No.
And to get a lap time. Where now Johan Zarco, he's just done. He said it for so long at the beginning of the year, just before the flyaways, Misano test. He was so frustrated in Misano test. He says, "I think they've given me something I can fight with," because before he couldn't fight. He couldn't fight with the opposition, and he said, true to his word, he came out at the flyaways and here and fought with the opposition, especially in qualifying. It was amazing, and I think all of the riders have appreciated that. I do feel sorry for Mir, because Joan Mir, like Jack Miller at KTM, their riding styles accentuated the chatter, and it was crippling. And please, when you look at Joan Mir and Jack Miller's year and you write them off, it's not fair.
No.
I mean, we saw on the TV, and I spoke to riders that were following them, and they just said you can see the wheel bouncing, and it's crippling, result-wise. So I really think if when those riders have that problem fixed, you'll see the real potential of both those riders.
I mean, just this weekend, we saw how fast Johan was. He was putting in a really strong race on Sunday, but just pushed a little bit too far and unfortunately crashed out while he was running strongly. But hopefully we can see Honda take that next step, hopefully sort that bike out away from kind of the aggressive nature, and then we'll see it get a little bit stronger in 25. Rounding out in terms of everything we see today, there's so much change going on for next season. Of course, Jorge Martin into Aprilia, Mark going into the factory squad, and all the other changes, Jack Miller and Miguel Oliveira in the Pramac situation. Do you see that everything next year can close up a little bit, all the factories kind of come together, or do you feel that Ducati once again may just take that next step that people don't expect?
I've got to be honest, I don't know, because I don't think we're going to have a good insight into that until Kuala Lumpur Sepang test, because Sepang test will be where you see everything that the manufacturers have, and how close or how much progress they've made. Because, for example, in the next days, Honda are going to be at Jerez test, Jerez, trying apparently very different bike with their factory riders. So we're not going to see that till Sepang, and it's the results, and it's the same with Ducati. I don't think Ducati will show us everything here.
No, absolutely.
The last aero things and that will be in Sepang. So that's where we can really judge it, and to know now is impossible.
Well, it's going to be interesting how this pre-season develops as we go forward into 2025. Of course, the 2 official tests in Sepang and then in Thailand before we kick off round 1 of the year in Thailand for 2025. It's going to be very, very exciting. I certainly won't put any predictions out yet, and I know you're particularly not one for doing predictions either.
I mean, it's a pretty easy one for everyone to know that 2 of the contenders, that will be fighting for the championship are in the same garage.
Yes.
Pecco and Mark.
And let's hope it all stays cordial in that Ducati garage, because we're seeing this year.
If it does, I'll be super surprised and happily surprised, pleasantly surprised.
Absolutely. So 2025 is already shaping up to be an extremely exciting one. But for now, for the final time, Simon Crafar signing off for his midday live. And Simon, you've always done an expert job with this, so we have to say thank you very much for all the information you've given us over the years.
Really
and good luck
appreciate that. All I did was try and learn something and share it. You know, I know I'm not the best broadcaster, but I love the sport and it's been fun. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for putting up with me.
Did a fantastic job. So signing off for the last time. Make sure you tune into the rest of Video Pass with Matt Burt, Lewis Sotheby, and also Simon Crafar and even Jack Appleyard out there on the live. There's going to be a lot going on this afternoon, and some 2025 bikes are meant to appear as well. Thank you very much for watching. Let's catch you in the next one.
Thanks, boys, and thanks to Simon Crafar as well. So, while we've been on that little break, what a time from Fabio Quartararo. He's gone fastest overall here as things currently stand in a very impressive lap time. It's a 1:39.383. Bagnaia in second. Most of the field coming into the pit lane now, getting set to do their next runs out there, and that becomes, of course, their sort of half qualifying runs, if so to speak, and then we'll go into that. So what we're going to do now, for the next 45 minutes, 45 minutes we've got coming on, we're going to take you back to what happened on Sunday in the season finale, the Solidarity Grand Prix, and let you listen to that race which crowned a world champion. Your commentators are myself, that's Joshua Birch, Megan Birch, and WCR rider and road racer Lizzie Whitmore joins the commentary team. Time world champion in the Premier class. Is today the day for the underdog? Can satellite riders really win a world championship? Jorge Martin sets off today for 24 laps with an aim to prove it, but he will do so from the second row. His direct opponent ahead of him, pole sitter Pecco Bagnaia. This is going to be an absolute nail biter. One place we always want to have a season finale is Valencia. Unpredictable weather means we can't run it, so we race in solidarity here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Away alongside me, Joshua Birch in the commentary box. We have Megan Birch once more. Hello, Megan. How are you doing today?
Stressed.
Who's going to win the race?
Aleix.
Oh, okay, fair bet.
I'm hoping.
Who's going to win the championship?
Martin.
Even better bet.
I can get behind that.
Lizzie Whitmore's with us as well in the commentary box. Lizzie, delighted to have you here. Who's going to win the race and who's going to win the championship? And I predict you're going to say Aleix.
Yeah, Aleix, I'd love to see Aleix win the race, but I just can't pick who will win the championship. I just can't.
All's fair there. Davide Tardozzi giving hugs and cheers. It's all nerve-wracking at the moment, isn't it? Let's just quickly go through the tyres while they're on our screen. Everyone is on the hard front tyre, bar Johan Zarco. He has medium front. And then the rear tyres, that's where it starts to get a bit tricky. Those on the soft rear tyres, Pecco Bagnaia, Marc Marquez, Enea Bastianini, Marco Bezzecchi. Then also Alex Marquez. You might register, they're all Ducatis. Those on the medium rear tyres, Aleix Espargaro, Jorge Martin, interesting enough, Pedro Acosta going in as well. Coming in, Brad Binder. Then the last three of Augusto Fernandez, Mikel Pirro and Stefan Bradl. And then hard rears for everybody else on the circuit. Lizzie, just put it in the mind of a rider as you're coming to the grid. What's going through your mind as you come out that last corner? What are you doing on the parade lap?
Well, me personally, you're making sure that you've got yourself positioned right on the grid spot. So if you want to get to the inside, you sort of position your bike to that side. Get yourself positioned right, deep breath, make sure that you've got your head all in it. But I can't imagine the feelings that the top two are going through at the moment. It's got to be something quite unreal.
I think Aleix just locked up.
Yeah, I've just seen Aleix just go a bit too
fast going into his grid position, so hopefully that's not bad fortune for him. So I picked who I think will be first to crash, and that's Oliveira and Mia.
One last dance then, the rematch. MotoGP is 5 lights away. And pull the throttle back as we go racing in Barcelona. It's a good start for Bagnaia. Martin's gone with him. And once again, like in the sprint race, Marc Marquez filters into 3rd place. Martin looks to the inside, into the braking zone for turn number 1 as well. Downhill, Bagnaia just keeps ahead. It looks like Acosta's going to be in a bit of a battle. And is that Aleix going wide? I think it is. Aleix down to 6th on the start. Not the best getaway. Sorry, Lizzie. He's going to filter in alongside his teammate. Maybe with Fabio Quartararo as well. Marquez on the back, though, as they come on towards turn 3. Nobody down, but Martin up to 2nd place, and Vinales drops back into 15th. Aleix down to 6th.
He's gone way too wide there, Vinales. He hasn't dropped it. For a second, I thought he had, but he still is there.
And he's back on the inside of Pedro Acosta, downhill at turn 5, so good stuff there from Aleix. And Lizzie, he goes well at this circuit. He's won 3 of the last 5 races here.
Yeah, that's really interesting to see, actually. It's very unfortunate he got the wide line there. But I did see also Maverick Vinales having to resort to using the long lap penalty to get through that corner. So that's not good start for him, but let's hope he can pull that back for the rest of the race.
He's still in the points in 15th. Alex Marquez and Fabio Quartararo dropping back. Miller versing Vinales now. Nakagami's dropped down to 22nd place after being in 20th place.
Vinales is definitely the person who's had the toughest time, I think, right now.
Yeah.
Given he's now down into 16th place.
Been kicked up everywhere. But look at Marc Marquez.
He went wide.
Into turn 13, then 14 coming into New Holland. He's all over the back of Jorge Martin. Surely we're not going to...
Raul Fernandez just dropped a bit.
As Raul dropped... Now, that's a big one.
He's just gone really wide, I think.
Yeah, so is he just sort of lost out traction, gone wide? We'll keep an eye on it. Down the straight then. As we get in the slipstream, Mark's going to pull alongside Martin down towards turn 1. This is nervous times. Martin cannot afford to go down, but he also can't afford to fight with Mark. Mark up into 2nd position with the inside line at 1. Lizzie, how powerful is a toe when you're on a motorcycle these days as well?
Yeah, if you've got a pretty decent toe in front of you, then you can make up leaps and bounds. Let's just hope that we can see Martin stay on the back of Marc Marquez and hopefully regain that position.
Do you tend to sink downwards if you're in that position? Like, you're not like demotivated, but is there like we see in the toe effect in IndyCar, where if a rider goes in front of you, you start to lose some speed and then you lose time and then others behind you get quicker? So is it a negative effect being passed?
I've never found that it is myself, but it certainly, I mean, I never say never that it could certainly have that effect on a rider. But myself, I haven't really found it that way. It sort of fuels the fire a little bit to help you regain that position again. So let's just see how Martin's going to react to that.
Wonder if Bastianini's going to have a go. He's getting a bit tight at turn 10 on the Calex. He thought he was touching the rear tyre. 9 times out of 10, if you do that, you're down on the deck. The front tyre spins with traction of the front car's, or the front bike's front tyre, and it just goes woof, straight over. As it comes into it through turn 13 and then into New Holland at 14. Skies have actually gone pretty blue. It was cloudy in the Moto3 race this morning.
Fastest out there right now is Mark, and Nakagami passes Bradl and Mia passes Quartararo for 11th. Mark is currently doing a 140.173. He's 2 tenths faster than Bagnaia right now. So Mark might take this. Vinales has just dropped down a lot. He is not crashed out though. He has just really gone wide. I don't know what. Maybe he had trouble with his tyres.
Yeah, has he had to go straight on again? He's dropped from 15th all the way down into 20th.
Yeah.
But hasn't been passed by Nakagami or Bradl. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, they're way too behind.
Yeah.
They're okay, now they're closer to him.
Yeah, so Delta time, he's still showing the right thing. Look at Aleix Espargaro. Again, on the inside. This time with Renee Bastianini. Tight on the inside line. And
ooh, he's forced him. He's forced him to
That was very interesting.
Yeah.
That was very interesting, yeah. In that sort of area of the track where the camber, sometimes it seems like it falls away from you. So that was a very interesting type move from Aleix Espargaro there.
It's brave.
I love it when he does
Very.
that. It just gives a bit of spice to this already chanting race.
I think Aleix right now is thinking, okay.
Oh, look at that. Oh, he's been passed again. Does on the inside. Aleix cuts right back underneath him.
I think Aleix's thought processes, I'm not racing anyway next year. It's like, so I can get injured all I want.
Lizzie, he doesn't care, does he? Why is he retiring? He's still got the speed.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I think he's definitely thinking about the not got a lot to lose situation there. But it's lovely to see that he's still getting stuck in there. I mean, he's definitely got the ability to stay up there. So yeah, it's very, very interesting to see that.
Down the straight we go. Martin just keeping himself in distance. Alex Marquez thinks about a move on Franco Morbidelli. Morbidelli's very deep into turn 1. Can't pick it up in time for 2. Alex says time for 3 and goes through as a nice little snack. Great move there, but did he get it done? I don't think he did. No, Morbidelli got traction on the outside. The camel cut there was a bit too late for my liking. Acosta's through.
Morbidelli's dropping.
And that's why he's been run wide by Alex. So Morbidelli's been going to lose 2 places. So, yeah, not nice there, Lizzie, but was that Alex sort of going a bit defensive, or did Franco know he was there?
Oh, that was really hard to tell there, but there's Morbidelli going back under... Oh, gosh, there's so much happening. I can't keep up, but, yeah, it looked like a bit of a defensive move there from Alex Marquez. Yeah, it's all happening. It's all happening.
It's hard to keep a cross on, and Marc Marquez is going to challenge Bagnaia now. The gap is 0.3 of a second, and they are literally stuck together like glue. Bastianini's thinking about a move on the inside at turn 10 on Aleix. Dives through, gets it done. Aleix can't get the cutback this time as much as he might like it. He'll live to fight another day with the toe down to turn 1, over 800 metres from the last corner down to turn 1. It's the longest straight on the calendar as well, coming into it as well. It's 1,000... and 47 metres towards the first corner, 800 metres in pole position to turn 1.
I hate to say it, but I'm not quite sure that Vinales is going to make it to the end of this race.
If he's got a bike problem, Brilliant might not have the best end of a brilliant weekend.
Do you know what I've noticed he's doing? Quali laps. He's going slow on one lap and then fast on the other.
Aleix on the inside line. Pecco is still ahead of Marquez at the moment, but I thought they would swap positions. The gap's close between them. Bastianini couldn't attack back to Aleix's advantage. That's left him vulnerable now to Pedro Acosta. But look at Bagnaia. I said it because the first sector time, he made a small error down through turn 2. So Marquez is all over the back of him. Title chance for Martin. 508 points to Bagnaia's 498. 10 between them at the moment. So Martin can drop at least... Well, he needs to still not be inside the top 10.
And there's a battle going on for 18th. Yeah. Marini and Zarco are battling it out. But, yeah, they are literally just keep swapping and swapping. I'm worried they're going to take each other out.
Lizzie, is Mark the type of rider to either... Well, he's got to race Pecco next year as his teammate. So is this an early psychological battle that I'm here to torment you ahead of next season by not helping him win the title now? Or is this just Mark being Mark?
We could certainly see it like that, yeah. I mean, I think the pair of them have definitely got a very high calibre of riding. And I think that it would be interesting to speculate whether that's sort of what's happening there, whether Marc Marquez is trying to assert his dominance above Francesco Bagnaia. Well, I'm not sure. Well, I couldn't say that myself, but it certainly seems that that's something that might be happening.
He's got the toe. He's going to show him a little bit of a hello. Not this time into 1. They went
no, I'm too far back there.
Yeah, late lunch.
I tell you what, I don't think Bagnaia needs to worry about Marc Marquez.
Why? Who have you spotted is quicker?
Aleix Espargaro is quicker than all 3 of them.
A 1:41.94.
Yeah, I mean, Martin is quick as well, but a 10th quicker. That is how much quicker Aleix is.
Down this track as well. That could be it across the line. I mean,
and we've still got 19 laps.
Yeah.
He's going to catch up eventually.
Lizzie, how's your Aprilia shirt holding up? Still good?
It's sweating a bit. It's sweating a little bit. Yeah. No, I mean, it's fantastic to see. Yeah, he's definitely got the pace to catch. And as I said, we've got 19 laps to go, so there's entirely a possibility that he definitely is going to catch up to the group if he's that much faster than them. But let's just see how long it's going to take him to claw it back. I mean, I'm sure it won't take long. He's only just there, so.
Going high speed too.
There's another factor to add into this as well. Aleix Espargaro and Jorge Martin are really good friends.
Yeah.
In the announcement video,
yeah.
Martin, when he was announced, he was introduced by Aleix. Is Aleix going to be happy with 4th? Or is he only going to advance if Martin advances further up?
I think they might be working together secretly.
I don't know. Lizzie, what do you think? Do you reckon that he's going to hold back to Martin, or is he just going to go hell for leather? He still had the championship, Martin, of course. He's inside the top 10.
I'm not sure. I mean, when you're a racer, you sort of just don't.
Yeah.
Not everyone's your friend when you're on the circuit, so I'm not too sure what the mentality is there. But as I said earlier, I think that Aleix definitely has the mindset of it. There's nothing left to lose. So I think he's just going to go all hell to the wall sort of thing. So we'll see. We'll see.
Alex Marquez on the inside line gets ahead of Pedro Acosta at turn number 1, so makes it up into 6th position as things stand. Terrible day though if your name is KTM. Binder's in 9th, Miller in 14th. That's a result of poor qualifying for the two of them, but brilliant day for Acosta. He moves over from Gas Tech 3, which he does have the factory 24 KTM bike. Next year he'll have the main bike, but also the main mechanic, so it even works better for him. Don't count him out next year as well. So Marquez is pushing hard Bagnaia. They've pulled out a full second now to Martin, but the gap's still 10 points in the championship. 508 for Martin, 498 for Bagnaia. Interesting enough, Marc Marquez will take 3rd in the battle between himself and Enea Bastianini, 392 to 388 in that little kerfuffle. Trying to find good words for this final MotoGP. Oh, I thought that was a bird. It's a drone.
I thought it was a piece of debris.
I thought it was something flying. Mia's out. Mia's crashed out of the race, and there he is, top of the screen, down the turn.
Josh?
You said it was Mia first. You also pointed to Aleix Espargaro, so that's not good for
No, I didn't. It was Nakagami.
Fine, that's even worse.
But I pointed to Oliveira.
Yeah.
Too.
It looked like the front buckled there, Lizzie, as well. If we get a replay, I'll hand it over to you. But yeah, he's out of the race. Bad season for Honda, really, as Alex goes again, this time on Bastianini.
Yeah.
Little bit, no one's there. So yeah, what do you make of that one, Lizzie? We just saw, oh, hang on, I'm going to interrupt you because that's Bastianini now taking the escape road, and through goes Acosta and Alex up into 5th place.
Well, I think
that didn't look. I'm not sure what happened there. It looked almost like he just ran it a little bit too hot into there, which I've seen previously, where you can very easily run a bit too hot into the first corner. I believe it's also a little bit cambered there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Josh.
No, you're right.
You've walked the circuit yourself. So it could have just been the misjudging of the camber, a little bit too hot into there. But yeah, he has had to use the escape road, which has put him back at a few places there.
Brilliant battle between Bastianini and Morbidelli, basically the two non-championship riders in the championship leading teams, battling over 7th and 8th. Yeah, you're right, Lizzie. It's got a camber through that part of the circuit as well. It's imagine you're in a bath. This is weird, but imagine you're in a bath and you've got water around you, and then you slosh from side to side. Now imagine the water going up one side and then up the other. That's how the camber is at turn 1 and 2.
Like a boat.
Yeah, at turn 1, it sort of goes up towards the curb, and then it swashes down to 2, and then it sort of flattens out through 3, and then slowly rises up. It's a really weird sort of camber on the circuit through 1, 2, and 3.
How do they get seasickness?
I don't know, but it gives traction to the Formula 1 cars. That's often why we see F1 putting wheels on the exit of turn 2. But it's designed to keep them on the circuit. But yeah. It's also very, 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 very slippery down there. I know, down the hill at turn 1, it's very slippery because they just literally got nothing. Because up the inside goes Enea Bastianini again, Lizzie. That was a nice dive bomb.
Yeah, that was lovely and clean. He left quite a bit of space for him there. I don't know whether we were going to get a switch back on the outside. No, he's a bit too far away. But it looks like Mr. Binder coming on the back there. That's got a little bit of a. Oh, he's going to go around the outside. No, he's not.
Risky.
But yeah, that was a very clean. Left a lot of room there for him. Let's just see what Brad Binder's going to do. Is he going to go at the No, he was wise there to not make that decision. Obviously, that's quite a tight corner. A lot of camber there as well.
Downhill at 5. It sort of swoops in. It's sort of uphill downhill part of the circuit. The biggest low point on this circuit is actually at turn 7. So through that chicane, just afterwards, that's where it really goes down, though.
This is intriguing.
What have we
Sector 2.
Yep.
Okay, so Bagnaia and Martin are both losing time whenever they go into Sector 2, but Marquez and Espargaro and Alex Marquez are all gaining time, whereas Acosta also is losing time.
Who's on the mediums, who's on the softs? So Mark's on soft rear, same as Bagnaia, but everyone else who you just described is on the medium rear, isn't it?
I think,
So
yeah.
it can't, well, unless Marquez is just getting help from the toe there, I can't see why he's gaining more time when he's on a different tyre compound.
But it doesn't explain why Alex is so quick in Sector 2.
Alex has been on the form all weekend long. We saw in the sprint race yesterday just how quick he was in the braking zone. We're on board with Marc Marquez now.
He's on softs too.
Yeah, soft rear tyre, same as Mark. In fact, they've both got identical. Their last race together, of course, as teammates.
Yeah.
We've been told that one mirror is okay, but we have yet to see a replay of that crash. I think the front end just buckled under braking. So we'll keep a look at it once more. Give you a quick rundown. Oh, hang on. Bashing his shortcut turn 2, no further action. Sufficient time lost. Can I also just say, I don't know if Lizzie would join me on this one, because Ryder, she hasn't ridden yet in Moto. Oh, hang on. Bagnaia went very, very wide there. I thought Mark was going to have a little bit of a lunge at 5. Did not. This is the last race where Freddie Spencer will be race steward. I think everybody can cheer for that.
Yeah, there's two ways of looking at that. Obviously, I'm not sure that I would be appropriate to comment on the Freddie Spencer situation, but obviously, it's going to be I think there's going to be a massive change next year to how things are run, which is going to be interesting to see.
Simon Crowfar being put up into the headmaster's chair. And I already know one thing he's going to do. He's not going to allow the weaving to continue in qualifying at Moto3. So that's going to be a big thumbs up already. You didn't get that a lot of weaving, actually. Did you, Lizzie, in WCR? Did you? They were all quite nice to each other.
Yeah, the weaving thing, I personally never understood it myself. I can understand almost why it could happen. But, it's dangerous. There's no need for it. At all. It's just dangerous.
Yeah, Adam Emery says that, of course, Freddie Spencer used to be known as Fast Freddie Spencer back in the old days, Fast Freddie. Now it's more like Harsh, if you speak to some of the riders in the paddock. I know that, but Freddie Spencer leaving and Simon Crowfar going up. Bigger rebrand, of course, MotoGP's new logo coming out later on tonight. It's part of a huge rebrand for the sport going into 2025. Liberty have had no involvement in it. Liberty have yet to complete the purchase of both MotoGP and World Superbikes and the incumbent series as well of Supersport, WCR as well going into it. And of course Moto2.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Josh, just don't forget that Liberty Media are taking over MotoGP and World Superbikes. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of changes all round for MotoGP, which I think are almost greatly needed in some places.
First of all, continuity-wise, half our races this year we had to shove over to the second channel because of issues. And here we see Alex Marquez battling in with Aleix Espargaro, and Aleix on the inside. Alex gets the cutback coming into turn 13, and the old dog shows the new boy how it's done. Shuts the door on him at the exit. You stay behind me, Sonny. But now Alex is going to have the slipstream on a much more powerful Ducati, but the Aprilia does have great straight line speed here. The all-time lap record is set by Aleix Espargaro, 138.190 around here.
They have been next to each other all weekend.
They have not left each other's side. It's almost like they're going to miss each other, the two Spanish riders.
I think they might.
Yeah. What's the speed trap I'm looking for? Morbidelli on... Actually, it's Morbidelli who's on last year's Ducati. He's got the top speed here. 356 kilometres an hour. Halfway.
I don't know why I get the sense.
Yeah.
Of sulphur.
It's got that feeling of...
Midfield.
I'm surprised at myself. It feels like we're racing at Valencia. It's really strange. I don't know if it's the sun or the time of year, but it feels like we're getting the same type of race we have at that circuit. Lizzie, have you ever run at Valencia?
No, I haven't actually. I mean, my godfather, who I raced for last year, I believe he's been to Valencia. I'm not too sure. Don't quote me on that. My dad will be listening in the other room going, no, he hasn't, or yes, he has. But yeah, my godfather Gary Baxter, who rode the 250 Grand Prix bikes in British Superbikes, I believe he's been to Valencia once. But no, I've not had the pleasure of riding either circuit in either Catalonia or Valencia. But who's to say we won't go winter testing there this December or next year? Well, we'll have to see.
Oh, I love that as well. It's a fantastic place as well. Hi, T-Pens, by the way. Nice to hear from them again. And also, how's your nan and your granddad as well? I spoke to them a lot during the weekend as well.
Yeah, no, my grandparents, they're back in Devon now. They came up for my 20th birthday last week. Yeah, they're all good. Yeah, all good. And my other grandparents are probably sat at home watching on their TV as well. So yeah, they'll be cheering on. I'm not sure which side they fall on in the championship. So yeah, they'll be at home cheering the boys on as well.
Yeah, it's not quite like an election where it divides up families, is it? But whoever you support here, do you support one Ducati or do you support a satellite Ducati? That's the question. Still, the man on a 2-year-old bike effectively now, because let's not forget, this GP24 has been updated all throughout the year. It's now closer to what it'll be in 2025, and Mark's still on the bog standard bike from 23. I don't know how he has been this competitive. I really think he's going to be champion again next year. I'd put £5 on it right now.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'd love to put money on it myself, but it would obviously be lovely to see to Marc Marquez in the top spot again. But we'll just have to see. I mean, he's going to be on another competitive bike. I mean, if he's doing the things that he's doing on this bike, and it's, what is it? Did you say 2 years old?
Yes.
Who knows what we're going to see from an updated bike?
You can catch all the MotoGP testing. We'll be showing it all on Tuesday as well, with full timings as well and commentary from the post-season test, where Marc Marquez will get his first chance on a GP24 with some modifications for the 25. There's Marquez's pit board being told he's 1.4 seconds ahead to Martin. That gap has now risen to 1.5 exactly as they come across the line.
Just did the random thing, see who would probably go down next, and also Vinales has just gone up into 16th. He's gaining time again, and I've picked Raul Fernandez. Why?
Raul's been having a great weekend.
I don't want to ruin Raul's weekend.
You're just cursing everybody at the moment. I'm just looking
it's only worked on one.
Look at Anea, 16.3, first sector, so he's still improving out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot to catch up on right now.
It felt more exciting in Valencia last year when we had it for the title. I don't know why. This year it doesn't feel...
That's because for you, when you see this, you think, oh, it's May, June time.
Yeah. It was closer last year, though, in the championship. It wasn't at 17, 19 coming into this one? I think it was only like 2 or 3. It was really close between them.
Yeah.
But as soon as Martin went down, the championship was going to go back.
Which I hope it does not repeat.
Well, Martin could go down and give the title to Bagnaia.
Take that back.
Well, he could do.
Take it back.
Hey, I'm going by the rules of the game here. We don't know what's going on in MotoGP.
Martin hasn't had a championship yet. He deserves one.
Before going to Aprilia and probably not winning for a couple more years.
Yeah!
No, fair it is. Although I disagree with that. Lizzie, do you think Aprilia could be championship contenders, or are they still a bit too far back?
No, absolutely. I fully believe that Aprilia could be championship contenders. Yeah, not biased whatsoever, because it's not, I'm definitely not an Aprilia till I die, Kel. But yeah, no, I fully believe that. I think that with the right resource and given them a little bit more time, perhaps, I definitely think they could definitely have a championship under their belt in the next few years.
Don't forget, just like you were seeing in Formula 1, the MotoGP field will close up against each other as well as we go into an engine freeze before we change cylinders once again. I think it's 2027 that comes into effect, so a couple of years down the line.
Yeah, so all the new rules, this is one of my... I'm very excited for this, very, very excited. So obviously we're going to see the complete, utter shake-up of the technical rules and regulations of what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. And it's going to level them out a lot. There's going to be no silly electronics. It's all going to be very level, and I think that will be obviously it will be a completely new age for MotoGP.
And of course, I think it's 50-50 fuel ratio, if I'm not mistaken. That could be coming in. Can't remember the last time. What is? Oh, hello, Martin's fastest third sector. Finally, we're starting to get something. Because I think if Martin wants to win this championship, hell for leather, win the race.
I mean, have you noticed he's been doing the shoulder thing too?
He's been rocking backwards and forwards, isn't he, as well? He was shaking though in practice. Remember that front end? It was...
Maybe they fixed that.
Unless he likes it. I mean, I haven't seen him get his shoulder down, which he has been doing.
I
this
have
weekend.
once.
Oh, in this race?
Yes.
Oh, fair dues. I haven't seen it. I haven't looking at it.
I saw him. I even pointed at it. But you were not looking. You were looking down at your notes.
40-inch television standing 2 feet in front of me.
You look down.
I'm looking at my notes, yeah. Paper notes as well. I'm old school. I don't like iPads that much. I'm old school when it comes to tech.
Why do you think when I'm in uni, I write instead of using technology?
Avi Vinales up into 15th place. He's got ahead of Raul Fernandez, so he's into the points after his disastrous start. Aleix Espargaro, though, rescued his start. He did drop down into 6th position after starting second, but slowly getting back up.
Slowly.
Yeah, well, this race, not as classic as what we saw in Valencia last year, or even thinking back 2017. That was a classic with Dovi and Mark.
I'm going to calculate how many laps to go, 15 minutes to go is.
Right, probably is around about 15 now. Lizzie, at this point in the race, would they be still tyre saving, or would you start now to begin pushing, begin sort of taking risks? But as a counter to that, does Martin need to do anything to risk it?
He doesn't. Obviously, looking at the live results on the right-hand side of the screen, he wouldn't theoretically need to do anything at all. He still would have the championship at the end of this race if he stayed where he was. So it's very hard to say whether you would even continue to tyre save. I mean, obviously you want to make it to the end of the race, and you want to make it without with as little risk as possible as you come towards the final laps. So I mean, hard to say. He could just stick where he is. Obviously he's got to be conscious of Aleix behind him there, but couldn't say. I couldn't say. My tyre saving strategies are definitely a lot different to these guys here.
What are they? Are you allowed to say, or are you keeping those secret?
I don't really know how to explain it myself, but
is it more instinct?
You get to a certain point in the race and then you start pushing. Yeah. So that's really sort of how it is. I mean, you're pushing anyway, but you really start pushing after a certain amount. I've
always wondered if it was instinct more than actual.
I think I'd go with it being instinct, to be honest. It's like, oh, how do the tyres feel at the moment? Yeah, I can push. No, I can't. I'm gonna descend to the sky, whatever. But yeah, no, it's more instinct. But when you've got 20-25 odd laps of more than a lot more than what we do.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're a bit more crucial with their tyre saving than us. Obviously it's important for us as well, but they have to think about it a little bit more than we do.
I see. Up the inside, and Airbashi in turn 10 gets ahead of Pedro Acosta for 6th position. Acosta does the old switch back. No, you're not going to get through there. Not on the inside line at 11. Pushing the outside at 12.
I predict that starting 6 laps to go, it will heighten up. Because, you know, that's 15 minutes to the end thing. I divided that by the amount of time it is in MotoGP to calculate it, and then how much it would be 15 minutes to go here, and then how much it would be like 7.5 minutes to go.
Side by side across the line, Brad Binder going for a move on Pietro Acosta. Franco Morbidelli watching backwards, and through goes Binder.
Almost lost it there.
Yeah, Acosta's bad on the brake there, but they're both on the same bike, so you're not going to fight your teammate too hard, are you? Well, I see inverted commas, teammate. I wonder if...
Alliance.
Better, yeah. I'd go with Alliance more than that. Hi, Amy, good morning. Eric Jackson says Martin needs to stay upright. That's it. The rest of them, cats. I keep hearing the track service, unforgivable, no grip, really on table smooth, no bike. Yeah.
Mark's lost 2 tenths.
I've never heard riders be described as cats before. It's quite an interesting description.
I've never been called a cat. Ever. So, that's a new one on me.
Would that make drivers dogs?
I have no idea.
They do seem to have a lot of dogs.
Actually, it makes sense if you think about it. Cats have 9 lives.
Yeah.
And the amount of crashes we see in motorcycle racing.
True. It does make sense.
It does make sense, to be fair.
But what type of cat? I mean, there's loads of types of cat. Could be lions.
I'm going to interrupt you because up the inside, Franco Morbidelli lunges back on Pedro Acosta at turn 10 and makes the move. Yeah, I don't know. Lion cat? Normal cat? Rins has been given a long lap penalty.
One of those cats that Rachel had in Friends.
A skin cat. I don't know.
Mrs. Riskerson. What am I going to do? Call her Fluffy?
All I know is the fact that Lizzie has a dog, so I assume Lizzie is a dog person. Unless you have a cat, Lizzie, as well.
I have a dog.
Oh, do you have a cat?
I do have a dog. We do have a cat. Yeah, we have a cat called Luna. Unfortunately, we have just lost our elderly cat, Coco.
Oh.
But we do have a cat. But obviously, I'm biased to tigers, and I will stand by that till the day I die.
Alright, so riders, let's call riders tigers then coming into it. Cats have super fast reaction speeds in the animal world. Oh, okay. Riders are cats. That's a great analogy. We're going to run with that. That's a great one. Acosta check limits warning, but Rins has been given his shortcut. Megan, what for? Oh, hang on.
Long lap penalty due to a shortcut.
At turn 2. Flashed up on the monitor before he was on our timing screen. And then
He's been given a shortcut due to a long lap penalty.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot. So he's gone off at the shortcut long lap, and he's been given a long lap penalty as a result. That doesn't make much sense, does it?
Surely he's already done it.
I don't think he's actually been given. Has he been given the long lap officially, or is it just a warning?
Yeah, he's been given it.
Yeah. Long lap penalty due to shortcut turn 1 and 2. It's come up on the monitor.
You've done a long lap. Here's a long lap.
Surely you would just say, "Oh, he's done it." Oh, that's silly. That is silly. I think that needs.
Rins has completed a long lap penalty preemptively.
There's all sorts of things that Rins does preemptively these days.
Well, the Moto2 riders can't seem to understand how to do the long lap penalties, given that when 2 people were given it, they had to redo it.
Yeah. Several times, unfortunately.
I think they need to have signs of it, because obviously it's not clear.
Primo Pramac, of course, their last race under Ducati power. They move to Yamaha next year with factory bikes from Yamaha, trying to pull their resources to develop it after a couple of shocking years for Yamaha. Add Honda into that as well, actually, as well.
Yeah, this is 15.
Let's not get Lizzie started on Yamaha.
Don't get me started on Honda.
To be fair, one of the things I did like when I was at Donington, throwing it back, was you can literally just go into that engineering zone where you have your debriefs, Lizzie, and you can just steal chairs. It's fantastic. The amount of chairs that got stolen from that.
Yeah. Yeah, just nick all of our chairs, yeah.
Wouldn't that be a bit suspicious?
No, literally, they were literally, people, honestly, taking the chairs, shoving them in the pickup, because you only get 2 chairs, don't you, in your garage? So everyone was
2?
Nicking, yeah, you only get 2 chairs for the riders. So everyone was nicking chairs from the hospital, from the engineering bay.
Oh, that's not fair. There needs to be a chair budget.
I never forget watching that race in the paddock, and everybody was being shocked and cheering. And then, I can't remember whose mother it was, crying that her daughter just won a race. Lizzie, you'd probably know. I can't remember.
Probably Beatrice's mum.
Yeah.
She's very emotional. I love her. She's lovely. But yeah, probably Beatrice's mum.
There's Aleix battling once again with Alex. These two just giving up. Martin's pulled back now. 2.7 seconds, the gap between himself and Bagnaia. 2.1 to him and Mark.
So, but it could be Bagnaia.
Ooh, this is a great exit from Alex Marquez. Aleix just looked behind him. He knows that Alex is going to attack. Marquez, which way is he going to go? Inside line. Backs out of it. Still too far alongside. Yeah. Would you have gone for that, Lizzie? I would have gone for that.
Like, from the angle that I saw, it looked like Alex was... God, there's 2 Alex you can't really talk about. So it looked like Marquez was a bit further forward, so it looked like he was a bit more alongside it, so I couldn't really judge. So I wouldn't know. I don't think I would have, purely because of it being Aleix, and I don't want to ruin his last Grand Prix. But if it was anybody else, I might have just shown a front wheel, and then it would have just depended on whether the other rider will have sat up or not. It's completely
voluntary.
Difficult to judge that actually.
Oh, I think he's showing him that he's there, but of course, just explain what a rider's vision's like. Oh, never mind, he's going to go at Kamsa. Is he just trying to get in the eye line of Aleix? Because you riders really are like goldfish. You've got pretty much 180-degree vision. You can see around you, can't you?
Yeah, so it sounds quite silly, but it depends. Like I've ridden with 2 different helmets, and in my Nolan helmet, you get a lot of vision all the way around you. So it looks like from I think it's the Kabuto helmet that Aleix is wearing there. Yeah. It's got quite a good field of vision. So whether he is actually seeing him or not, God, who knows? But usually if somebody showed me their front wheel, it's like a gauge. You sort of gauge how much front wheel's in your vision before you let off. So if it was just sort of like you could just see the edge of the tyre, I possibly wouldn't have let it slip. But if that whole front wheel is in front of you, then obviously they're past you already. So you've got to let it go.
That Aprilia is super on the brakes compared to the Ducati. I never thought I'd be saying that. But it is so much hard front braking there. And Alex still coming through.
Vinales going to pass Raul in a minute. And now he has.
So
Raul, I think it's gone. For a minute, I thought Raul has gone down.
Well, Raul's dropped down into 18th place.
But no, Nakagami saw an opportunity as soon as Vinales said Marini, and just decided, you know what? Raul, you can just go at the back for a while. You can go next to the other Fernandez.
So he's been pushed down into 18th place now alongside Augusto. Same name, same town, not related in any way, shape or form.
I mean, surely they have to be.
Hey, do you want an update? Rins has been given a double long lap penalty for failing to do the original long lap penalty. Because
he's already done one. You can't make him do 3.
So he went off the track, did a shortcut, got a long lap penalty for it, hasn't done the long lap penalty, has now been awarded a double long lap penalty.
And for tyre and protest.
Well, if he doesn't do it in the next 2 laps, he'll get a black flag. So he's got to really sort of hurry up here. Look at that, failed to comply.
He's probably thinking, well, I did one, and I was given one for it. Now he's being given one for not... Now, okay, Rins has been given a long lap penalty, failing to complete the long lap penalty that he completed before he got the long lap penalty.
God, it's like Pandora's box. Lizzie, do you actually get to see your pit board clearly when you're on the straight? I've always wondered that because they're tiny little numbers and you're racing at awesome speeds.
Yeah, so I sort of I would look for what I need to know first. I usually have it set out as what position I am, the gap to the person behind me, and then the laps to go. And I'd look for, I know where it is on the board, so I'd look for what it is that I'm looking for. If I'm looking for how big the gap is, my eye line will naturally just go for the middle of the board. You don't see all your boards. I've never been able to read every single thing that's on my board because if there's so many boards out at the right time. Oh,
Alex Marquez trying to go on the
there.
outside. Oh no! Oh my goodness! He nearly chopped Aleix down on the deck. Alex Marquez at turn 4 thought about the outside and did nearly take off the front end of his bike. Anyway, back to you, Lizzie.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, it would. I just look for what I need to see, and then just pray for everything else.
And Alex has passed Aleix. That's going to get harder. But Marquez has passed Espargaro, just coming out of Kamsa at 9. And there's your world champion in waiting. Jorge Martin has just got to complete another 2.894 miles. That's 4.657 kilometres. And you are world champion.
So close.
Bagnaia is going to have 11 wins and not the world championship. I've never seen this before.
It's hilarious.
Last lap. The rematch is going to be 1-1 in their personal duel. Bagnaia already a 2-time world champion in MotoGP, a 3-time champion across the series. He got his championship in 2018 in Moto2. That same year, Jorge Martin won his Moto3 World Championship. His first victory came in utter brilliance at the Styrian Grand Prix in Austria. Only won 3 Grand Prix this season, but he's won more sprint races than anyone else. He's been consistent, only been off the podium 8 times, and he's going to do it again. Lizzie, from a rider's perspective, he's played this utter cool. He's played the consistent card. But the question is, they've been calling his legality, him and Bagnaia, for crashing this year. I know, I've said it myself. Is he a deserving champion? Because he's really, in my eyes, stepped up. What's yours?
Yeah, I definitely believe that Martin fully deserves this championship. Not only as a satellite rider, but just for himself, really. He's really stepped up the game in his riding. I think he's a lovely person as well. I had the opportunity to meet him this year at Silverstone. But yeah, I think he's fully deserving of it. He's put up a good fight. And yeah, I just think he's been a beautiful man to watch ride this year.
Pecco Bagnaia will win 11 races in a single season, but will not be the world champion. Bagnaia wins the battle in Barcelona, but the 2024 world champion is Jorge Martin. Look at that! Satellite riders can win championships. The most successful sprint winner, the most consistent of all year, and he's deserved with a world championship. Jorge Martin is the MotoGP World Champion! Woohoo! That is a season like no other. The Martinator, who said last year after the crash that I'll be back, has proved it and wins the championship in fine style. He celebrates with his friend, who he will replace at Aprilia next year, Aleix Espargaro, who finishes his final race in 5th. Nakagami comes home in 17th in his last race as well. But Jorge Martin is champion of the world. Lizzie, that is such an amazing attitude for motorcycle racing. Satellite riders really can be champions.
They can, yeah, and it's absolutely unbelievable to see. His great success this year. It's been lovely to watch, and he's fully deserving of it. And can we just take a moment for poor Aleix there? Sit there, I could see the redness in his eyes there, bless him. But yeah, he's had a lovely career, and I think the both of them are going out in style in 2025.
And there's the burnout. What have Ducati done? They let him go for Marc Marquez. Arguably, it should be Martin and Marquez at the top team, not Bagnaia.
It should.
Bagnaia made so many mistakes this year. Yeah, the ends don't justify the means. Gigi Dall'Igna comes through. He's the first independent rider to be a world champion in the modern era as well. It's such a good news story in MotoGP.
When he was
Absolutely, it is a good news story. That was our coverage on Sunday of the Grand Prix of Solidarity in Barcelona. Hello everybody, welcome back then after the lunch break. Back with live action here on JB Motorsports. Fantastic race. My thanks to Megan and to Lizzie Whitmore. Lizzie's going to be joining us a bit more regularly as well. She'll be joining in the Formula One Las Vegas Grand Prix commentary as well throughout the last few races of the season. Delighted to have her on board as well. And a fantastic rider in herself. You can catch all her action in road racing. And also look back at the WCR season she had as well with segment racing alongside Mallory Dobbs, and of course all run by our friend and colleague here, Maddie Patterson. So, Alex Marquez has gone to the top in the lunch break. He's done a 1:38.803. Quartararo is second with Bagnaia third. Morbidelli is fourth. Acosta rounding out in fifth. Johan Zarco is sixth with Marc Marquez seventh. Vinales is eighth. Binders ninth. Rittens rounds out your top 10. Oliveira's 11th. With Mio in 12th, Aleix Espargaro's 13th, Marini's 14th, Martin 15th, Bezecchi's 16th, Raul Fernandez 17th, Michele Pirro is 18th, Anea Bastianini 19th, Jack Miller's 20th, Ferdinand Arguez 21st, Ayagura's 22nd, 23rd for Somkat Chantra, and 24th for Lorenzo Salvadori as well. So it's all looking fantastic so far. Miguel Oliveira down towards turn 1. Let's rejoin our colleagues on the world feed for some more action in the afternoon, and I'll pop up with the interesting bits throughout the day.
Including, of course, Jorge Martin and Marc Marquez, two of our top three in the World Championship this year. Behind the scenes as well, there's been a raft of changes. Hard to remember a time when the rider market when that was finished, was then dominated by sort of a crew chief technical director marker, with Romano Alvesiano leaving Aprilia to go over to Honda. So with a little bit of a rundown and a guide for who's looking after our riders in 2025 crew chief wise, well, as he always is, right on point, is Jack Appleyard with all the information. Down to you, Jack.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be able to see not only riders in new clothing, but a lot of team personnel, as you say, in new clothing as well. We get the chance to chat to them on such a frequent basis. It's always exciting to see them with a new chapter ahead. So I'll go through factory by factory the key changes, as I'm sure you guys have been mentioning, as you've spoken about at length. In the factory Ducati squad, Pecco Bagnaia remains with Christian Gabbirini, and Marc Marquez teams up with Marco Rigamonti, who most recently has been with Enea Bastianini, but in the past has worked closely with Johan Zarco in the Pramac squad and with Andrea Iannone. Firstly at Ducati, then he made the switch across with him to Suzuki as well. In VR46, a man that you're going to be chatting to soon, Fabio Di Gianantonio, will be teaming up with Massimo Branchini, who has just been with Frankie Morbidelli in the Pramac squad. Interestingly, Digia also brings on board with him Jorge Martin's old data engineer from the past couple of years, Christian Battaglia. So given the fact that Martin's had such success, that's a great addition to Digia's squad. Whereas Frankie Morbidelli, he'll now team up with Matteo Flamini, previously Marco Bezzecchi's crew chief. In Gresini, Frankie Carcetti is now with Fermin Aldeguer, whilst Alex Marquez continues with Donatello Giovinazzi. In Yamaha, Alex Rins welcomes on board David Munoz, who has been with the VR46 concern for the past couple of years, whereas Fabio Quartararo continues with Diego Gubellini. In Pramac, all changed there. Jack Miller teams up with Giacomo Guidotti, who's just been with the Honda outfit, and Luca Marini, whilst Miguel Oliveira welcomes on board a new crew chief, Luca Ferraccioli, who's been signed from Ducati, another big signing for Yamaha, who have been active in the market. He's a data engineer that has been based with the VR46 squad, but contracted to Ducati over the past 3 to 4 years. At Honda, Christian Pupelin, Jack Miller's old crew chief, is now with Luca Marini, whilst Joan Mir continues with Santi Hernandez. Sonkiat Chantra will take over from Taka Nakagami with Klaus Noles, whereas Johan Zarco continues with David Garcia. As you've been speaking about, Jorge Martin brings with him Daniele Romagnoli, whereas Marco Bezzecchi teams up with Francesco Venturato, previously the performance engineer for Maverick Vinales. At Trackhouse, it's Giovanni Mattarolo, who has been with Miguel Oliveira, whilst Ralph Hernandez is once again with Noe Herrera. And finally, at KTM, Andres Madrid, once again with Brad Binder. Those two have had a great relationship all through the Moto3 and Moto2 days. Pedro Acosta, what a partnership he's found with Paul Trevathan. They continue bringing pretty much with him the entirety of the squad that he started with at Gas last year. And at Tectois, Manu Cachot moves across with Maverick Vinales, and interestingly, Enea Bastianini teaming back up again with Alberto Giribiola. We know how successful that partnership was in the past. Let's see if they can rediscover that magic. So it's all change up and down pit lane, not only for the guys on the bike, but for those working on them as well.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks for that rundown on who's going to be where crew chief wise in 2025. Now, we promised you a sea of special guests throughout this Barcelona test, and I'm delighted to say the latest one to join us is Pertamina Enduro VR46 racing team rider Fabio Di Gianantonio. Of course, Fabio would have been desperate to have been out on circuit here today testing the GP25 Ducati for the very first time. We know that Fabio missed the last 2 Grand Prix of the season while he stepped away to get very important surgery on the left shoulder that he dislocated, first of all the way back in Austria at the Red Bull Ring. Despite the fact that Fabio missed 3 Grand Prix, it shows how strong he was this season, because he still finished inside the top 10 in the World Championship, got himself a Ducati GP25 as well for next season. So first of all, Fabio, what a great year you had. Let's talk about, though, you're sitting next to us in the commentary box here with that left arm in the brace. You can't move it a lot. So first of all, you had the operation quickly after that Thai Grand Prix in Buriram. How are you? Are you well? And is the recovery on track?
Hello guys, hello everybody. Yeah, I'm good. Honestly, I'm really good. For sure I'm suffering, especially today I'm suffering, but not about the pain, but about not being on track and seeing my bike being ridden by another rider. For sure, Pirro, I know that he's taking care of my bike, but I wanted to be the one riding it. But yeah, I'm really good, and also the medical staff is impressed about my improvements. Day by day I'm improving really fast, so that's really good. Yeah, I wanted to come to say hello to the team, to make a surprise, but also to try to follow as close as possible to the development of the bike and try to get some infos to where I will have to work also in January for the preparation for next year. But yeah, I'm good overall. Everything positive, despite this little stuff about the surgery, but everything is positive.
Yeah, I'd imagine right now this is torture for you, having to sit in here with us when you would rather be doing 350 kilometers an hour down the start-finish straight in Barcelona. Fabio, first of all, then just talk to us about the operation, how long it was, what actually happened, and this process now of recovery. You just told us off there that things are actually going incredibly well. You've actually ahead of where the medical team thought you would be. So what's next, and how does this process work over the next sort of few days and months and weeks?
Yeah, let's say that the plan is to remove this, how is the name?
Like a sling is
yeah.
What, yeah.
To remove this in 2 weeks, and then start to have the rehabilitation in an active way. Let's say that I can move a little bit the shoulder and start to rehabilitation the shoulder. But even if I'm recovering faster, we want to keep this timeline. We don't want to force anything, because we made this operation quite early, let's say, for having the right time to recover and don't stretch the shoulder. So we want to take every moment, every minute of this long winter to recovery. And wow, I never seen the fairing of Acosta. Strange, eh?
Yeah, what do you think of that?
Small, seems a scooter. Oh, sorry, okay.
Yes, okay.
Sorry for this.
Well, no, we'll take some tech insight as well from you.
Okay. But yeah, even if I'm going better and better and better, I think that we will follow the plan that in 2 weeks we will remove this block. Then I will have this month making the rehabilitation, and in January I will start to train, and we start to train also on a bike. So that's the plan, trying to arrive at 80% for the first half of the year.
Of course, stepping away was determined by the recovery time that you'd have to be back in time for the start of next season, but it must have been so difficult to step away, not just at the time that you were in, because you're at the best form of the season, you'd have those 4th place finishes, but the best season of your career, this one. How much do you feel you've grown as a rider from the end of last season to where you sit now?
Yeah, I fully agree with you. It has been my best season of my career, because I've never been so consistent and so in a high level, let's say, because in MotoGP I never have this level all the year long. Also, I think this year has been quite tough for many reasons, also because a part of the injuries, the bike was not that easy. But a part of this, we were there also, always fighting. And before my injury, I just finished Silverstone, just behind Pecco and Marquez. So could have been a really great year for us. But yeah, we have to take all the positive. I grew a lot about, as you said, about the rider, and also about as a person, let's say. This is thanks also from the team, because the team, guys, believe me, is just amazing. It's another league. This team is fantastic. It's a factory team.
That's Jorge Martin, the world champion. We know what a show he provides us with those shoulder down shots going through turn 5, but this time around gravity taking over. So that's the first Aprilia crash for Jorge Martin, his first crash as a world champion. What did you make of this one, Fabio?
They were playing a little bit, if you remember, before Jorge was in front. Maybe display get the front tire a bit colder. We know that in the left side of this track is always a bit tricky. And maybe at the first touch, let's listen. Yeah, you see, the first touch of the throttle is where you lose it. Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Yeah, so Jorge Martin then has gone down, but I'm not going to interrupt Fabio in the commentary. So Martin down, that means he's got back up, and he's now depositing gravel along the circuit, and that's bad because he's out there on the GP25 bike. So Martin has crashed on the GP25 bike. He'll get back into the pit lane, they'll quickly repair it, but that's his first out lap. Come on! So that's already going to be problematic as hell going forward. Alex Marquez now begins at run number 7 for him, and Martin is back into the pit lane. Let's return to the world lead.
For sort of like the last 12, 13 months or so, because I love it. You know, you're a great example of never giving up, always pushing and fighting. And as we say in English, as a phrase, good things come to those who wait. I mean, just talk to us about, I mean, this time last year, you didn't even know if you had a ride.
Yeah. My journey is quite particular, let's say. You know, mate, when I was young, honestly, I never had a plan B in my mind. I always wanted to be a MotoGP rider. Once I arrived here, I always believed in me and in the work that we were doing. I always believed that I could do it. So, you know, this thing is a thing that I understood that I have in my life, that I really believe a lot. I like to dream and try to achieve that dream. You know, it's not just a dream, it's more a goal. So I like to set goals and achieve it. And from last year is what we made. It was this, just when I was almost without a seat, we said, okay, what's the goal at the moment? The goal is to improve as a rider. So let's improve at the maximum as a rider and try to make the best. Once we've done it, what's the next goal? Okay, let's try to find a seat, because now we improved as a rider and we got it. In the final steps, stages, but we got it. Then what's the goal of this season, the 2024 season? Is to be consistent, bringing an high level in every race, and we've done it again. So, you know, I love to set goals, work for it, and because I really think that anything is possible. It's not a thing that you read on the books, or it's true, because when you see a person that makes extraordinary things, is a person like you with 2 arms, 2 legs. It's just a person that set a goal, work for it day and night, with those, like in Italy we say with the ossessione, with the focus every day on it, and he made it possible. So if he make it, you can do it. Is what I think, and I'm trying to bring this mentality to the racing.
What goals are you setting for next season then? I guess difficult at this stage given the recovery. A lot will be determined by that, but of course you're one of 3 riders for next season on the GP25. Here's another of them, Pecco Bagnaia. Marc Marquez here on screen is the other. Is your goal to be fighting with these 2 guys next year?
I like to don't put goals in terms of results. I like to put goals in terms of practical things, let's say. And I wanna grow, and I wanna improve, and I wanna learn from them, and try to have their level. Then, what these levels bring to us, or where we can arrive, I don't know. The result is a matter of many things: the injuries, results, crashes, non-crashes, choices. So the final result is difficult to say. But my goal is to have the same level of Marc Marquez and Bagnaia for next year. That's my goal.
Fabio, we know the GP24 this year was probably the best Grand Prix motorcycle that's ever been built. It was astonishing. You only have to look at the numbers, the victories, the podiums, the pole positions. It was clearly an incredible bike at an incredibly high level. Have you, well, I'm sure you have spoken to Ducati. I mean, what do you expect from them in terms of the GP25? I think yesterday Gigi Dall'Igna was saying he doesn't expect the performance to improve as much from the 23 to 24. But have you got an idea from the factory about the areas that they're looking to improve for next year?
I think this is a really difficult thing to do. They're trying to improve the areas not from our bike, but improve the areas where we miss comparing the other manufacturers. I think there are some manufacturers that they are a little bit better at comparing us in the middle of the corner, and there are other manufacturers that are a little bit better in comparing us on the straight in terms of speed. So I think from the 2024 to the 2025, if we can find this, that bike is just another league, could be. So I hope that Gigi thought it right, let's say.
Of course, over the weekend we saw a new MotoGP World Champion crowned in Jorge Martin. Such a tense final round. But of course, he's a rider that you were teammates with back in his Moto3 World Championship season of 2018. You know him very well. What's your overall assessment of his championship season, and how impressed have you been with him?
I like what he done, because I know him since, as you say, since many times, and he worked so hard for this. Has never happened that in the MotoGP area that a private rider win a World Championship. So he and the team made an incredible job. And also, I think that this year they put an incredible show. They put an incredible level, because they were just amazing. But also, the championship was won by who was making less mistakes, and I think Jorge was the best on it, and I think won the best this year.
Fabio, you've been in that very sort of fortunate position this year in particular, where you've been able to have access to Pecco Bagnaia's data, to Marc Marquez's data as well. Riders are always constantly looking to improve. So when you look at the data and the riding style, the techniques that Pecco and Marc use, are there any areas that you've identified that you think, oh, well, maybe I need to take that step up next year to be close to their level? I'm sure they learn things off you as well, but what have you learned the most off observing Pecco and Marc closely?
Let's say that every rider has some particular things, and Marc is amazing on the left corners. He's really amazing, but he needs a lot on the right corners. Pecco is amazing on the brakings. Maybe he's on the brakings. Maybe he's the best Ducati rider. Bastianini was the best in terms of keeping the tires fresh for the end of the race, and Martin was just that in the qualifying he can make a big difference in every area. So I was trying to study more Martin and Pecco, and sometimes Marquez, because we had the same bike. But honestly and luckily this year my level was not that bad, so the difference was not that big, let's say. And also was difficult sometimes because the bike was different. But yeah, for sure I have many areas to have to improve, and for sure I will continue to study them.
And what have Ducati told you in terms of your input into development of the bike next year? I mean, obviously the factory team, Pecco and Marc, well, they'll have the majority say, but I mean, I'm assuming that because you're on the same bike as them, Ducati are open to your feedback, your comments to help them also develop the new bike?
Yeah, I think they will listen to me more from Sepang, because for sure all my infos were based on the 23 bike, and they said to me that already the 24 bikes have what I was asking for from the 23. So I think from Sepang they will start to follow me more about the direction of the bike, but also they are quite happy about my way of saying things. My crew chiefs, but also Gigi has always said that I'm quite precise on the comments, so this makes me proud, and also it means that maybe I can really help the Ducati to improve in some areas.
Of course, you've not just got 1 year as a factory Ducati rider, you've got two-year contract coming up. Of course, we've already talked about your journey through MotoGP, but also through the lower classes. So how much does it mean to you to be in a position where you've got a 2-year contract in your pocket, you've got security for the next 2 years, you're a factory contracted Ducati rider now? Is there a moment where you take a step back and just look at the journey you've been on, look at where you are now, and just have a bit of pride in yourself? You've really come a long way.
For sure I done it, for sure I done a couple of steps back to see all the big picture, and I'm fully proud of what we've done it. And also, for the first time in my career, I have 2 years contract with a super strong bike, with a strong team, the same team, and this makes a huge difference for you, because a lot of people never think about this, but when you have time to improve and to try things, you can make mistakes. When you make mistakes, you can learn and you can improve. Before this moment, I could never make mistakes. I could never try things, and this makes a lot of difference when you try to be the best. Little example, Jorge Martin, first seasons, he was crashing a lot, if you remember. But these crashes built the rider that is now, that is a world champion. Because from these crashes, he had the time to try, to make mistakes, to be back on the bike. I don't have any kind of pressure. But when you have 1 year contract, when you have like 6 months to show your potential, and if you don't show it, you are off. You don't have time to make mistakes and try things. So for my career, for my growth as a person, as a rider, is a huge step. For this also, I can't wait to start working in this way and try to improve a lot as a rider.
And of course, Fabio, this journey put you on course to work with Valentino Rossi, the team owner. Of course, Valentino, such a key figure in the history of the MotoGP World Championship, but he still works so closely with his riders, particularly at the academy, but obviously with you as well. What was that experience like this year when you come back at the end of a session and you're sort of doing the debrief, and then the 9 times world champion, the GOAT, sits in front of you and starts talking to you? I mean, that must have been sort of a childhood dream, really.
It was fantastic in Jerez that I sat down after the session and it came Gigi Dall'Igna and Vale. So I stopped 1 second, I watched my best friend that is coming out to all the races, Fabio. Fa. I said Fa. This guy is quite important today, yeah? I have to be careful of what I say. No, it's fantastic. Vale has been fantastic this season for me because I always try to ask few things to him, and he's always so precise and super disponibile. I don't know, super free to chat, let's say, with me. So that's really privilege, a big privilege for me. So also for this, can't wait to work with him other 2 years. How many things I can learn from him, you know. So this moment is just great.
Fabio, I know you're going to want to go back out and watch some of the bikes again, see what's going on inside the garage. Thanks for turning up. We've loved your company. Always an absolute pleasure to talk to you. We wish you well through the winter with your rehabilitation, and we can't wait to see you taking the fight on the GP25 to Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez next season as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here commentating with you. I hope to not do it again because it means that I'm on track.
No offense taken.
But also we can make it for Moto3.
Yeah, you're always welcome. Our door is always open, Fabio. Thanks very much. Have a great winter, and as we say,
thank you. Ciao, guys.
Success in the recovery. Thank you very much.
See you next year.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that at home as much as what we did here in the commentary box. Always great to hear the thoughts of a current MotoGP rider, of course, Fabio Di Gianantonio. We wish him well in his winter rehab. I would say he was on great form there, wasn't he, Fabio Di Gianantonio? And as we mentioned,
I just find it a bit ironic that he's got a broken arm in a sling and they made him hold a lip mic. Now, we were wearing, as Fabio Aldeguer blocks off Alex Rins down to turn 1. Now, we wear headsets, but I'd kill for a lip mic. What a lip mic is, you know, we've got one of these, but a lip mic, yeah, there we go. It has a little piece of tape, so it goes up towards you, a bit of plastic. And they made him hold a lip mic. So he had to put his headphones on and then made him to hold a lip mic when he's only got one hand. That's quite... I don't like that. That's a bit... Give him a headset, please. Anyway, lap times coming in thick and fast then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders up there on the circuit right now. Marc Marquez, Brad Binder, Alex Rins, Marco Bezzecchi, No Bashimi and Fabio Aldeguer. Rins goes to the inside of Aldeguer, coming through turn 6 into turn 7 and 8 as well. The left, right, uphill, right again at Capsa, and keeps on going through. Also says I'm doing my English work. Fantastic. I hated English. I'm sorry, I did. I hated maths, I hated English, and teacher... Oh, dear. But no, my favourite subject was always history and science. Science was my favourite. Oh, I love science. Hope you all like it as well. Yeah, so what we've got is the 25 bikes that are out there are the Yamahas. We know that they're on the GP25 bikes. Ducati have the 25 at the moment as well coming in. They've got new updates. The 24 bike is on for the Aero package, is on for the Grassinis as well. That's what we're seeing right now with Fabio Aldeguer into turn 1 on their bikes as well. So they've all got them ready to go, and they are testing their favourites. Biology is my favourite. I actually very much aced physics and chemistry. I was very good, and yet failed maths. So how the hell do you ace physics and fail maths? I don't know. Did eventually, but still looking good so far. Marc Marquez, the red Bowen out there as well at the moment, bloody Bowen, whatever they're going to call it. But yeah, he is all in red, a bright shining red as well. It is almost orange on the Ducati. That is the GP25 bike he's on. He said to Davide Tardozzi earlier that it's actually an easier bike to ride than the GP24 that he rode first thing out this morning. So Marc Marquez does like the new 25 bike. There is Alex Marquez just talking in as well. He's fastest at the moment on 1:38.803. He's done that time on that as well. In physics, our deviations are too long and uncomplicated, yeah. I really enjoyed chemistry, actually. Physics, it's all mathematical and all that lot, but, oh, chemistry. Getting your chemistry set out and doing that, oh, yeah. Has anyone ever done the Screaming Jelly Baby? Fantastic. Put some Jelly Baby in some acid and heat up the acid and it screams. Because of all the sugar getting exploded. Ah, oh, Screaming Jelly Baby. I'm not saying do this now, but... Yes, I know. I remember bits of the periodic table as well. I used to have the periodic table in the back of my planner. We used to have a journal at the school, and it was a planner that we used to carry around with us every day, like a diary. It had all the dates of the year. This was before they got all iPads and all that lot. So it was a proper little book, and you used to have the periodic table in the back and all this. I loved it. It's fantastic. I've got a new one every year, but fantastic. I wonder where I've put them. I reckon there's one behind me in the commentary notes as well. But yeah. Now, let's have a look. This is my feeling. Why do I say that? Alex easily reaches top speed. He really does. Civil says, I hate chemistry because there are too many expectations in it, but I love physics. I know. With chemistry, and just quickly, Maverick Vinales is on his GP25 bike. They are repairing it, and he's giving some information about how it all is, and he's giving feedback. So the world champion hitting the ground running, immediately going well. And they're firing up now. You can hear in the background as well. Yeah, physics, it's all equation. You've got to get your thesis right, all the experimental data as well. But with chemistry, I think I really excelled in because you can literally just... You had to do all your planning everything, but I could just excel. I could get the reactions quickly, and I knew what I was doing. I could set everything up, and I loved it. Putting on the goggles and the coats and all that, it's fantastic. So much so, I actually had a pair of glasses before this set. That was almost like a sciencey goggle look. It was quite fun. Still, 2 hours, 20 minutes to go then, and we've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders now on the circuit now as well. And Martin hops off the bike and gets ready to go again. Upstock says, in my school, we're learning about equilibrium now today. This chapter was started as well. And Flurry goes missing. Hopefully he gets found. GP24 and GP23 could easily show some of the top speed, but in acceleration, the GP4 is way superior. And apparently the GP25 combines the rideability of the 23 with the pace of the 24. So it's like you've pushed them together. And Mark's saying as well that it's easier to ride and it's a lot more on the deck. Really good stuff. So I'm looking forward to that. Out on the circuit now is Marco Bezzecchi on the 72 Aprilia. Let's head back over to the world feed and I'll find out some more information to you and bring it to you as we go.
On a factory Aprilia, but suffice to say that this is as weak as Jorge Martin is going to be on that Aprilia as he gets more time on the motorcycle. Of course, the final 2025 spec RSGP machine is wheeled out onto the racetrack in the tests that precede next season out in Sepang, Malaysia, and then the final pre-season test which will come at Buriram, the home of the first race of next season, which takes place right at the beginning of March.
Seen a couple of times out on circuit, both Martin and Bezzecchi. Just, of course, they're so accustomed to the brilliant rear grip provided by the Ducati that they've just had a few moments on the rear of that factory Aprilia. Of course, completely set of different circumstances in terms of riding style required here. Bezzecchi's not shy about throwing that RSGP around him, is he, in the final sector. Tacks hard in the front end through the Catalunya corner. On board with Bez at the moment. He's down in 16th place. I think Martin's probably around where he would have expected to have been, around a second away from the best time. As Bezzecchi then breaks hard into the first corner. Here's the 23 of Enea Bastianini. At the moment, down in 19th place. Fair to say the beast breaking himself in gently on the KTM RC16. He drops now down through 13. And 140.742 is the best lap time we've seen so far today from the 26-year-old.
Finished the season particularly strongly, didn't he, in the sprints, Bastianini. It took him until Silverstone this year when he won the sprint at the British Grand Prix, our 75th anniversary weekend, for him to get any medals around his neck, and he's been a pretty frequent visitor to the sprint podiums in recent time. He's certainly got the KTM style locked down there, hasn't he, on the way into turn one. That was Brad Binder-esque. What
was Paul Espargaro saying to us this morning? We spent too much time sideways in the braking zones. Exhibit A, Enea Bastianini, that was some shot there, wasn't it, from the beast. Yeah, I suppose one of the badges of honour for him this year was he took Ducati's 100th Grand Prix success in Emilia-Romagna. Not so sure this is the best way to be attacking turn one. I suppose you could say, well, the rear did pivot the direction he wanted to point the front end of that RC16. As you mentioned, the beast has done 39 laps in this session. If you're wondering why, if you look at the timing screens and there's no gas involvement now in the MotoGP World Championship, well, KTM have just decided to bring everything under the one factory umbrella. So there's no longer gas Tech 3 on the grid. We've got the Red Bull KTM Factory Racing Team and Hervé Poncharad's French-based squad are now known as Red Bull KTM Tech 3. I think that's across the board, but he was well in Moto 3 from the Pierre Mobility Group.
Might make it difficult for us to tell the 4 bikes apart next year. Let's hope there's a little bit of a difference between the 2 liveries of Tech 3 and Red Bull KTM, because in Moto 3 there wasn't much of one.
Well, we're going to hear from new Red Bull KTM Tech 3 boss Nico Guyon a little bit later on this afternoon. It was clear there was a bit of mix and match on the uniform still going around yesterday. Popped my head into the paddock yesterday and Nico had an orange and black Red Bull KTM. Oh dear. Boy, Martin, a bit more drama there for the Martinator, lighting up that rear tyre.
Looking over saying, hey, that was my problem for the last couple of years, Jorge.
Yeah, welcome to Aprilia. Yeah, Nico Guyon, he got the orange and blue official KTM jacket on. He's still got his red gas shoes on. He was like a rainbow walking through the paddock. That nearly, yeah, Maverick Vinales looking over and going, welcome to my 2024, pal. So Martin then, that was obviously shortly, not long after the tip-off at turn 5 for the current number 89. As you can see, emblazoned all over the back of his special test leathers. When we next see Jorge Martin on the factory Aprilia in Sepang in early February, I'll be absolutely gobsmacked he's not carrying that #1 plate.
Yeah, surely he's going to be running it. Quick progress check on our rookies, by the way. Fermin Aldeguerra's just put in a string of personal bests. He's into the 140s now, 140.778. He's within 2 seconds of the fastest lap time currently held by his teammate Alex Marquez. I think if he's anywhere from around 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds off the pace, as Vinales is on to the grass on the way out of turn 9. I think Aldeguerra can be pretty proud of himself over that one. Somkat Chancho was told by Lucio Cecchinello earlier on today if he's within 2.5 seconds of the pace, he's doing a good job. He's just outside that at the moment, 2.8 down.
Now, Maverick, we know that KTM have got a pretty impressive off-road range of motorcycles, but these 300 horsepower MotoGP bikes are not really designed for enduro action or motocrossing. He was right on the outside curve there, was he, coming out of turn 9? Getting a face full of dirt and stones there. That would have been Jorge Martin on that factory Aprilia. Over the line, those 2 go. In the braking zone goes Maverick Vinales. Pretty rock-solid first day on that KTM, hasn't it, so far been for the Spanish rider. 9th fastest as it stands at the moment with a 139.981. In fact, he's a 10th ahead of Brad Binder in 2nd place. Always difficult, though, isn't it, to sort of differentiate between the different testing programmes. You know that Vinales is just jumping on a proven package. He'll just be on the current spec motorcycle. They just said, OK, we'll fill it with fuel, we'll put new rubber on it occasionally, but you go out there and ride and learn. Whereas Brad Binder will be on a completely different programme. Of course, he will be testing an array of new development parts on that factory KTM, including the new double exhaust system, which we've seen.
Still such a curious story, isn't it? The story of Maverick Vinales and his departure from Aprilia. If you'd have told me after his pole, sprint and victory treble in the Grand Prix of the Americas in Austin earlier in the year that within a matter of months Maverick Vinales would be announcing his departure from Aprilia to head over to Tech 3 and KTM.
I have to interrupt for a second to explain what's going on. Never mind, the timings have come back. Ha! About to say that Dorna's sisters went down for the back now.
And in Jerez, when he wasn't able to do anything like the same level of results at the Spanish Grand Prix, that was essentially a cue for him to decide to seek something else in his paddock, and clearly also wasn't too keen on being the understudy to Jorge Martin at Aprilia either, after becoming the first rider to win for 3 different manufacturers in the MotoGP era earlier on this year with that victory in Austin. Real surprised that Vinales would then choose within a matter of months to depart Aprilia, but Aprilia's loss could potentially be Tech 3 and KTM's gain if we can discover the best of Maverick Vinales.
Timing screens are having a bit of a paddy up here as well at the moment, so they're needing to reconnect. It's Alex Marquez at the moment. The actual systems have been going wrong, so something must be in a bug of the software.
Notably was Ducati's one and only Sunday defeat in the 2024 MotoGP World Championship. Didn't get a sprint podium in the last 12 since Assen. So yeah, top results after the early part of the season were few and far between for Vinales, who still did finish 7th in the World Championship. He's such an enigma, isn't he, Vinales? You never quite know what you're going to get. If he rolls out the right side of the bed on a race day morning, he's almost unbeatable, isn't he, Maverick Vinales? Seems like quite a canny move by KTM to allow him to bring into the Tech 3 fold Jose Manuel Casal, known as Manu, his crew chief, who worked closely with Maverick, firstly at Suzuki and most recently at Aprilia. I think KTM just wary that let's just get somebody in the fold that knows Vinales, that understands Maverick Vinales and can get the best out of him. And that might be a pretty smart move by KTM in the long running, because there is no question about it. I mean, he's a phenomenally talented rider, isn't he, Maverick Vinales, but just a bit too inconsistent and sometimes a bit too unpredictable.
Well, that's it, isn't it? As you say, getting the best out of Maverick Vinales, because his best is at times unbeatable. Austin demonstrated that, where having won the sprint, we thought when Maverick Vinales was relegated to as low as 11th place in the first lap of the Grand Prix of the Americas, we thought, well, he's not going to win this from there, but he just steamed through the pack and overtook riders essentially at will, was able to display a level of patience too on his way back through the field before passing Pedro Acosta for the victory. That's how good Maverick Vinales can be, but for every victory such as that for Maverick Vinales, you have weekends such as Buriram, where he was 20th in the sprint, the Grand Prix here last weekend when he only scored 1 point across the sprint and the race. The discrepancy and the difference, I guess, between the best and the worst of Maverick Vinales is still way, way too big. If you can close that down and find a consistent level along the lines of what we saw in Austin, there's no question that KTM have got one of potentially the best riders in this paddock.
Mission accomplished so far for Honda LCR Honda rider Somkhat Chantra. We heard from his boss Lucio Cecchinello earlier on this morning, who said he'd be very, very happy if Chantra left this Barcelona test sort of in between 2.5 to 3 seconds back of the best pace. Well, he's in that zone, 2.8 seconds now back of Alex Marquez is Chantra. We just saw that on screen as well, didn't we, getting the message on his dashboard, mapping for, of course, so many different elements and setup options for the Moto2 rookies to contend with. They will all sleep very, very well tonight. Sort of a brain overload, all the information that's being thrown at you. As a MotoGP rookie, but Somkhat Chantra doing a pretty good job after his early get-off at turn 10, the Thai rider. 12th he was in the Moto2 World Championship this year. 4th place in front of his home crowd in Buriram was a season best. His best actually in 21 since he was on the Buriram podium at the back end of 2023. Did score points in 14 of 18 Grand Prix this year. A whole bunch of top sixes, but never able to find himself back onto the podium. But yeah, history beckons for Chantra, the first Thai rider ever to compete in MotoGP.
And that season's best in Buriram came on his return from injury after he'd missed 3 Grand Prix after having his right leg ran into by his fellow rookie Fermin Aldeguer on the first lap of the Indonesian Grand Prix on their way down into turn 10 while they were going side by side. And one of my favourite memories, I think, and favourite moments of the day was Lucio Cecchinello explaining Somkhat Chantra's feedback on the very first run that he completed in MotoGP, where he was absolutely wide-eyed with amazement at the end of that first run. And we've got some information too from Jack Gorse down in pit lane, who was watching Somkhat Chantra moments ago when he was getting the front hole shot device down. He says he nearly went over the handlebars down in pit lane when he was doing that. So MotoGP machinery is certainly leaving an impression on Somkhat Chantra.
Here was Acosta and Martin. Through we go. Top of the hill, this turn 12. Good to see a smattering of fans in the grandstands who are taking the opportunity to get their last taste of MotoGP action in 2024. Once again, an awesome job by the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya to step in so late in the hour to host the season finale. As we mentioned throughout the course of the weekend, we raced in Barcelona, but we raced for Valencia. All of our thoughts, our strength and prayers continue to go out to all those affected in Valencia after those recent devastating floods. Sure, we'll be back there bigger, better and stronger this time next year. As Acosta and Martin through turn 5. Jorge Martin was caught out there just 10-15 minutes or so ago. Looks like Acosta's gone back to that sort of conventional, more conventional branded large affair. And good spot that, wasn't it, by Fabio Di Gianantonio? Certainly pricked up Fabio's curiosities. He was spotting that sort of smaller area front fairing that Acosta was running.
Pedro Acosta in 5th at the moment today. Of course, he was battling for 5th in the World Championship, lost out on the very last lap of the Barcelona Grand Prix of the weekend. One thing we know of Pedro Acosta, even from the first year, is that he's not going to be around here next year to finish 5th place in any race or in the championship. Of course, he was so entertaining right at the beginning of the season, where he was making some light-hearted comments about how his tyre management in the opening race of the season in Qatar wasn't so good, but it did make for great TV. Those are his words and not mine. And he was also telling us how much fun he was having battling with the likes of Marc Marquez in those season openers, using language that we probably can't repeat in front of a family audience. But as much as he does appreciate that MotoGP is the entertainment business as well as a sport, this is a rider who has done very little except win in his entire Grand Prix career. This year was the first in his entire Grand Prix career that hasn't seen him win at least one race this season, and of course 2 World Championships, including that rookie Moto3 campaign and the Moto2 title a couple of years ago. His expectations are sky high, and he'll be putting some serious pressure on KTM to match his ambition.
It was some way to announce himself on the big stage, wasn't it, in Qatar? The very first rider he ever passed in MotoGP was a certain Marc Marquez. Welcome to MotoGP, wasn't it, for Pedro Acosta? He really did light up the early part of the season. The 3rd place in Portimao after some brilliant overtakes down the hill in that tricky braking zone for turn 1. 2nd then in the Austin Grand Prix, followed up immediately by a 2nd in the sprint in Jerez. More sprint podiums quickly followed in Catalonia and in Mugello. And at that stage, everybody's expectations had quickly changed from thinking a big ask for Acosta to win in his rookie season to, well, when will he win?
Yeah.
Of course, ultimately, it was a winless season for me. It was not just the ride of Acosta's season, it was one of the best rides of the entire championship. 2nd in that Mandalika battle in excruciatingly hot conditions. He had a whole army of Ducatis behind him, including the Ducatis of Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. He was only just over a 2nd behind Jorge Martin. No other KTM was in the same postcode as Acosta on that day. And of course there were opportunities, big opportunities to win this year. He'll tell you he'll still be cursing the crash out of the lead in the sprint in Japan when he looked so good all weekend in Motegi, having taken that first pole position. And then that was immediately followed up as well, wasn't it, when he was a close second to Pecco Bagnaia in the Japanese Grand Prix when he crashed out early on at the final quarter. There have been opportunities, pretty crystal clear though, isn't it? If KTM can put together a competitive motorcycle or a more competitive motorcycle for Acosta, well, Ducati, you better watch out.
And as much as he did get outscored in the end over the season by Brad Binder, certainly Pedro Acosta's highs were higher than Brad Binder's, whereas Binder had that level of consistency which saw him finish ahead of the rookie in the World Championship. But he showed straight away, didn't he, that he had no regard or inferiority complex for the other reputations and world champions that he was up against. He demonstrated right from the first round of the season, first race, first corner, that he had no concerns about lobbing it up the inside of Marc Marquez. We saw him overtaking Pecco Bagnaia in Portimao as well at the 2nd round of the season, and then led his 3rd MotoGP race in the Circuit of the Americas when Jorge Martin had several opportunities or several attempts to try and pass Pedro Acosta, just could not do it, to the point that Acosta finished ahead of him in the race, and it took something quite extraordinary for Maverick Vinales to beat Acosta on that day and deny him a win in what would have been just his 3rd MotoGP start. So I think there's any doubt from us that if KTM give him the package that can compete up against the Ducatis, they've got the rider who can deliver.
Trying to beat Ducati, trying to even race Ducati was a bit of a thankless task in 2024, wasn't it, for much of the season on Sundays in the Grand Prix. What a stat this is from as far as Ducati concerned. There were only 7 non-Ducati podiums all season, and to his credit, Pedro Acosta took 5 of those. The other 2 were Maverick Vinales' victory in Kota and Brad Binder in the opening Grand Prix in Qatar. Well, he's, as he told us he would do, be firmly back inside the in VR46 Racing Team Garage, keeping a close eye on the action and proceedings. Great to hear, wasn't it, in the commentary box for a short period of time this afternoon. The thoughts about Fabio Di Gianantonio. As he mentioned, it must have been really difficult for him to have walked away when he did. He'd just come off the back of an excellent 4th place in Phillip Island, a brilliant 4th place in that wet race in Buriram. But of course, as he said, they calculated that, they worked it out with his medical team, that if he had any chance of being fully 100% fit for the opening Grand Prix in Thailand in the first weekend of next March, well, the latest, the absolute latest that he could undertake surgery would have to quickly follow that Thai Grand Prix in Buriram. And that's what, a month or so ago since we were in Thailand. He's still got the shoulder in a sling. He's had to keep it mobile for a good 3 or 4 weeks. But the good news is, as he said, the recovery, the rehab is bang on course. They are sticking to the plan. And really encouraging signs to hear that Fabio could be back on 2 wheels as early as January.
You said to him, didn't you, good things come to those who wait. Another phrase I think that applies to Gianantonio is good things happen to good people. He is such a super guy. He's just the kind of character and personality that you want to see do well, and he's kind of been to the school of hard knocks in MotoGP. As mentioned this morning, there were times in 2022 where he must have thought that he was out of his depth in MotoGP. There must have been times in 2023 when he thought he was going to be out of the door in MotoGP, but he has overcome all of those obstacles to the point where he is now one of just 3 riders. That is such a vote of confidence and such a seal of approval from Ducati, that with just 3 GP25s available next season, 2 of which go, of course, to the factory team with Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, that they are entrusting Fabio Di Gianantonio with the other for the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, as you mentioned, some feat to miss 3 Grand Prix and then still find himself inside the top 10 overall in the championship. Plotting, starting his bid to win back the MotoGP World Championship goes Pecco Bagnaia, 3rd quickest at the moment on the factory Ducati. Pedro Acosta back in a familiar livery. Of course, Moto3 and Moto2 World Champion for Red Bull KTM. Had to do a double take when he walked in the press room here yesterday. I thought it was initially Brad Binder, but here was Acosta then. 5th at the moment. It's been some good rides so far in this opening day of action for 2025. Johan Zarco also putting together an excellent strong day. 40 laps the Frenchman has completed for Castrol Honda LCR. Inside the top 6 is the 34-year-old Frenchman. Points in the last 9 Grand Prix. 8th in that wet race in Buriram, which ultimately did prove to be the best Grand Prix result of the season for Honda. At their best in exactly a year since Marquez was 6 in Buriram. 2 top 10s, Mandalika and Buriram. Only 2 top 10s of the entire season for Honda on a Sunday. He was the only Honda rider that found himself in Q2 all year long in Aragon, Mandalika, Buriram, Sepang, and last weekend here in Barcelona. And as Lucio Cecchinello alluded to when we spoke to him earlier on today, at least in the first part of the season in public, he was sort of putting on a brave face about his frustrations, the lack of progress and the lack of performance from that Honda RC213V. Fair to say, we know he's a pretty forthright character, isn't he, as old Johan Zarco. Behind the scenes, it sounds like he wasn't too shy about letting Honda know his feelings about the lack of competitiveness from the RC213V.
Yes, I think 1 or 2 were slightly concerned when Johan Zarco made the move to LCR that might not end particularly well, mainly with memories of his ill-fated KTM spell in our minds. Of course, he didn't see out the season with KTM back in 2019, but Johan Zarco has grown up as a person and as a rider since then. Of course, he's a MotoGP winner now, which of course must make a huge difference to his mindset when things are going badly. He does have those good memories to draw upon, but for Johan Zarco, super experienced, and yeah, he's been one of the unsung heroes, I think, of this 2024 season. Pound for pound, when you take into account the machines that everybody is on and the situations they've been riding under, Johan Zarco has done as good a job as most in 2024, and he'll of course reach a milestone next season, 22-round championship next season. And 18 races into it, Johan Zarco will reach 300 Grand Prix starts.
I got the impression it was, well, that Mazzano test came at the perfect time for Honda as far as their relationship with Shianzaki was concerned, because it was around that time where you did get a sense, even in public, he was getting a little bit frustrated, a little bit angry. Cool, we'd love to have a microphone smack bang in the middle of this conversation, wouldn't we, right now, as Marc Marquez starts life as a factory Ducati rider, 7th fastest at the moment. Having a chat there with Gigi Dall'Igna, who pretty much moved heaven and earth to move Marquez into factory team, a decision which Dall'Igna knew the consequences. He knew that he would have to sacrifice Jorge Martin, Enea Bastianini and the current World Championship winning team. All the collateral damage really of the Marquez signing was the fact that Martin and Bastianini moved on. And Prima Ducati also decided that after their long and very successful collaboration with Ducati, it was time for them to move on to a new challenge. It's a long-term commitment that Pramac have with Yamaha. It wasn't made public at the time. It was a, well, they termed it in the press release, didn't they, as a multi-year contract. And I think it might have actually been Paolo Campanotti, the boss himself, who went, 7 years. It's like, I'm sure the press officers were like, Paolo, come on, mate, that's supposed to be confidential. That's why we said multi-year. So 7 years, it looks like, is the deal between Pramac and Yamaha. And of course, now Yamaha and Pramac have their own sort of feeder system, because they'll have Tony Arbolino and Ethan Guevara waiting in the wings from the newly formed Pramac Moto2 squad.
That was announced yesterday. We don't yet know what bikes they're going to be on next season. The strong rumour in the paddock is that they'll be on Boscoscuro chassis in that Moto2 Pramac Yamaha squad, which certainly proved pretty successful this year for our MotoGP rookie Ayagura, who won the World Championship on that Boscoscuro. And yes, if you look at their riders, they'll both be thinking, hey, there's a clear pathway now for us into MotoGP for the future. Jack Miller, of course, is on a 1-year contract with the team, and I'm sure is fully intent on sticking around for the long haul. But both Ethan Guevara and Tony Arbolino will be thinking, hey, if we can deliver over the course of 2025 and potentially challenge for a Moto2 World Championship, then what might wait for us at the end of all of that?
So we're looking at Bagnaia, the world champion, attacking now hard towards turn 10. I'm delighted to say, as we promised, at the top of the hour, or just a little bit after, we welcome our latest special guest into the commentary box. It was a very different 2024 World Championship campaign for Nico Goyen, who for the first time sort of was in a management role down at what was Gas Tech 3, of course. Now switching over to Red Bull KTM Tech 3 for 2025. Exciting times for the French-based team as they welcome one of the most experienced lineups on next year's grid. Enea Bastianini, former Moto2 World Champion, of course, and Maverick Vinales. Nico, welcome, good afternoon. Hello. It looks like day one's been pretty positive so far for your riders. Maverick Vinales inside the top 10, doing high 139s, and Enea Bastianini also making good progress on his first day in the office.
Yeah, no, it's you know, it's only the first day, and for sure we don't want to. They don't want to make any kind of stupid mistake. I think the target is really clear. The target is really to understand how the bike is working, and especially here, you know, we've had this race 2 days ago on a different machine for both of these riders. Then the target is really to understand how this KTM bike is working. What are the main difference? What are the strong points? And you know. Once you understand this, then you need to build up on these strong points. So this takes time. We saw it with Marc, for example, last year, coming from the Honda on the Ducati. It took him a few races before to start to play in front, and that was Marc.
Oh, unfortunately, Nico, you've joined us at probably just about the worst possible time, because Enea Bastianini, unfortunately.
Yeah, Enea Bastianini. Huge accident. No doubt this will be a red flag to the day as well. He's up walking away already, but that 23 bike is absolutely destroyed on entry into turn 5. He barrel rolls through the gravel about 5, 6, 7 times. My goodness me. The bike, however, digs in, rolls over. He's okay, but the bike is destroyed. And local yellows are at the moment. Official information that he's rider okay, but he's crashed down at turn 5. On entry, hits the brakes. The front immediately buckles underneath him. He skids off downhill. The bike gets her and barrel rolls. It just bodywork whipped off. Technology out there too. He, though, the most important thing, he is okay. So Enea Bastianini goes down on the new Red Bull KTM Tech 3 team. No longer Gas. Now it's Red Bull KTM, but Tech 3, all factory, as we heard from Simon Crayfire on the brakes. So yeah, that's a nasty one.
The Tech 3 garage. So yeah, quite understandably so. He's got certainly more pressing matters than having a little chat to us. Unfortunately, that's a shame because Nico, always a very interesting character. Yeah, I don't think he'll be doing much more commentary if that's the way it's going to work out for him. I mean, just as he said, the main mission of today is for Viñales and Bastianini to lap, learn, and gain some data. I mean, that's an easy mistake to make, isn't it?
Same mistake Luca Marini made earlier on this morning. Pretty much an identical crash.
Straight up and down, wasn't he? In the braking zone was the beast. And you saw the...
Yeah, that's now 2 identical crashes at turn 5. He had one there this morning in similar situations. So did Miguel Oliveira as well.
Very, very badly damaged motorcycle. Not too sure what might be able to be salvaged off that one, because it took a real whacking in the gravel trap. Broken bikes can be fixed. Broken bike riders need a little bit more time. At least it looks like Enea Bastianini, and he was relatively okay.
He just set his personal best lap time of the day at Enea. Seconds before that, he'd just done a 140.264, got into 15th place, but that run came to a screeching halt, didn't it? And that KTM that he was on was absolutely wrecked after it went barreling through the gravel trap and might have made it as far as the fence down there at turn 5. As you mentioned earlier on, it's a very easy thing to do there, and that's I think at least the 4th rider now we've seen go down there at turn 5 over the course of the day in 2 very different fashions. That was much more like the Luca Marini crash that we saw around about an hour and a half into the day this morning. So the Beast's first day with KTM and Tech 3 started reasonably well, but he's had a serious bump in the road midway through this afternoon session.
Yeah, unfortunately, when those bikes are ferried back to Mattinghofen, KTM's based in Austria, they don't need so much room on the truck now, do they, for that one? A lot of that's going to be straight to skip, you feel, because that was a big one. Luca Marini's crash, there certainly wasn't as much damage to the RC213V Honda as there was there for Bastianini's motorcycle. Here is Marc Marquez then. Well, throughout his factory Ducati tenure, Pecco Bagnaia has stressed the importance of communication, the importance of harmony inside the garage. He had it with Jack Miller, he had it with Enea Bastianini, and so far, as they work in tandem and work together, Bagnaia and Marc Marquez just having a little bit of a chat together. Of course, they are potentially going to be big rivals. I mean, there are some people in the paddock who think that this has got all the ingredients, all the hallmarks of being a sort of Rossi Biaggi, Rossi Lorenzo, Marquez Lorenzo, Marquez Rossi type big rivalry. But they both have spoken about the importance of doing their utmost to ensure Ducati's domination continues in MotoGP. They have raced hard each other already in the past when both been on Ducatis. Portimao and Jerez certainly spring to mind. Plenty more battle royales to follow in the future, but all cordial at the moment.
Well, it's in their interest in many respects to get along up to a point, because they want to work together to make that Ducati GP25 as competitive as possible. I guess their ideal scenario is we work to a point where our GP25 is the dominant package, and then we can then fight it out amongst ourselves on the track for first and second over the course of the day. Well, we have already seen a crash at turn 5 for Jorge Martin over the course of this afternoon session. We can get an update on the world champion from Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, just on that crash itself, I was just chatting to a couple of guys from Aprilia, of course. I'm sure you've said both Marco and Jorge won't be speaking to the media at the end of the day due to their contract with Ducati still being in place. But just to get an understanding of what happened with that first crash with the Aprilia, he said basically he was going too slow. He was sort of playing as I think Fabio Di Gianantonio, who was in the box at the time, had said. I can't remember who it was, whether it was his new teammate Marco Bezzecchi exactly, but they were both having an opportunity to follow one another. Also potentially felt just a lack of an understanding understanding yet of where that front feel actually is when you've got the aero effect of a rider in front of you. So still a couple of things obviously to work on day one, but the good news was the bike came in, there was hardly any damage whatsoever. A couple of scrapes and scratches on the left-hand side, but that was it. Quick polish and he was ready to go again.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. All part of the learning process, all part of shortening the learning curve as quickly as Jorge Martin can do. He comes into a manufacturer that has a lot of promise and potential, no question about that, but probably have only won 4 MotoGP races throughout their career. Pecco Bagnaia won 11 on his own this morning.
Jorge Martin saying that there should be a flag waving down at turn 5. He did not look happy at all. I think he wants a stoppage. I think there's something down there on entry.
You need a pause here to clear. That's
there's a lot of debris. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Martin wants a red flag, and we might get one here. There is a huge amount of debris from Bastianini's crash. I said we might need a red flag on entry. Yeah, all of the mud and the dust has come through, and it's landed right on the racing line, down in the braking zone. So I would personally get a red flag. We'll see if that happens. Let's just stand up for a minute, because this is important, this bit. So he had his hand out to the marshal saying, look, red flag here, we need a red flag. Nothing's come up on our system yet to say interrupted or anything, but that needs cleaning up. There is a lot of... Now he's going to know it hasn't been red flagged. He's going to go through turn 5 again. Let's see if he says it more. Into turn 1, 2 and 3. So downhill. Squeagle in through 1 and 2. It's 1,047 metres from the exit of the last corner to turn 1 and 2. Up through 3. Gently pulls the throttle. Now uphill to 4. Hard on the brakes, about 75 before metres in. Uphill turn. Drifts out wide. Then it goes down into 5. This is where the debris is. So downhill, and he's avoiding the debris. Very early entry. And he's still looking to race control. He's shaking his head. He wants a red flag. And he is not being red flagged. So this is unbelievable stuff here from race control, that they are not throwing out the red flag when there is visible debris and damage to the circuit. It'll take 5 minutes to clean up. Throw the red flag, get it sorted. Don't leave it out there for someone to get seriously hurt. Unbelievable that they haven't put out a red flag yet in this session. Martin's 3 seconds down now on this time. Let's head back to race control.
The sun's setting off in the background, the sun about to set on what will be an unforgettable 2024 campaign for our new world champion.
Yeah, Jorge Martin, I guess he'll be trying to make use of every last lap, every last corner of information he can get on this Aprilia RSGP, but it's been such a mentally draining year for him. So much hard work goes into winning a MotoGP World Championship. It's not just the 40 minutes that you see on the racetrack on a Sunday, or the 20 minutes or so of a sprint. It's every practice session, every qualifying session. It's all the training and all the mental preparation you do away from the circuit as well. He's having a chat there with Paolo Bonora, the team manager. We can see our on-side of Croker, I think, there in the background as well. And I think Jorge Martin is saying to Paolo there, we could do again this session red flag for a few moments just to clean the track up. But boy, has he gone to the absolute end of the earth this year to achieve his lifelong dream, and you can't say he doesn't deserve it for the hard work and the incredible talent that he's displayed to us throughout this 2024 season.
Yeah, Martin has been simply sensational throughout this season, hasn't he? As you can see there, the sun setting in the background. The photographers are going to be buzzing, aren't they, right now? That's their favourite moment of the season, all the nice backlit shots. They love it at this sort of autumnal phase. Into this tricky turn 5 goes Miguel Oliveira, trotting down the hill. Good lap this coming in from the Portuguese rider. His personal best first sector of the day. We'll track him now through the left-hander of turn 7, then flick it right through 8, all the way up now to 3rd gear through turn 9. This is all around 120, 125 kilometres an hour. Then you go all the way up to 275 kilometres an hour in fourth gear before you hard on the brakes. Down to second gear for turn 10, 75 kilometres an hour all the way through here. Got to be careful to nurse the power through here. Quite a bit of wheels from the left-hand side. He's backed out of this one, hasn't he? Oliveira. Shame, because he had his personal best first 3 sectors of the day. That lap time there, had he carried on with it, was possibly going to be pushing him inside the top 10. Oh, that's the reason
Red flag's out. Red flag's out. Okay, that's good news. Well, I was going to say it needed to be stopped, and it has. Now, interestingly enough, our race control systems up here are still showing green, but I can confirm to you that the red flag is out, and it's because of Eneas Bastianini's accident a few moments ago. It's brought stones and dirt and debris, carbon fibre onto the racing line, and the track down there desperately needs to be cleared up. So the red flag is out then. They're going to get the leaf blowers out there. Shouldn't be too long of a delay, but the pre-season test here is temporarily suspended with the red flag out on the track. We should go green shortly.
Pit lane and grab a word with the team manager of our MotoGP World Championship winning season in 2024. Of course, exciting new chapter, a new adventure beckons for Pramac as they move over to Yamaha for 2025. I just wonder how the hangover was, how the headache was yesterday morning. I'm delighted to say Gino Borsoi joins Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, there's a wry smile on his face as you say that. Let's talk 2025 in a moment, Gino, but first, congratulations. I think they still can count 2024 world champions. How was the party on Sunday?
Well, it was an amazing day. It was a big party inside the garage, full of people. All the paddock was inside our garage. We drink a lot, 185 bottles of wine.
185?
Yeah. It was a nice moment. It was a nice moment because I started to feel the people around me, that everybody was happy for this achievement. So, well, nice, so nice. I'm so proud about my guy. I'm so proud about Jorge, and I have to say thank you to the people coming to our garage to say hello and to make congratulations to us. So thank you for all these person of the paddock come to see us.
And straight away, the next morning, 2025 starts with the new bikes being delivered, 2 new riders being delivered, new crew chiefs on both sides as well. This is a big project you've undertaken.
Yeah, big change for us. They delivered the bike, as you said, yesterday morning, and we start straight away to build up the bike and also start our new relationship with the crew chief and some electronic. A lot of Japanese people inside the garage to help us to start in a better way. And well, a lot of things to do, a lot of things to know, a lot of let's say system to understand and to put in place. But it's just a shakedown for us, in my opinion. We just need to understand their mentality, how the bike work, and give all our support to help to Yamaha to improve the performance in the best way as possible.
How important will it be for you to get across a change in mindset amongst the team? Because obviously, having had so much success over the last couple of years, people enjoy winning. That's natural, but it's going to be a real challenge to be able to be at those standards next year. So how much is your job trying to make sure that still there's that great family, positive atmosphere that Pramac has had and been successful with?
Well, the atmosphere is good. Anyway, if we know that the start of the season, maybe all the season could be difficult for us, but it's not an issue, and it's just another project. We have already the good mindset to approach of the new era with Yamaha. So it's great, it's good if you can help Yamaha to bring back the result as many years ago. So, well, it's just a matter of mindset that we already know, we already have. So no no big drama, of course. If you are able to bring Yamaha back, it's also great. So it's not like win the championship, but it's a good point.
Talk us through what both Jack and Miguel have made of the bike so far. A lot of knowledge has come. Jack comes from KTM, now with a crew chief from Honda. Miguel comes from Aprilia with a crew chief from Ducati. So how is it trying to piece all of that information together? And as I said, what did they make of the bike?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to have all this kind of formation. Also, our mindset bring from Ducati to Yamaha. We want to keep the same system. We want to keep our mentality as we were with Ducati. So I think this kind of mentality will help Yamaha. Also, all the information from the rider, as you said before, are really helpful to, let's say, to understand in a really short time what we have to do and what they have to do on the bike. We need time, of course. We know we need time. We have a lot of ideas to put in place. We have a lot of, let's say, experience to give to Yamaha. The winter time will be the right moment to put all in place, and let's see if we are able to start already in a good way when we are in Malaysia. But as everybody knows, it's a matter of time. We need, let's say, more than a few months just to put some our knowledge into Yamaha.
Since we were last with you on Sunday, we had the confirmation of the new Pathway team, the Moto2 squad with Tony Arbolino and Ethan Guevara. What's the idea there? How hands-on will you be inside that box?
Well, for sure, the Moto2 project with us and Yamaha is part of our target, our let's say big project. It's important for Yamaha to have Moto2. They are really involved on the project. It's one of the strategy program for them, even for us. A lot of new things will come in the future because we have a great idea to put in place in a really short time. Let's see if we have a time to do that, because as you can imagine, the swap from Ducati to Yamaha is really a huge, let's say, and big work. But you will see something more from us, and with this great collaboration with Yamaha, starting from Moto2. And then maybe in the future we can have a chance to talk about that. But let's start. We will have a first test in Jerez in just a few days. As for MotoGP, it's a shakedown because Moto2 is a new team, new guys, new technician, everything starts from zero. So we need to put in place one test just to, let's say, realize that it's done. We have a team, and then we will work hard during the winter time to create all the facility that we need to start the season 25.
I'm no rider manager, Gino, but I imagine that both Tony and Ethan, if they were smart, have got a contract that says if I finish in the top 3 in the World Championship, I'll have a MotoGP ride the next year. Is that normally how it works?
It's more or less something like that. Of course, this is because we want to have a Moto2. No, the program is clear. We want to have a good rider, build up a good team to have also the future, to have the rider coming through the Moto2 and then in MotoGP team. So this is the reason why we want to create a strong structure. Honestly speaking, our target is to try to fight him for the championship, and we will put all our effort, all my effort on this team, because I think we have next year a great chance to do something good.
Thank you very much for your time, Gino. 185 bottles of wine. That must be a new record. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
That sounds like half the Moto2 budget's been blown already on 185 bottles of wine. That sounds like some party, doesn't it, here in Barcelona on Sunday night? And why not?
Prosecco Primo next season.
Perfect chance. You're not going to let your hair down after winning the MotoGP World Championship. You never are going to let your hair down, are you? Although that's easier said than done for some people, like the follically challenged, like my good self. As we see Bagnaia then on the 63 bike in this sort of special testing livery that Pecco is sporting here today. Down he drops then through the third gear, turn 13. did everything he possibly could, did he, this weekend. He was only 10 points away from pulling off the miracle at Montmello pre-weekend when he was, what, 24 points adrift of Jorge Martin. He only had really one clear mission, that was to win the sprint, win the Grand Prix, which he duly did, but the help and the assistance that he needed from elsewhere just was not forthcoming. Have to say, though, this is not no secret whatsoever, is it? Just what an absolute class rider Pecco Bagnaia is, and such a class person as well. The way that he spoke after losing the World Championship here on Sunday, spoke in nothing but glowing terms about the incoming World Champion, Jorge Martin. Spoke, of course, didn't he, about his admiration for Jorge Martin and the job that he's done over the last 3 or 4 years, and he even went as far to say, like, if I was going to lose the championship to anybody, it would be Jorge Martin. Talk about being gracious and gentlemanly in defeat. So much to admire about the way that Pecco Bagnaia has conducted himself both on and off track this year.
He's a wonderful ambassador for this sport and a phenomenal talent too. And as you say, when he gave his interview to Simon Crowfire in Park Ferme, he didn't want to really say too much. He didn't want to take away the moment from Jorge Martin. He said, hey, this is Jorge Martin's day. It's his championship. He deserves this spotlight. The spotlight doesn't really belong on me, but he did everything he could on the Sunday. But he knew, as he said, from the moment he crashed in the sprint in Sepang, he knew that the World Championship was essentially out of his hands, no matter.
Yep, and the timing data screen at the moment again crashing. Dorner systems coming to the end. We've had this before. They lag. So anyway, I'll just give you a quick run through the order. They're back now. Bagnaia has just gone third fastest. He's on a longer race run, but Aleix Espargaro is 14th at the moment. Over the line, and Aleix goes up to 12th, 140.007. I've taken the jacket off. It's got so hot now in the commentary box, it's actually nice and warm. It's only been in here for 5 hours and 43 minutes. It's actually now got to the point where it's nice in here. 90 minutes to go then in this one. An hour and a half before MotoGP in 2024 ends. Of course, this is the pre-season test for 2025 as they come into it. Now, timing screens again. Don't worry, as you can read it, it's just the servers resetting themselves. Alex Marquez the fastest, Quartararo is second, Bagnaia third, Morbidelli, Costa Zarco, they're in the pit lane. Marc Marquez, Martin, Binder, Vinales, Bezzecchi, Oliveira's in the pits. Rins, Aleix Espargaro, Marini in the pits, Bastianini, Mio pit lane. Bastianini, of course, crashed out the circuit, so he's going back to the pit lane. Then it's Ralph Fernandez, Miguel Pirro, he's in the pit lane. Ferdinand Aguirre, Ayagura, Jack Miller's in the pits. Songkat Chantra, for all of you in Thailand, and there's a lot of viewers in Thailand and Indonesia, hello to you all. And of course in India as well. And Lorenzo Salvadori is 24th. Not long left then, 90 minutes, back to the world feed.
Duke, Surtees, Hailwood, Agostini, Roberts, Rainey Doohan, Rossi, Marquez, the great and the good of Grand Prix motorcycle racing.
Jorge Martin is back out on the circuit, and are we seeing something resembling a time attack here from Jorge Martin? Is this his first real attempt to push on board that factory Aprilia? Certainly by the evidence of the first sector, Jorge Martin is pushing, certainly giving the edge of the racetrack a wide berth there, still on the way into turn number 5, where we've already seen him crash earlier on today, but the world champion certainly appears to be pushing on, although he has left a lot of time go in that second sector. It's not a day to necessarily be chasing outright lap times, and of course they have lost a little bit of track time due to the red flag. So Jorge Martin was out there at the time of the stoppage. Of course, given it's a test day rather than a race or a qualifying session, the clock continued to count down during that red flag, so they don't get that time back. So whatever time we lost during the red flag period and suspension to this test session, we will not get back.
A PB lap has just been fired in by Mario Vinales, up to 9th for the 139.887. That was on the 56th lap of the day for Vinales. So he's up into 9th place. It's pretty much exactly a second away from Alex Marquez. Marquez has been at the top of the leaderboard for quite some time. He regained the lead from Bagnaia in the lunch break here.
These timing screens are going to be the death of me this year. I think the timings have somewhat crashed. No, they're coming back slowly. Did Raul Fernandez just go up to 15th? Yes, it did. There we go. Timing screens are back. Just let them catch up.
For the Ducati, and did what the first 6 or 7 lap run, came back into the Gresini Ducati garage, had that look to his right to Frankie Carcendi, and there was that nod and that grin that told you everything. Marc Marquez in 6 laps knew he'd made the absolute bang-on right call to try and return to winning ways with the Gresini Ducati. Had to wait 1,043 days though, didn't he, for that elusive first win. It came in that memorable weekend at Motorland Aragon, one of the few full trebles in 2024. The pole, Tissot Sprint and Grand Prix combination of the weekend. Then went on to win that pretty nail-biting flag-to-flag battle in San Marino, didn't he? And then probably one of the wins of the season, that incredible battle. They're always incredible battles, aren't they? At Phillip Island in Australia, where he had the tear off the visor underneath his rear tyre. Massive wheel spin off the line. 13th he was in Sector 1 in Australia, and came all the way through to take the checkered flag first with an overtake, which also won in the overtake of the season. And our traditional end-of-season awards gala in downtown Barcelona, voted for by the fans, the Giacomo Agostini Award, and once again he went to Marc Marquez for his race-winning pass on Jorge Martin at turn 4.
Yeah, he's certainly not lacking in popularity, is he still, Marc Marquez, and he's proven, as you said, this season that the magic is still very much there. The kind of conditions that we saw in Aragon, where it was all about feel, it was all about being able to adapt to the constantly changing track conditions. No one can do that like Marc Marquez can. Of course, that flag-to-flag scenario in Misano, where he came from 7th all the way through to the lead in no time at all, and he's still proven that there are certain circuits around the world where he is absolutely unmatched. Phillip Island being one of those examples. Austin might have been another this season. Of course, remember, he crashed out of the lead at the Grand Prix of the Americas, so often the king of COTA. He'd just taken the lead from Pedro Acosta this year, and then he crashed coming into turn 11. Otherwise, we might have seen Marc Marquez win that first race on a Ducati a lot earlier than we did. But I don't think anyone is doubting for 1 second that with a GP25 underneath him, with the factory Ducati team, I don't think anyone is doubting the likelihood that Marc Marquez is going to be fighting for that 9th World Championship.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that this timing data issue that we've got at the moment, it's not coming from us. It is coming from Dorna and MotoGP. It's their actual systems, because it's not just us. Everyone's having this issue. It's like the Dorna pages have gone down of their own accord. So we'll leave you with the world feed. You've got the blog as well, but hopefully it comes back shortly. Dorna themselves have got the timing problems, and MotoGP, not us. To confirm.
The way through to the podium, hard to overtake in MotoGP, hard to overtake around the Saxon ring. Marc Marquez was having none of it, was he, as he came through to a stunning 2nd place. First time since 1997, the Aoki brothers at Imola. First time we've seen 2 siblings stand on a Premier Class podium, as Marc Marquez completes his latest stint then on the factory Ducati. Still there in 7th spot. He's only done 38 laps. Marc Marquez is 139.695 coming on lap 20, so a lot earlier in the day here.
Yeah, busiest rider now, looking down the time screens, as we've seen a crash for his brother Alex Marquez. So both of the Gresini Ducati riders have gone down now in the course of the day.
And there goes Alex Marquez then, yet another crasher in this session, unfortunately. I wonder where he's gone. He's at, it looked to me at turn 5. Yeah, so that'll bring out the local yellow. No sign of the full-on red flags at the moment, but yeah, just to go down there. Pedro Acosta across the line, 5th fastest at the moment, stays 5th. Last lap time 1:39.996.
GP24, which we've seen at the top right throughout this season. So
it was turn 7 for Alex's crash
in Barcelona, but the rider who set that lap time, Alex Marquez, has gone down.
Yeah, that was on his 58th lap of the day. Turn 7 then for Alex Marquez. This is the left-hander.
Front buckled.
Once again, just look how early that was. He was barely tipping in, barely any lean angle whatsoever. Damage to the left-hand side then of the black carbon faired Gresini Racing GP24. He did actually, as we mentioned earlier on in commentary, end 2024, very strong run of results in Alex Marquez. Top 5s in the last 3 sprints. Front row, his only front row of the season in Sepang as well. And then he ended the year with a 4th place in Malaysia and a 4th place here in the Grand Prix of Barcelona, which ultimately, as we mentioned, did fire him up to 8th overall in the final standings.
That kind of crash that we've just seen for Alex Marquez, and of course the crash for Enea Bastianini, that's something the riders really got to guard against in this final 83 minutes of testing. The air temperature currently still up around 19 degrees, but it is set to drop over the next couple of hours. Sunset is less than 2 hours away here in Barcelona, so as that sun starts to set beyond the hills and the track temperature starts to cool off once again, it would be very easy to have a silly little crash in the latter stages. And given that we're so close to the winter break now, the last thing you want just to head into that winter break is to potentially find yourself in a medical centre or a hospital with a damaged collarbone.
Yeah, since his big get-off at turn 5, what about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, we've seen nothing more of Enea Bastianini running into the long lap penalty loop there at turn 2. Goes Acosta. Well, perfectly timing, right on cue. We were just talking about the beast. That's that real nasty front end lock down the hill into the first gear, turn 5. Jack's outside the Red Bull KTM Tech 3. Garage, how's the beast, Jack?
Yeah, he's looking A-OK. Brand new set of levers that he's had to dust off as a result of that one. He's just currently talking to Francesco Guidotti, who, of course, we heard from Akiayo earlier, is taking over his role from next year. But Francesco, before he then goes on to something new, is just here helping the squad out. And Enea is absolutely OK. We'll be down to 1 bike, understandably, for the rest of today's test. I've seen photos from some of the media that were quite fortunately up at turn 5 watching when Enea had his crash, and I can tell you that that bike that Enea was riding is a straight to skip job. It is absolutely ruined. So not the best way to start life in orange for Enea Bastianini, but he has got the second bike pretty much ready to go. I'd imagine we'll see him back out there fairly shortly.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, we saw on the images trackside that there was barely anything salvageable, it looked like. Maybe the engine, everything else looked like it was going to be confined to the wheelie bins around the paddock here in Barcelona. Boy Martin belting out another tune for his crew chief Daniele Romagnoli. What do we think he's doing now? We've had
the winner takes it all.
Yeah, we are the champions by Queen earlier on. He's into karaoke much. I reckon after 185 bottles of wine on Sunday night, there was a fair amount of singing going on inside the Pramac party celebrations. Here's Alex Rins. Haven't really seen much or mentioned much of the Spanish rider on the factory Yamaha. He's 15th at the moment. Alex Rins with a 140.171. It was very much another season beset by injuries, wasn't it? Alex Rins sat out the Sachsenring, and Silverstone had to withdraw as well in Emilia-Romagna. Flashes of the old Rins at times on the Wistar M1 this year. His best result of the season did come right at the tail end of it at 8th place from 9th on the grid in Malaysia. You have to say he was pretty much casting the shadow of Fabio Quartararo for the entirety of 2024.
Yeah, it's been a tough season for Alex Rins, but as you say, the signs have certainly been there that the best of Alex is still in there somewhere. He's just struggling, I guess, at the moment to put a full season together where he remains fully fit. Plus, he came into the season in the first place, just recovering from the biggest injury of his career, that broken leg in Mugello last year. But Yamaha still certainly feel that he has plenty to offer. They've retained Alex Rins into next season, and he still feels he's got plenty to offer in MotoGP. He's another of those riders, a bit like Maverick Vinales, that when he's on his game, when he's at his level best, there are a few better than Alex Rins. He's got so much natural talent that you just know that if Yamaha can improve that motorcycle to the point where it is competitive, Alex Rins is more than good enough to succeed on that bike, but also give Fabio Quartararo more than a hurry up. And I think Quartararo has enjoyed having Alex Rins with him in the Yamaha garage this season, and they have certainly worked together and cooperated to try and drive that project forward. And of course they'll have double the brain power next season with Miguel Oliveira and Jack Miller also lending their expertise and giving, most importantly, their feedback on the Yamaha YZR M1 to try and move it forward and closer to the front.
They do need some help as well, don't they? The Iwata factory You know, they poached Max Bartolini from Ducati into the factory Yamaha garage. Fabio Quartararo has heaped praise on Bartolini's influence. He really is burning the midnight oil to try and get Yamaha back to the front. And as we mentioned, they do need help. Sepang was the one and only Grand Prix of the season where both Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins did finish together inside the top 10. Of course, it was towards the back end of 2022 when Fabio Quartararo was still a serious world champion contender. Well, in the final Grand Prix of 2022, he still had a mathematical chance of denying Pecco Bagnaia his first world championship. They have fallen on hard times, haven't they, over the last couple of years, have the factory Yamaha team. Lewis just showed me an image from trackside of what is left of Enea Bastianini's factory KTM, which I have to say is not much. I mean, it looks like it's about 15 foot long now. I mean, the front wheel is being held on by, I think, just by the cables, not by the front forks or anything like that. I mean,
yeah, the new Yamaha looks absolutely fantastic as well, the 25 bike. It is super long at the front. The rear's good, and Rins really doing a stopping before getting into the gravel, checking out that brake. I imagine you've got one of those toy plastic cars, and where you can drop the rear. That's exactly what it looks like on the Yamaha. It looks like the front is about 3 meters away from where the rear tire is. It's fantastic. And it's going to give us... It's like a drag bike. That's exactly what it is. Like you see on the salt flats at Bonneville, it is like that. Just a straight-on run. It is brilliant.
No, the other, how they push. But no, we are quite satisfied. We didn't bring anything... big, but just updates. Also because, during the season with the concession we develop things, and here we are evaluated, and we almost done with the job. We evaluated different chassis and also a different top cowling, where so far both things gave us something. But before judging all those items, we need also in another track that will be at the end of January in Sepang. But yeah, so far we are leaving, or we are finishing this season with some, let's say, good information.
Will the season finish exactly here, though? Because I imagine we was chatting with Augusto earlier. Great to have him on board, by the way. That he's going to be testing, hopefully, for the first time in Jerez in, what, a couple of weeks' time?
Who?
Augusto. No, with a smile on your face.
We don't have any more tests. The first test will be in Sepang. We'll take down at the end of January, beginning of February. So far, for this year, we are really done.
Everyone needs some holiday. Obviously, today a big day because you've got two more full factory bikes out there in Jack Miller and Miguel Oliveira. How important, how useful, how interesting has their initial feedback been today?
Yeah, first of all, I'm really curious to listen tonight the briefing, because especially the first runs are going to be important for us to get their real feedback they can compare. And those information are very helpful for us. But judging from beside, I'm seeing Miguel going pretty well. I know also the comment that he released so far are quite positive. And Jack is trying to
just missed that last bit, sorry. You were saying about Jack. What was he saying?
Yeah, Jack is trying to fix an issue in braking that is not comfortable with, but in my opinion, the first day it's for both not bad.
Mayo, thank you for your time. Enjoy those well-earned holidays coming up.
You too. See you next year.
Yeah, we'll see you next year. Thank you, Mayo. Thanks to Jack Appleyard. Yeah, actually, while we're on the subject of the 2025 pre-season testing campaign, Mayo there just saying that they're looking forward to a nice long break before we're back on track in late January. Yeah, just a few dates for your diaries. The shakedown test, of course, that's time allocated just for test riders and for rookies. 31st of January to the 2nd of February at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia.
Test riders, rookies, and of course Honda and Yamaha factory riders with the concession should they wish.
Yeah, and the Sepang test where the entire MotoGP grid will be. 5th and 7th of February, and then the pre-season comes to a conclusion after the MotoGP launch in Bangkok. The Buriram test will take place over the 12th and 13th of February, and then we'll be back in Buriram, what, just 2 or 3 weeks later for the opening Grand Prix of 2025. So hope you had your diaries and your pens out ready for that one, just to keep you abreast of when we're all going to be back on track in 2025.
Of course, we normally start the season under the lights in Qatar. That will be round 4 of the season next year. Generally, Buriram produces absolute belters, doesn't it? All of the dry races we've had there have been absolute corkers over our previous visits. And is it going to start in the kind of fashion that we mainly expect and kind of hope? A showdown between Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, of course. Will world champion Jorge Martin be able to start his title defence and his time with the Aprilia up towards the front? Of course, with all of these changes from riders to different manufacturers or to different teams, and of course with the rookies moving up, there are so many unknowns going into next season. There are so many reasons, so many factors why it should be more competitive. It should be closer next season, with Ducati's 8 bikes now reduced to 6, and their 4 current spec factory bikes reduced to 3. So there are many factors why it should be more competitive, it should be closer. And as we go into a new, faster, forward, fearless era of MotoGP, I think we can all safely say that next season should deliver in spades.
Getting faster is Fermin Aldeguer just set his personal best lap time of the day. Pretty impressive job by the rookie, 140.564. That's put him 4/10 clear of his next closest rookie, Ayagura. You're in the wrong garage, Jorge. You're in completely the wrong garage, mate. You've left Ducati, as he just has a little catch-up there with some of his older Ducati Corsa engineers. They'll be David Artoldo's rise and come and grab him by the collar here to get him out. Jorge Martin then just having a little chat to his former Ducati Corsa engineers. They're probably saying, but it's not as good as what you were riding on Sunday, mate, is it? He's still been smiling all day so far. Martin 9th, fastest with a 139.859. Yeah, Christian Battaglia is going to be Fabio Di Gianantonio's new data engineer. Christian has been around the Ducati project for a good number of years. Seems to recall him working with Cal Crutchlow a long, long way back. Here is Aldeguer then, picking him up on the 54 bike, as you mentioned. Yeah, this is, well, he's already just on the previous lap set his best time of the day, a 140.564. He might be improving it here once again. No, not quite, but he's 4/10 clear of Ayagura. Then he's 7/10 ahead of Somkhat Chantra. You just know these trio of rookies tonight. Their minds are going to be frazzled, all the input and data they've had to take on, but the body, the arms, the legs, I mean, these MotoGP bikes, they are so physically demanding to ride. The G-force in the braking, the change of direction, it's just the brute power. 300 horsepower in your right hand. I think those three are going to be up in the appearances in the gym over the winter break as they look to build muscle and certainly get set for what's going to be brutal on the brain and body next year.
If there's one media scrum I think I'm going to be quite keen to attend once we're off the air in an hour and a half or so from now, it's Somkhat Chantra's, just to hear what he thinks and what the MotoGP experience has left for him. He has just improved himself, actually. He's 23rd at the moment on your screens, 141.295. But Richard Cecchinello said to us, if he's within around 2.5 seconds of the fastest lap time of the day, he's done a good job. That is exactly where he currently is.
He's done a top speed in this test, Chantra, 342.8 kilometres. Fermin Aldeguer, 347.2. Ayagura also a 347.2. You just know the first time those rookies wound the power up to top gear down that start. It felt like their arms were being ripped out of the sockets. 347.2 kilometres an hour. Ferdinand and Ayagura have never come anywhere close to that previously on two wheels before. It'll get faster as well. The slipstream effects this weekend saw Brad Binder set a top speed of 358 kilometres an hour, and of course Brad Binder is the fastest Grand Prix rider in history, 366.1 kilometres an hour through Mugello speed. I think that's now shared with Pol Espargaro, but that is an eye-watering 227.4 miles an hour.
The kind of speed that Chandra Ayagura and Ferdinand would have only done on the PlayStation up until today. But this is the big league, this is the Premier class that they are now in, as Luca Marini has had some sort of problem, as Jack has just informed us, and we're now looking at Luca Marini on screen, sort of scooting his bike the wrong way up pit lane. It's not necessarily been a straightforward day for Luca Marini so far, with that crash at turn 5 this morning, and he's had some sort of issue with his RC213V before he's even left the pit lane.
Yeah, Marini, that was a tough first year, a tough introduction, as he knew it would, but he was prepared for it. Of course, a regular podium contender, a regular front row starter in his Ducati career in MotoGP. Only 6 points finishes in 19 Grand Prix this year, that for Luca Marini. Didn't score points at any stage in our 2 visits to Barcelona over the course of the season. So he's jumped out of the Pertamina Enduro Ducati garage and found his new home once again, Jorge Martin, as he heads back out on circuit for another stint. He's been busy, starting the defence of his World Championship, 63rd lap. He's about to complete right now, is Martin.
And Bastianini's just gone back out and just set his personal best lap time of the day on a 140.162. So the Beast has put that crash from around about half an hour ago out of his system, and has immediately set his lap time, best lap time of the day. 47 laps have now been put in by the Beast so far today. Of course, he's lost a little bit of track time and most importantly lost one of his 2 motorcycles with that crash down at turn 5. But the Beast back out there and setting his best lap time of the day with just over an hour remaining.
Yeah, and already dishing out some massive apologies to his new KTM mechanics, because I'm not really sure that there was much left to salvage after that crashed RC16 when he lost the front down the hill into turn 5. Right here, actually, where Jorge Martin currently is on the factory of Aprilia. You're going to have to be really, really careful now as we approach the final hour of track action in MotoGP in 2024, because the temperatures will be cooling off considerably. Pretty much the whole of the last corner now is sitting in shade. And of course, now you see Jorge Martin through turns 7 and 8. Completely out of the sunshine now, protected by those grandstands, so you really are going to have to be wary, mindful of tyre temperature, particularly in the front on the left-hand side.
Just going to answer Sims Boy's message because he's on the phone and can't see anything, so I'll let you know. Pecco Bagnaia is currently 3rd fastest on the GP25 bike. It's a 139.398, so he's doing absolutely fantastic at the moment. An hour and 5 to go, 65 minutes as Ane Bastianini goes back to 15th. He's on bike 2, which is the GP24, and he's doing a 140.082 is his new fastest lap time on the board. Back to the board feed.
He's the new MotoGP World Champion.
Listening on board with Maverick. Jorge Martin as well.
Once again, a brief experience there on board with Jorge Martin. I was hoping we might just follow him around this Barcelona circuit for a little bit longer. Oh no, we'll pick him back up now going into turn 4.
Martin loving every second of this. into the last sector. A full lap then with Jorge Martin on board, giving you a listen to the engine as well. He's coming out of turn 3. He's up fastest at the moment.
The world champion going about his work as we rapidly took towards the final hour of this first day of 2025. Jorge Martin is currently inside the top 10. He's just been relegated down a place to 10th place by Raul Fernandez. Of course, it's the solely Aprilia rider sticking around with the factory into next season with the Trackhouse squad, and Raul Fernandez, who led the sprint course here last year, or earlier this year, before crashing out. He is now the fastest of the RSGPs, which I guess you would expect given his prior experience with the bike, as Jorge Martin goes wide on the outside of turn number 9. Track limits are not being monitored over the course of today, so that is something just to factor in ever so slightly at the lap times that you see on your screens, because we don't know what the riders have been up to on each of those laps. But there is absolutely nothing at stake here. There is not the same monitoring system in place for track limits, so if a rider does go onto the green, don't expect the lap time to be cancelled as it would be if this were a qualifying session at a Grand Prix. Into the final corner comes Jorge Martin. This could potentially be his best lap time of the day. Best for him so far is a 1:39.859. He's a tenth of a second or so shy of that. Martin in 10th place, and as mentioned, Raul Fernandez, your top Aprilia at the moment. It's been a bit of a mixed season in many respects for the number 25, who was, as mentioned, leading the sprint here earlier in the year before he crashed out, but having finally got the opportunity to jump on the 2024 spec Aprilia, didn't exactly see the step forward that Raul Fernandez would have hoped in the second half of the season. Found points finishes a little bit harder to come by. Didn't score a point in the final 3 Grand Prix weekends of the season. The last points he scored this year, Raul Fernandez, were for a 10th place finish in Australia when he qualified on the second row of the grid. There have been 1 or 2 flashes of the talent that we've all known was there ever since his rookie Moto2 season when he very nearly won the championship, but certainly we saw much more from Raul Fernandez on the 2023 spec Aprilia than we did in the second half of the year on the 24.
Yeah, 24-year-old didn't score points in 7 of the last 11 races. Which I have to say doesn't really cut it at this level, does it? As we look at Martin then now. Looks like he's enjoying life, enjoying this first day on that factory Aprilia. Of course, this will be a strange experience, having never ridden anything other than a Ducati in MotoGP. As he burst onto the scene, didn't he, in 2021? Early pole positions, early podiums for the Martinator. There were big setbacks along the way as well. Real serious injuries. He picked up 8 broken bones at that crash back in Portimao in the early part of his debut season. He rebounded to find himself victorious in 2021. It has not been an easy road to the top for Jorge Martin, but he climbed the mountain here in Montmello last Sunday, and now it's on the likes of Fabiano Sterlachini in the middle of your picture there. It's all on his shoulders to put together an RSGP motorcycle which can hopefully, for his sake, see Jorge Martin put up a strong fight to retain that #1 plate next year. We are now then into the final hour of the 2024 track action at MotoGP. The final hour of our first preparations for what promises to be a phenomenal 2025 MotoGP World Championship. And into that final hour we go, as with Alex Marquez leading the way, a 1:38.803. Although we did see Alex take a tumble at turn 7. Fabio Quartararo second. Pecco Bagnaia in 3rd place. Quartararo at the moment one of several riders that's inside the pits. The factory Yamaha slack being picked up at the moment by Alex Rins, who's 5th quickest, an impressive 139.568.
I think a much-needed break for Quartararo, who's done 67 laps over the course of the day. Not many have done more than that so far today. Marco Bezzecchi's done 75, Ralph Fernandez 69 laps. Other than that, I don't think anybody else has done as much mileage today as Quartararo on the Yamaha, and boy has he done a stunning job through the second half in particular of this season. He's been absolutely outstanding as the 2021 MotoGP World Champion. Give him a bike that is competitive enough to at least race against the Ducatis up at the front, and Yamaha have got a rider who can deliver a World Championship for them, because he's done it already in the past. Made his way into qualifying 2 in 7 of the last 8 Grand Prix, which was not an easy job from a Yamaha point of view, but Quartararo really has stood up in that Yamaha box, stood up on the bike and just demonstrated what a phenomenal talent he is. He found it a little bit difficult over last year in particular to mask his frustration when the Yamaha wasn't as competitive as he wants, but of course with a mega box new contract in his pocket, Quartararo is certainly playing the long-term game as he looks to try and lead Yamaha back to better things.
Yeah, the stats don't make for pretty reading for Quartararo. No podium in 25 since Mandalika last year. He's not won or led a lap in 50 Grand Prix since the sanctioning in 2022. There's a bit of a hiccup here as he tried to lead pit lane for Marc Marquez. I think this might be what Jack was alluding to in our ears. Jacko, what's going on? Is this obviously some issues here for Mark?
This is Mark.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know that our cameras were down here, so I was imagining we're going to get a replay in a minute. Right on cue, there it is. Aborted exit for Marc Marquez. I was alongside Simon Crayfire at the time, just saying potentially either just trying to bed in a new clutch, and they haven't managed to just get it exactly right at the moment. So the garage door is going down. He wasn't exiting. Myself and Simon were there waiting, watching, hoping as the tyre warmers came off that there was going to be a brand new soft rear tyre at the back. Marc Marquez was going to do a quite typically Marc Marquez thing and go out and smash everybody with an unbelievable lap time, so they're all thinking about it for the next 2 months before we then meet up again in Sepang, but we were getting ahead of ourselves. It was used tyres from
Well, we'll keep a close eye on what's happening down that factory Ducati garage, just in case there are some late soft tyre time attacks. Just a reminder that the track action, the pit lane, the checker flag will be thrown at 5 p.m. local time here in Barcelona. That will end the timed on-track action. So will it be Alex Marquez that will lead the way at the end of the season? There is, though, a 50-minute practice start session which will immediately follow today's action, which we will be staying live on air for to make sure that the last motorcycle on track
we will be doing the same thing
in 2024. Of course, I'm sure the practice start session will be very important for, in particular, the rookies. Fermin Aldiger at the moment still the best of those three in 20th place. Ayagura 21st, with Somkat Chantra in 23rd spot. Of course, all of those three rookies so far have taken tumbles. Well, we've saved the best to last. We promised you a series of special guests joining us in the commentary box, and I'm delighted to say our final guest of the day, I'm sure a gentleman who's been very eager to welcome Marco Bezzecchi and the new world champion Jorge Martin into the factory Aprilia garage. It is, of course, Aprilia Racing CEO Massimo Rivola. Massimo, first and foremost, welcome. This is a day that you've been waiting for quite some time. You've known that Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi were joining the factory Aprilia team, but now you've seen those two in particular. Jorge on screen is now the world champion. I'd imagine a pretty special day for you in Aprilia.
Yeah, since yesterday I have to say that there was quite a nice atmosphere in the garage. A lot of smile, a very big motivation for everybody. But we know that the job in front of us is quite long, but as I said, very, very motivating and a very nice challenge.
We heard from your new technical chief, Fabiano Sterlachini, earlier on today, where obviously the people have been talking about pressure, the expectation when you have a world champion on your bike. But it was interesting because he said, well, we see this at Aprilia as an opportunity. And I guess that's how you see it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having the world champion with us, it's a responsibility, an opportunity, and also I would say that also this is a new era also for Fabiano from the technical side. So big changes, but we will need to adapt as fast as possible.
What are the big areas that you're looking to improve upon with the 2025 spec Aprilia? We've seen that the Aprilia has been very competitive at some circuits and in some conditions, but less competitive in others. Is the aim to find a solid base that's competitive across all conditions?
Yeah, for sure we need to be better on average. We are sometimes quite good, as you say, and some others quite lost almost. So we need to have a better medium bike, let's say. So in general, it was interesting also to hear comments from riders coming from the reference that the moment is. So generally, we got an idea. I think we can do quite a good job.
I was just going to say, what have been or what were the first impressions? What was the initial feedback from both Marco and from Jorge?
They both reported very similar comments. They felt quite a nice bike on a braking and entry, good on turning. It's overall a bike that is seems to be a bit more difficult to repeat the lap times, and we need to work to have a repeatable bike in a way.
Shorting Fabio Quartararo here, looks like he's gone deep into the first corner. We saw him making his way out of the gravel trap. That's how he ended up there. Of course, so much of the talk has been about Jorge Martin, about the world champion joining, but of course Marco Bezzecchi joining the team as well. I remember speaking to Aleix Espargaro back at the point that he retired earlier in the season, and he said that he believed Marco Bezzecchi's style would suit very well to the RSGP. What are the qualities that you're expecting Marco to bring to the project?
Marco is a super nice guy, and I think he showed in last year some very special qualities. Yeah, I agree with Aleix that the bike and his characteristics should match quite good. The first feeling for Marco was good, and that is very important, but again, the way to the top is still long, and we see many competitors getting better and better, and this will be just very good for the championship. We see the Japanese brands going fast, so and also we see some rookies today, 3 rookies, and quite happy about the job that Ai is doing as well. So it's going to be a very nice season.
Yeah, one of those 3 rookies, of course, is on Aprilia next year. It's a lovely shot of Ai Ogura going through turn 5, the Moto2 world champion. I mean, how much are you looking forward to working with him, Massimo? And what do you think that he can bring to the Aprilia project? Of course, always difficult for a rookie to step into MotoGP, but he has got a lot of promise, a lot of potential, which he has shown.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's good to have a rookie because he comes with a clean mind, you know, with no references, so I think he can bring also an additional value. I would not underestimate having a good and fast rookie like Ai to bring performance on us. I think it's a good combination of talent and age in our team. The average is quite low, but it means that we probably have a good future.
Of course, so much of the talk today is on the future and a new era for Aprilia, but we have to, while we've got you here, reflect on, I guess, an era that's just ended in many respects with Aleix Espargaro after so many successful years with the team. How are the emotions on Sunday? We did see Aleix in tears on the grid before the race got underway. How are the emotions watching Aleix and Maverick depart the team on Sunday?
It was quite emotional. I mean, for Aleix, so many years with us, and retiring, it's a different story than changing the brand. Yeah, big emotion, and big thank you to the job he did with us, and to the hard, let me say, and balls that he put on track for us, and it's just the big 2 characteristics, yes.
obviously significant changes to the lineup next year, Massimo. I mean, obviously you only have retained Ralph Fernandez on the bike next year. I mean, is that going to be initially difficult with three completely new riders, one a rookie, or is it also, as we mentioned, opportunity because it's almost like a fresh start in many respects for Aprilia?
Yeah, I rather prefer to see that as an opportunity. I rather like to see that as an additional motivation. So really looking forward to the season. Again, we are far away from being perfect, but with the combination of riders that we have, obviously, we think we can achieve good results.
Just in general, I mean, obviously I know you're very heavily involved in the management side at Aprilia and also heavily involved with Dorna and the FIM. Just your thoughts on sort of the general state of play right now for the championship. We've seen this year a record weekend crowd in Le Mans. I think last weekend it took the attendance figure to over 3 million fans. We know that Liberty Media potentially coming into the sport. So from our point of view, it looks like the championship is in a very healthy situation. What's your own?
It is. Honestly, I'm very happy to see that the numbers are coming back to let me say, the Valentino age, the Valentino era, where the grandstand were full of people, really. And I see that we have a huge potential. I hope that Liberty Media can bring an additional value, since they should be the top of on the marketing side. So the show that we offer is quite unique. The races are quite unique, and I think next year will be even better with so many changes and with the Japanese brands being very competitive. So really looking forward to that.
When that season gets underway next season, there's been already speculation about what number Jorge Martin is going to run next year. He's keeping us waiting at the moment. Have there been only two quiet words for Aprilia saying, Jorge, we would really like to see that number on our bike next year?
It will be his choice. It's a totally free choice. He will decide. There's no pressure for that, but the fact that we have the world champion, it's already a big motivation for us.
And the situation in terms of the specification of the bikes in 2025, of course, you'll have the two official factory riders, but will Ralph Fernandez and Ayagura also be on 2025 models?
Absolutely, yeah. We will have 4 bikes, all the same in Sepang, and we want to bring. That is the best way to develop the bike, and it's also good to have Trackhouse so committed. Looks like watching the run today is that having the 2 new riders was also a boost for Raul. We expect a lot from Raul. I think so. In 2024 we had already a big expectation. He had the change of the bike during the season, and then he was not really confident on that one. Now that, and let's not forget that he missed the Sepang test at the beginning. So, in general, I think that Raul can deliver quite a good performance. Obviously, it's up to us to give him a good bike.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, about Trackhouse. Of course, you were working together with RNF last year, of course, new ownership with the team. Now, how pleased have you been with the initial collaboration, the first year working with the Trackhouse team with the new ownership, and how optimistic are you about how that partnership is going to grow in the next few years?
Obviously, working with the team with such a good ambition, it's super nice. And working with Davide, with his experience, he always gives you some very smart point of view. And the collaboration is quite close, and we hope that working closer and closer and better, we can really reach a good performance.
Coming back on Raul Massimo, and obviously we know that there's talent there, that we know that there's huge potential there. He was phenomenal when he was riding in Moto2. Why is it, do you think, that we haven't quite seen the best of him in MotoGP? And what do you think Aprilia needs to get the best out of him in the future?
I think that sometimes riders bring you to the direction to have to get the better bike, or let's say the bike that is better for them to ride. That is not necessarily the faster one on track. So we needed to be quite, sometimes quite tough and sure on our let's say beliefs, and push him to keep trying something that maybe doesn't like, but we know that he's faster. So I think this will be the main job this year, and again I expect that also from our new technical director to push and find the best compromise.
We're looking now at Marc Marquez and the factory Ducati. We know how awesome the Ducati was this year. I mean, the stats are incredible when you look at their wins, their podiums, their pole positions. Do you think it's realistic that Aprilia can close the gap enough next year for Jorge to be fighting for the championship? Is that a realistic goal, do you believe?
Well, obviously Ducati is a benchmark, and let's say next year the three old Ducati will be the world champion bike. So I think it's realistic to close the gap. I think it's realistic to expect at least 3 riders from Aprilia to close the gap. Obviously the expectation on Jorge being the world champion is quite high, but we don't want to put pressure now. The priority now is to understand the bike, to let them understand the bike and help them in guide us, you know, to find the best, the possible best bike for them. I think we will close the gap, but so far the challenge seems to be quite tough, but for sure we don't give up.
Massimo, we know you're always a very incredibly busy person. We thanks for you for taking the time to come and join us in the commentary box.
My pleasure, quite nice.
We're looking forward to Sepang next year to find out whether it is 89 or #1 on that factory in Aprilia. I'm pretty sure it's going to be #1, but yeah, we wish you and the factory all the success in 2025 and beyond.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to Sepang. See you there. Ciao.
Thank you very much to Massimo Rivola. Exciting times, as we mentioned then, inside the factory Aprilia garage, as they have the new lineup, Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi. Are they going to be the factory? Are they the brand? Is that the pairing that can take the fight to Ducati? They believe it's a realistic goal to close the gap. Is it realistic, though, in Martin's first season for him to really take on the might of Ducati, and in particular Bagnaia, Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio on those 3 GP25s?
Well, they'll certainly be pooling together all of the expertise off the bike, with Fabio Sternacchini taking over as the technical director down there, and of course they've signed the world champion. So as far as the riding roster is concerned, they couldn't have signed anyone better to try and take the world championship next season than the rider who took it himself on his final year with the Premac team at Ducati. With Marc Marquez, whose goal for next season will surely be very, very simple. He will be thinking championship for next year. Through all the tough times that he's been through, from a point where it seemed almost a given that Marc Marquez would only be fighting for the world championship, but winning it, those consecutive titles through 2016, 17, 18, and the arguably greatest ever season in MotoGP. Certainly the statistics would bear that out in 2019. And of course, a season and a career that changed so dramatically with that crash in Jerez at the start of 2020. The many surgeries he's had on his humerus, the diplopia issues that he's had too with those heavy crashes when he was trying to rediscover that old magic on board the Honda. It's all been working towards a moment such as this, where Marc Marquez will surely have the best bike in the MotoGP field at his disposal next season. And from a point of view of looking to enjoy MotoGP racing again, Marc Marquez will be back into that serial winner mode, you feel, next year. Nothing other than race wins, podiums, and ultimately a world championship will satisfy the 8 times world champion next year.
Yeah, he's got that winner's mentality, hasn't he, Marc Marquez, where his mantra is second is first loser. He's only here for one thing. He's here to win. He's here for that 9th World Championship. It's going to be fascinating to see how it does unfold over the course of next season. Getting the maximum he can out of the track time available here today is Jorge Martin. 40 minutes of the session remaining. Marc Martin then about to venture out on circuit. This next lap will be his 70th of the day. Frankie Morbidelli, of course, in 4th place. We haven't mentioned Fast Frankie too much today, of course. He will be in very, very familiar territory. He's properly dialed in for this test here in Barcelona. He's on the exact same spec bike as he took the checker flag here on Sunday, not changing over from the GP24 Ace Morbidelli. A mid-139 has been his best work so far. A few other selected names further down, as was so often the case last season. Shoan Zarco is the lead Honda rider, not the lead Japanese rider for once, because Fabio Quartararo up there in 2nd place. Where's the next best Honda behind Zarco? You've got to go down to Mir in 15th place. That's not a bad effort actually by Mir, is it? 63 laps completed by the Repsol Honda team rider. But he's just not that long ago completed his best time of the day, 140.070. That was on lap 60 of 63.
And meanwhile, Luca Marini's been having his problems, hasn't he, this afternoon, trying to get that Honda out of pit lane. We've seen on a couple of occasions now they've had to either wheel that Honda back into the box, or he's had some issues actually getting it up and running it out of pit lane. As Marco Bezzecchi gives us away, put his way back in. His first Aprilia outing has certainly been a busy one so far. With that last run, Marco Bezzecchi now has clocked up 82 laps of this Catalunya circuit. That is more than 3 full race distances.
Yeah, I just want to quickly come onto the comms box. I'm not wearing my headset. I've been getting information for you all. So I've got the microphone here. Hello. This is an Enea Bastianini's bike. The brand new 25 bike, utterly destroyed. After one day, about 10 minutes of running, that's what it looks like. Utterly, utterly destroyed. So you can see how destroyed it's actually got. Hang on, sorry, there we go. Just gone. Absolutely destroyed. And that was the result of the crash down at turn 5. We're at 99,000 total viewers across the 6.5 hours we've had so far. We're at 5,989 subscribers, so thank you all very, very much for that. Yeah, so the KTM RC16 destroyed. Bastianini is okay though. It became a unicycle. It did, didn't it? It really did. It became a unicycle. Look, the back wheels off and the front wheels on it. Ha! That's unbelievable. Marc Marquez back into the pit lane there, and he's done a 1:39 is his fastest lap out time today, so far today. He's 8th fastest. The GP25 bike is there, and now we're going to see Pecco Bagnaia go out on the GP24 bike. So it's all going around quite nicely at the moment. 5,990 subscribers so far. Thank you, everybody, and I hope you're really enjoying it. Half an hour to go. I'm getting loads of information, so I'll give you a fact check at the end of the day for a total recount. Back to the world feed.
To Aprilia, behind the scenes in the garage, just having a bit of a feel how Jorge Martin on screen right now, and also Marco Bezzecchi, what they thought, what their first impressions were. We're going to hear them tonight speak, which will be more interesting than me getting it secondhand. But the overwhelming thing that I took away from the conversation was beautiful front end. You know, they like the front of the bike, and it's pretty much what I imagined when we first saw Jorge getting his elbow down with, what, 4 or 5 laps in, and not elbow, whole shoulder, so I should say. So, yeah, trusting that front end straight away. But there's other areas that they need to improve too, because they've just left a machine that is better in other areas. Sounds like, I mean, it's going to be interesting hearing the rider debriefs, but it sounds like the front end of the Aprilia is hard to beat, probably like the Yamaha used to be, you know, Suzuki used to be. But, you know, what I see, I'd like to just do a couple of things overall. The thing that I really see, I believe I see, looking at the Aprilias, the Yamahas, etc., compared to the Ducati, is a couple of things. Is like when they accelerate on the Ducati, you actually see a little bit of transfer to the rear, and I see that, and then I go and watch the riders hop on the bikes, and nothing moves more than the Ducati when the riders get on it. You know, yet the amount of suspension use just from rider weight. So everyone's saying about rear grip. I'm not the engineers in there, I'm not working close, but it looks like the way they use that rear tyre is, one of the things anyway, is the amount of transfer, so weight transferring to the rear, and how soft the rear end is, whether it's spring rate or a more flat link, you know, less progressive rear suspension linkage to allow it to move more. It is doing that, you know, it is moving to the rear, and one of the things they've got is rear grip.
Yeah, just to quickly, someone's asked me about opinion on Fabio Quartararo, 75 laps, and I go as 77. Fabio has been developing both the end of the 24 bike and the start of the 25. Yamaha have got a really strong package, it seems, to build upon over the winter, going into the February tests in the Sepang Shakedown and then in Sepang itself before we go over to Buriram. However, Ayagura, Moto2 champion, he's come in and he's absolutely blowing the field away. He may only be 21st, but consistent lap times. Compare that to Chancha, who's done 56 laps out there as well. Feminine to get 57. Ayagura out there, consistent, doing the most. It's fantastic to get that. And I think, if I'm not wrong in saying, looking at the lap count, Ayagura is the most in this entire field. Fantastic stuff. By the way, we're close, tantalisingly close on both. 99,693 total viewers, 5,995 subscribers. So that's just like, basically, we're being teased. What do they? Yeah, I can't say what they're calling it, but you know what it's like. We're being teased.
This is a few years ago now, but very interesting. They moved around the different riders, and all of the riders, can you believe, got off that bike and went, wow, it's fast. And it was less fast, you know what I mean? It's a less powerful engine, especially bottom-wise. So what they looked at the data when they saw, but all of the riders said exactly the same. It accelerates really good, it's fast. They accelerated forward without breaking the grip. And then the electronics didn't have to come in and cut the power, you know, or reduce the power or cut it with the traction control. And wow, look at those stones flicking up there. And so the rider had less throttle position. So a slower bike, and he's having less throttle position, he's going faster in a straight line. So basically giving the rear tyre less power than it needs to break traction, and then the traction control doesn't have to come in, and then it comes in and the rider opens the throttle more, but the bike's going, yeah, basically less torque, less power, and the thing accelerated forward fast. And I think the last few years the paddock is learning that, you know, because more power isn't fast. Obviously in those last who was it?
And I'm going to interrupt Simon because we've just broken 100,000 viewers in this one stream. We never did that last year. Last year we did get to 100,000, but it was after the test had concluded. Today, half an hour early. Thank you everybody who is watching it, and I hope you're enjoying it as well. We're four subscribers away from 6,000, so I'll be back in a minute anyway.
So, yeah, that proves it, you know, what we're... that the less torque heads kind of prove it as well. And sorry, one more thing, the big difference, just to finish on this same subject, the big difference that 2027 will make speed-wise, acceleration-wise, will be the rear ride height device is gone, because they cannot accelerate as well, because they will wheelie, and we're going to see the riders, I know we've said this before, but it fits in the same package. The 850 is not going to make it slower. The rear ride height device out will, you know, and then until fourth gear, then you'll see, okay, the thousands are faster second half of the straight.
Yeah, that for the last 2 or 3 years, when you speak to any rival of Ducati, any other rider that's not on a Ducati, they'll always tell you it's mechanical and electronic rear grip, where the Bologna factory really has an advantage. We've heard from Fabio Di Gianantonio in the commentary box here today, and we were asking him, where do you feel like the GP25 can take a step forward? He didn't mention anything about rear grip coming up the corners. The Ducati is so good. He just said, you know, they've noticed, Gigi Ligna said this himself yesterday in a media scrum, that some of the other bikes, in particular the KTMs, have crept level, if not a little bit ahead in terms of top speed compared to the Ducati, and a little bit more mid-corner speed is what they're going to be searching for in Borgo Panigale over the course of the winter.
Which these The Aprilia is probably the leader in that, isn't it? With the confidence in the front end, it sounds like, but also their aero and the way the chassis works. The Aprilia corner speed-wise is awesome, isn't it?
And the Ducati we know is awesome as well at just managing the rear tyre, preserving the grit for the latter stage of the Grand Prix. I remember, well, if you only got to look at in the early part of this season, the Aprilias were competitive and beating the Ducatis in the sprint. You know, when you've got half race distance, you're not going to worry about tyre management. Over the full Grand Prix on Sunday, though, sometimes the Aprilias will just go AWOL. The Ducatis have got the performance, not just over the sprint distance, but over the full Grand Prix distance as well, which is something that, of course, data, knowledge, experience, and an army of 8 riders does help you out. But they really did nail it, Ducati, in that area.
It's something else watching the Aprilias on, you know, the 2 new riders. One of these, well, basically Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. Compared to Aleix, they pick the bike up like, you know, Danny Pedrosa was famous for when he was racing, as probably still is, but picking the bike up so quickly, like just, you know, getting it turned and then go bang up and get on the power, where Aleix is kind of more blends it slowly in there, you know, like blends and it looks like the bike is getting upset when they pick it up quickly, you know, and really unstable, you know. And I think these guys, the Ducatis, have got a so smooth delivery, and like I said, that rear transfer, not just the ride height device we saw then, that I really think the good bit is Aprilia know now. They've been told today, you know, from 2 riders coming from, you know, GP23, GP24, exactly what they have to work on, and I would be surprised if they didn't make a good step forward with that information.
Yeah, knowledge is power, and there's a lot of knowledge coming from Ducati inside that factory Aprilia garage. Just to emphasise the point about what the Gian Antonio and Deligna have been talking about, the need around this sort of point, you know, when you're really going through 4th, 5th and 6th gear to improve the top speed of that factory Ducati. Maverick Vinales on the KTM, quickest through the speed traps here today, 354 kilometres an hour. All 4 KTMs are inside the top 6 through the speed gun here today in Barcelona. So just kind of emphasising, they've noticed it, they notice everything, don't they, top engineers, and that's just why Deligna alluded to the fact that yesterday we need to just find a little bit to crack the KTMs on the straights again.
There they are right on screen.
Yeah, so right now what we've got going on is this weird situation where the riders are building up with the cooler track temperature. Well, actually, I say cooler track temperature. Surprisingly, this is the hottest it's been all day. Air temperature, 18 degrees. Ground temperature, 17 degrees as well. So, honestly, it's been super surprising how quick they've all gone. And the best news is the weather has not had one problem all day. No rain, no snow, nothing. It's been fantastic. And no snow. Yeah, you do get it here in Barcelona. It's really weird. It can change on a dime. But great lap times done by all. We've now got 80 laps for Ayagura. 81, actually, he's completed in total. His fast lap was on his lap 80. A 1:42.788 was his last lap time. Fastest, though, 1:40.946. I'm going to look at my timing screen to keep up with. Loads coming in, though, about everything going on with the reshuffling crew chiefs as well, and how everybody's doing. Brad Binder, this is from the race MotoGP, so presumably it's Simon Crafar, our friend and MotoGP colleague. He's put 8 for rider ranking with Brad Binder. Tough weekend for KTM, as always, on the cards at Barcelona. And credit to Brad for being the only one of its lineup to be able to get stuck into the top 6. And John made it even more impressive given his awful qualifying. Right now, Brad Binder's P5 in this run, 7/10 off the pace of Alex Marquez. Reminder, it's such a difficult situation here because it's a crossover between both the new and the old of the bikes. So you get some on the GP24s, some on the GP25s, some on a hybrid, the GP24-5, which is the aero package of the 25, an engine of the 25, but the actual monocoque of the chassis is the 24. So it's a really strange sort of hybrid between the two. Anyway, back to the World Feed, 25 to go. Jorge Martin looks like he's going to head back out into the circuit for some glory runs, and that's what we're going to see now, glory runs out there on the circuit.
But when they're leaned over, how flexible it must be. You see what I mean? When it's on its side, and it must soak up and bend. like it was already like that, but the GP25, they've cut more metal out, you know, or not put it in the first place. Further back, from the steering head goes further back. That's why they put carbon fibre covers on there. That's how you can recognise the GP25. The front of the frame is all covered in carbon fibre there. But I've looked through the holes and down it, the metal is all missing behind it. It's just not showing off what they're doing behind it. It's like the unreal. You just wouldn't believe how little chassis. I think one engineer said to me that that used to work on these bikes, said that the rider wouldn't get on there if he knew how little chassis there was there. You know, it's like so thin. Yeah, crazy and what they're getting away with. It's basically just putting it where it needs to be. Which one's that? It's it looks like they're getting back on. Yeah, they're back on. Oh, I couldn't quite see properly there, but Pecco was back on the GP24. I think Mark was again there. I can't be sure, but anyway, yeah, super thin. And I have to admit to seeing it one day without an engine in it, lying on the floor. And of course, I didn't get a camera out or anything. It's not correct, but again, it blew my mind that there's even less metal than I thought there was holding that chassis together. Of course, they use the engine in some part, you know, as part of the stress member, but it's truly amazing how the Ducati have developed that chassis and how soft it is without the motor in there.
Smart old cookie is old Gigi Dall'Igna, isn't he, in all of his tech boffins back at Ducati. Jorge Martin then looks like he's going to go all the way down to 5 p.m. checker flag time here in Barcelona.
So all the riders getting back on. The Pecco was on GP24. That's the 20 RSGP 24. You know, so the base bike he started the day on, which they must be after the day going back and confirming the other one was better.
Well, it's been an excellent start to 2025 for Fabio Quartararo and the factory Yamaha team. Quartararo at the moment second quickest with a 139.199. Is he going into the winter break happy, Jack? Well, we'll find out, because the former world champion is down in pit lane.
Yeah, it is day done for Fabio. Well, year done for Fabio. P2 on the timing, still with a little bit left. Overall, happy with the day?
Yeah, quite happy. I mean, we cannot really reflect on the result of today. But I think that we found a little bit our direction. As I think everybody see, we try new aero, new chassis and new swing arm. I think that with the new chassis we found a little bit our way, but and also new engine, sorry. So I think that, yeah, we can be quite happy with the day, and hopefully we can find a little bit more in Sepang. That basically is the plans, that the bigger step was there.
I saw you chatting to Jack earlier on, having a good conversation with him. What was he saying to you, and how interested were you to hear exactly what he was saying?
Yeah, you know, it's difficult because when you change your bike the first time, also they were on V4 and now for inline, so you know, just to hear a little bit his comments. Didn't talk to Miguel yet, but you know, just to see how he was feeling.
And I imagine next time on the bike, the shakedown in around 2 months' time?
Yes, around 2 months' time. I think that, you know, we will give some good time for the Japanese engineer and the engineer of Yamaha to bring a better bike for Sepang. That basically, I think we'll have many things to test.
Have a good break. See you next year.
Thank you. See you next year.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks very much to Fabio Quartararo. He sounds rather happy and content, doesn't he? Great news to hear Fabio Quartararo happy with the new chassis, happy with a different engine spec, and looking forward to getting back in action at the end of January at the Sepang International Circuits. Good stuff.
Well, when you compare that to the Fabio Quartararo that we've heard at the end of the final running of 2022 and 2023, that sounded like a very different Fabio, didn't it? He went away from the winter last year and the year before, really, when he lost the World Championship to Pecco Bagnaia, expecting a big step from the Yamaha on the first day of running of 2025 and not getting it. That sounded a much happier Frenchman.
Yeah, certainly more upbeat. I mean, there's been times over the last couple of years where Fabio Quartararo has lost patience with Yamaha management, Yamaha engineers. He's been dishing out a few verbal haymakers, but this year he does seem to have just reined it in a little bit. I have to say, Fabio Quartararo is a former world champion. He's such a gifted talent, such a phenomenal rider. Cannot be easy to be in Fabio's situation, where you're looking at other riders on the grid, and he's thinking, ordinarily I'll be beating these guys, I'll be smoking these guys, and they're finishing 20 seconds ahead of me. The way that he sort of knuckled down, got his head down this year has really impressed me some. He's been willing to work, willing to graft and get Yamaha back to the front.
It's nice watching the progression of Fabio, you know, because we saw him in his early years in MotoGP have lose his cool like quite easily, you know, if things weren't going right, and then as the bikes got less competitive, he's got more reason to lose his cool, but then has figured out. I guess last year he really figured out that last year was the, I think, making of how he works now. You saw at the beginning of the year losing his rag regularly, temper, I mean, and then at the end of the year, by the end of the year, different processes over different races, he was a different Fabio, wasn't he? He just realised that it's not going to make any difference me losing my temper. We've got to work our way out of this hole, and I'm sure he gets angry at times, you know, but he works a different way, you know. He's more mature about it, more methodical, and you know, he's re-signed, and he has to be on board to help them develop to get back at the front. That's what he's committed to, you know. He knows where they are, and he knows where they want to be, and I'm super excited about this new one turning up, because okay, they've got to learn a little more about aerodynamics and electronics, which I believe that, you know, they've learned a lot over the last couple of races. And I've got to throw something in here. Electronics, Fabio has learnt something over the last couple of races with the Yamaha engineers, and clearly the direction is less electronics and more in rider hand. He's said that, and I'm going to say everywhere that Alex Rins goes, they end up doing that. It's Alex Rins' way, and he always turns up to a team, turned up to Honda and went, wow, get this electronics off, you know. They pull it right back, and then everyone starts using it because they realise Alex is doing something well this way. And I see, you know, I might be wrong, but I'm seeing exactly the same at Yamaha now that Alex is there.
Yeah, and don't underestimate the influence and the importance of that signing of Max Bartolini, poaching him, headhunting him from Ducati to lead the technical department at Yamaha. Fabio Quartararo was joking towards the back end of the season. He lost count how many different engine specs, how many different chassis he tried.
Whoa! Marc Marquez shoots up into 4th position, 56 thousandths of a second behind his teammate of Pecco Bagnaia. Both of them are on the GP25 bike when they've set that time. It's a 1:39.454 for Marc. Bagnaia's 1:39.398. So the times are getting on. The racing will begin. This is the best of the track conditions now. Air temperature and ground temperature the same. 72% chance of rain. No speed of wind speed. Look at that, 1 now 2 kilometers. You can see below me here. Fantastic what we've got going on. Jorge Martin, 11th at the moment on the Aprilia. He's done some running on the GP25. Just developing it, getting laps in. What's he done? 77 laps so far, Jorge Martin, on that in total. So that's probably half and half across the two. 6,000 happened live on air. Whoever was our 6,000 subscriber, let us know. Thank you, everybody. 6,000 subscribers, 102,000 viewers. What a successful day. I wish to have got 15 more minutes to go. Thank you, everybody. That really does mean a lot. Castrol getting ready to head out there on the circuit. That's going to be, I believe, Aleix Espargaro venturing out there, as he's now part of the Honda RCR test team. So all looking fantastic there. I am one of them. Everybody's one of them. Thank you so much, everybody. Reminder that we're going to be live for all of the MotoGP testing throughout the winter break. All days of them as well coming through. We've then also got all the action from Formula 1 in Las Vegas, then in Qatar and Abu Dhabi, plus the end of the Formula 2 season in Qatar and Abu Dhabi, and F1 Academy, actually. I think, have they already been decided? I can't quite remember if Academy's been decided or not. And then also we've got all the action coming for the Formula E, the season opener in Brazil. The sun is setting. Beautiful dip in the grandstand here. and Marc Marquez ventures back to the pit lane. 10 more minutes to the World Feed, and then I'll be back on for the last part of this. Back to that.
And 2024 complete for Marc Marquez. His last lap of the season, his last lap of the year was a rapid one, wasn't it? 1:39.454, but the big waves to the crowd, the waves to the grandstands as well. It looks like that's 2024 done and dusted for Marc Marquez. A season where he proved that the fire is still there, the hunger is still there, but most importantly, so is the speed.
And into next season, he and Pecco Bagnaia is going to be the big dynamic. We're going to be looking for, look at the smile on Marc Marquez's face as Gigi Dall'Igna, just at the bottom of the picture, is debriefing with him. Gigi Dall'Igna, one of those who pushed so hard to get Marc Marquez into that garage. We've already seen he and Pecco Bagnaia collaborating through the day, sharing their feedback on the new Ducati. But next season, as much as they will be teammates, they will be major opponents.
He's probably just said to Dall'Igna,
just watch this as he goes past Gresini. I thought he did that. Look at that.
He gave a finger
as well.
Middle finger up.
Such a debt of gratitude to Gresini Racing. Of course, yeah, you can't really say that Gresini took a punt on a rider who's won 8 World Championships, but this was, yeah, they love Marc Marquez. Marc Marquez loves Gresini Ducati. It has been a year in the history of Gresini Racing which they're never going to forget. What a bond they formed. They were the team that gave Marc Marquez the chance to get back to winning ways. I wonder if Mark would just say there to Gigi Dall'Igna, you would not believe what I could have done on that bike this year, mate.
Hey, that's the sort of banter you do when there is a proper friendship, isn't it? You know, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Well, that's the number that he wants next season. At the end of next season, he wants to be world champion once again, doesn't he? Well, we'll hold him to his. We'll hold him to. I was going to say hold him to his word. We'll hold him to his finger this time next year to see whether Marc Marquez can find that elusive 9th world title. Working hard as he has done since he first threw a leg over that LTR Honda is Johann Zarco, still keeping himself inside that top 10. I think he's going to be keeping a very close eye on the upcoming Jerez test in southern Spain, where I do believe that there is
something big.
Something big, yeah, something big is rolling out from HRC. Brad Binder, let's have a quick check. There's not too many riders still out on track at the moment as we move into the final 10-12 minutes or so. We've just seen Zarco, of course, out on circuit. We can see Brad Binder still out on track, the South African 6th fastest.
Just while we were looking at Zarco, about the Hondas, what I saw at what we can still call today Repsol Honda is, it looked to me that, and it makes sense, that the bikes of Brado had gone down to the Repsol Honda garage, or next door to, because they had one that looked just like Brado's bike each, and one of the bikes they spent the weekend on. And then in the factory Honda test garage, they had machines that looked like another chassis again. So, and probably engine spec. So, yeah, Honda is still working away. And it's great to see light at the end of the tunnel, because we couldn't say that for a very long time. We couldn't see any real progress. But it was around Misano time that they made some good progress and gave their riders, as Zarco said, something to fight with, you know, enough to fight with other riders, where he said you couldn't even fight before. The riders would just pull away. So for Honda fans, it's great to see Honda making some steps forward, and no doubt they will again before Malaysia test.
Yeah, we said earlier on this afternoon that Misano test came at the absolute right on cue for Honda, because at that stage you were getting the impression that Johann Zarco's patience was wearing wafer thin at that point.
Perfect stopping now. Let me see behind your knee. I'll just try and figure out if it's the new one. That, yeah, I think it is. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. I believe that's the one he did the race weekend on, not the new one.
Luca Marini then.
Could be the new one, could be the old one.
Last 10 minutes of what's fair to say has been a pretty turbulent maiden season for him inside the factory Honda garage. He did score points in 5 of the last 7 Grand Prix, but a season that fell well below expectations. I think he knew it was going to be hard work, he knew it was going to be tough. I'm not sure he really envisaged just how difficult it was going to be.
You know, Matt, that's a really good point, and I believe they're heading out for starts, aren't they? Start practice, they're just getting back on the old bike after doing a lot of them doing that. It's a really good point what you said, because it's one thing to say, right, I'm going to HRC, they'll go forward, and that clutch was a bit juddery, wasn't it? You know, HRC will fight forward, we'll make some progress, I'm going to be a factory Honda rider, they're going to pay me well, I'm going to... But to actually live it, riders aren't famous for having lots of patience, and when you're not competitive, to do that session after session, day after day, weekend after week, month after month, it's just too hard, you know. And now that they are making some progress, I must feel so good, like, to know that we are, because they didn't, it was years, I would say 2 years before we saw any sort of progress, you know, proper. It was sideways steps, but recently they've made some forward steps.
Yeah, let's hope that those steps continue to be made forward. Just there inside the factory Ducati garage, former world champion, I've got to get used to saying that, about Pecco Bagnaia. He was just going back out on circuit. We know that throughout 2024 there's been this new rider communication system that has been tested. You can see there was a wire connecting Bagnaia, so I think he's going back out.
It's not the same with Terra earlier.
Yeah, some messages, aren't there, that he's just going to go out and test. A little voice in his ear, you know, things like red flag, yellow flag, etc. It looks like that's what Bagnaia is just heading back out on circuit for.
I watched Fabio Quartararo do that earlier. They had Sergi Sendra and everyone in the box, and a camera on the crew chief while he was talking to Fabio, while a few of the members were all listening to the communication back and forwards. So it'll be interesting to hear. This is great to watch, you know, because you see raw body language there about what they liked and what they didn't, and again, it looked like to me was like they were going, oh, you can just throw it in and it flies through the corner, and then but on the exit there's a bit of you know, spinning up and letting go. But I really look forward to hear at least what they tell us in the debriefs tonight.
Busy debuts for both Martin and Bezzecchi. The factory Aprilia team have completed over 150 laps here on the final test action of 2024. It looks like, as it stands at the moment, unless somebody's going to go and try for the headline-grabbing, show-stopping late lap time, that Alex Marquez will be the fastest rider at the end of 2024. Great day then for Alex, his first ride on the Ducati GP24. Let's get his thoughts, because he's down in pit lane with Jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. I'm just walking alongside him as he makes his way to chat to the rest of the media. Fastest Alex, that's not a bad way to end the year.
Still 7 minutes not to go.
I don't think anyone's going to go out with soft tyres now.
Someone crazy maybe, yeah. But now it was a really nice day, really solid from the morning, and I mean, I was feeling super good. Yeah, and looks like 24 bike is working quite proper for us. I mean, it's true that it's just one day, it's too early to speak about it, but the first impression, the first feeling was super good.
All year we've been speaking about the difference between the GP23s and the GP24s. Did you finally realise how big the gap was?
Yeah, but I mean, I cannot say to you how much it is. I mean, still we need to understand many things, but it's true that it's a little easier bike to find the limit. 23 maybe was not make it to this new rear tire. For that reason we were struggling a little bit, but with the 24 and this tire is for this tire is working much better.
We know a lot of the riders on the 23 had their struggles this year and weren't able to match the results they wanted to. I know it's only one day. Is there real optimism that 2025 can be a year where we see you up there on a competitive basis, on a regular basis?
I mean, we hope, and it's our objective. I mean, when you are in an independent team, you need to wait to the other manufacturers to see how much they will improve. I mean, so it's too early to speak it. I mean, I think nobody really put a 25 bikes today on track. They will wait to Sepang because they will not have time to copy some things. So I mean, we need to wait until Sepang and see how the other manufacturers and the 25 Ducati improve.
Good job today. Enjoy your holidays.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy a hard-earned rest over the winter break, Alex Marquez then. Yeah, it's only one day of testing, but it's always nice just to see your name at the top of the timesheets on the final day of action. 138.803. Pecco Bagnaia then straight back into the pit lane with the radio communication. As you can just see that sort of black wire flapping around outside the back of his helmet there.
Yeah, rather unsurprisingly, I think we're going to end the day with the sole rider left on circuit, Luca Marini. I was saying earlier on during the day, Simon, while yourself and Jack Gorst were reacting to the news of Jorge Martin joining Aprilia back at Mugello, there was still one rider out there circulating, putting in the miles and putting in the testing. That was Luca Marini, who was still out there trying to get information on the Repsol Honda. Marini, along with Michele Pirro, the two riders left circulating with 4 minutes remaining. Marini in 18th place. He's put in 55 laps so far today. The busiest rider remains, well, it actually was Marco Bezzecchi. It is now the Moto2 world champion, Ai Ogura, who did have a crash earlier on today. Ogura has now put in 86 laps.
So Bagnaia, there is going to be immediately after the checker flag comes out here in Barcelona, which is in under 4 minutes time, there's going to be a special allocated 15-minute practice start session.
Just a thought, I'm wondering why they would go out and have practice starts now when there's a 15-minute session there to do it. And I've seen before that some of the devices, etc., don't get used. Basically, they know they're going to be filmed, and they can get away without being filmed now. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bagnaia doesn't do it, or doesn't need to, but do it now, and hopefully doesn't get filmed, you know, their little process. For example, for a long time we wondered why they were doing the 5 pumps of the clutch, you know, and I don't think they want to give away any little tricks that they've just learned, or they're practicing, they're trying on, you know, get filmed and lose that technology. The little 5 pump thing, I really thought there must be some, you know, signal to the electronics to change something, and apparently it genuinely is just trying to get it more consistent by getting every last little bubble or the full, so you get it the same, the hydraulic you know, the clutch master cylinder to slave cylinder exactly the same every time, so the rider does the same thing and the bike acts the same, you know, so because one little bit of air, or you know what I'm saying, in the system, it feels different, so reacts different.
There he is, the 89 with the number 1 sat between it, but will it be just the number 1 on the front of Jorge Martin's factory Aprilia? Well, we'll find out, won't we, in a few weeks' time in Sepang. Do you think Marc Marquez has forgotten there was a practice start section at the end of the day?
Weeks?
So this is GP25 heading out for a ride.
Yep, we're into the final 2 minutes then of 2024 MotoGP. The track will be closed for any timed action, but pit lane will remain open. Just a quick reminder, the pit lane will remain open until 15 the hour. Our broadcast will finish at 20 past the hour.
Same here.
Marc Marquez then, you can just see, just look how, even with the onboard there, you could just see when he was engaging the ride height device, how low it dropped. I mean, that was one of the key differences, wasn't it, between the GP23 and GP24 this year. The GP23 that Marc Marquez campaigned throughout the year compared to the 24 that was in the hands of Martin and Bagnaia and co. It dropped 20 metres, well, it was 20 metres higher, wasn't it, the GP23? The 24 went 20 millimetres. I was going to say 20 metres, yeah. That's a hell of a whole shot device, isn't it, 20 metres?
And it's not working.
You'd die if you dropped 20 metres. Oh, they're doing it so he doesn't have to do it at the end of the pit lane, pulling it down. See how little of the fork strokes left.
I was wondering what that was all looking around. Anyway, let's get on, big, shall we? Because we're about to have the end of the session. Oh, you clicked off the wrong thing there. There we go. So, a whole day of testing is about to come to a close, and it will, with Alex Marquez as the fastest rider with a 1:38.803. We're all now coming back into the pit lane to get going. A little bit of a jump there from Pecco as he comes down. So only Marc Marquez is out there. I think Marc will have to come into the pit lane. You shouldn't be able to take the checkered flag. It's just a practice start. Then we'll have the situation sorted. You can hear the applause from the grandstand 3, 2, 1. And the checkered flag is out. And pre-season testing is done. Cheers, everyone. A little bit of a wave from Pecco. We're done.
Memorable season. It's Alex Marquez that leads the way with a 1:38.803. The sun is setting in the background as the sun sets then on our 75th anniversary season. All the riders then will be heading, or you would think a lot of the riders will be heading out on circuit to partake in the upcoming 15-minute practice start session as he gets another wonderful ovation. He's the man in this part of the world, isn't he, Marc Marquez? The crowd on their feet. They had the pleasure of witnessing Marc Marquez's factory Ducati debut here today. Some reception that Marquez got, and it's only a test session, isn't it? Let's quickly pop down to pit lane and get the first Yamaha impressions from Miguel Oliveira. Looking forward to this, Jack. Down to you.
Yeah, first chance today to ride the Yamaha. Miguel, how was it?
Yeah, it was fun. I have to tell you, I was actually very impressed with the handling of the bike, and yeah, it gave me nice feelings. I was enjoying every outing on the track. It's true that it's just the first day. We only had the bike to work with, so we took things a little bit on the safe side. But I have to say I'm happy of the first taste, and yeah, I have something good to sleep on the next 2 months.
And an inline-4 engine for the very first time. How different did that feel?
Yeah, it felt very different, especially on the braking. Everything was a bit just, you know, out of the window of what I'm used to. We have some catch-up to do, obviously, to the factory boys, but I have to say, already for the first day, everything seems to be actually quite all right.
Thanks, Miguel.
Thanks.
Jack?
Yeah, that was a good job. That was by the Portuguese rider. 60 laps he completed on his first stint on the YZR M1. As he mentioned there, some pretty notable differences between the riding style between the inline-4 cylinder, which Yamaha currently have. We do know that Yamaha are developing behind the scenes a V4 engine, but Oliveira, 140.138 was his best time, 17th on the standings.
And some same comments from him as we heard Jack Miller was saying, like apparently Jack was really focused on trying to figure out the engine brake, you know, strategy, setup, electronics, and sounds like Miguel was as well. So they're very different from the machines they've got, both Aprilia, where Miguel's come from, and KTM, where Jack's come from. Sounds like that's going to be useful to help Yamaha catch up. Hey, so something that makes sense here is Jorge heading out on the RSGP from 2024. Remember this morning I was telling you that the new lower device is on the old machine from this year. So Aprilia have been developing that. Pero mainly, even when he was doing wildcards, was developing it. And so it'll be their first chance to try the lower version of the Aprilia rear ride height device.
And he was a demon starter on that Ducati, wasn't he? Jorge Martin, he was absolutely electric, launching off the line on so many occasions this year. I think Jorge's going to be very, very happy, very content, very satisfied. Yeah, there was the blip of the crash at turn 5, but he did 77 laps on that RSGP, 11th quickest. I think if you'd have said to him before today, you're going to be a second off the best pace, and I think he would have definitely taken that as Johan Zarco then comes to the grid. Ready to full throttle. Off he goes. Perfect. That was, wasn't it? It's Fermin Aldeguer then. This is going to be interesting. Eyes on stalks time for the rookie here, isn't it? As he has to contend with all the buttons, the devices. This is alien territory right now for Aldeguer. Let's see how he gets on with his first proper start on a MotoGP bike.
Pretty good job.
It's like a seasoned veteran, wasn't it?
He's got to be happy with that for his first go.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Somcat Chantra's just coming around the final corner. I'd like to see his, and if we can get a look through the visor of Somcat as he leaves the line, that will be quite entertaining. He is a Raul Fernandez on the Aprilia. Just to his right, fellow Aprilia rider, world champion.
This will be good.
Martin. Marc Marquez looks like his work, as far as any sort of practice starts is concerned, is done.
I think Ducati factory don't want to give away what the latest things they're doing for the starts.
Yeah, no No sign of Bagnaia, no sign of Marc Marquez.
Ace start from Martin.
Oh no, they've got something new.
Absolutely. Yeah, Marc Marquez saying his goodbyes until early February inside that factory Ducati garage. Here's Maverick Vinales on the factory KTM RC16. Pretty decent launch away from the grid for Vinales. Maverick finished 12th on the standings with a 139.887.
It's arguably the best bike off the line, isn't it? The KTM. They say the torque, the clutch, really, really good off the line.
Is that Frankie Carcelli looking inside the factory Ducati garage there? Seeing Marc Marquez have a chat there with Marco Rigamonti, who's got the sort of the quiff there, just leaning over the screen. That's Marco Rigamonti, who is now Marc Marquez's crew chief. Most recently worked with Enea Bastianini. Long time with Ducati has Marco been. John Zarco's crew chief as well back in the day when he was at the old Ducati sponsor armour effort. All the way back he was crew chief, I think, with Andrea Iannone as well. As Marco Bezzecchi gets to sample the Aprilia start for the first time. Bezzecchi was 13th quickest. He was doing high 139s, 84 laps Bez completed in that test. And a quick look at the timing screens. That was one of the highest. Ayagura. Here he is, the Japanese rider. The rookies are absolutely nailing these starts, aren't they? Fair play to the rookies. Nailing these starts. Ayagura did 86 laps on his MotoGP debut.
Oh, just as you said that. Oh, he smashed the screen, did he?
Yeah.
With his face.
Yeah.
He's a tall lad. I think he's put his face through the helmet, through the screen.
There's damage on the top right-hand side of it, isn't there?
This, just by coincidence, did it break or not?
Oh, did he run over a visor strip? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
You can see it. So I'm rather proud after a few years of pushing. I've got the rule changed. I didn't change it, but just pushing, and that the screens from next year on will be shatterproof, because we lost a world champion in 1972 or something like that. Can't remember now. Jarno Saarinen apparently did cut his neck on a broken screen and bled out at the scene in Monza. He could have anyway. That I was told that by a rider that was there. Riding in the same race, and
here we go.
I just thought, we have to change it, you know. So that's the clutch biting, and then he pulls the clutch back in there, bang, and it's done a So I pushed really hard for this because the visors, our visors are shatterproof. Road bike screens, it's law to be shatterproof. We should have shatterproof screens, and from next year they will be.
Boy, Martin wins on the factory Aprilia. He won't be bashing the screen anymore. Like he
can bash it as much as he likes. They just turn white. I've had a go at trying to break one from a crashed track day bike I had. You fold it in half, jump on it, and it just turns white. Nothing happens.
Marco Bezzecchi then. Second practice start on the factory Aprilia, and the initial launch away was very impressive once again from the 26-year-old Italian, who didn't really finish his Ducati spell with the Ferrari. There was no top six in the last 5 Grand Prix for Bez. But as you mentioned, busy day at the office for him as Ayagura. Nothing's going to faze this young man. Nothing flusters the Japanese rider as he gets ready to unleash 300 horsepower on the track house Aprilia. I'll tell you what.
These young fellas, they pick up things quickly. Wow.
Well, they're the PlayStation generation, aren't they? They're used to all these buttons and everything, all the things you have to press and twist and levers and buttons. But got to say, Ayagura has absolutely smashed his 2 practice starts, unlike Fermin Aldeguer smashing his screen. That was a lovely embrace, wasn't there, as they came side by side in the practice start zone between Jorge Martin and Aleix Espargaro. Of course, such close friends, those two. And that is it. A year that started for Jorge Martin as a prima Ducati rider. It started with him, aspirations of being the MotoGP World Champion. It was mission accomplished. Jorge Martin then completes the year of his life. He's the 2024 MotoGP World Champion. Let's quickly go down to pit lane, though, and grab a word with our ex-World Champion. How does he find the first day of 2025? I'm delighted to say Pecco Bagnaia joins Jack.
Yeah, he does. A very quick word with Pecco, our final word of the year. How was today?
Good.
How's the new bike?
Looks that they have a good potential, so we will work again in Malaysia.
In terms of the step, where has it been most successful?
The whole bike, but step by step, and don't have too much pressure.
Pecco, thank you. Enjoy Christmas.
Yeah.
Thanks very much then to Pecco Bagnaia. Pretty sure there Jorge Martin was just saying, the stoppy bellissimo on the Aprilia.
We did catch it, but it was in the background, and you were talking, I didn't say anything, but it was really long. We were looking at someone on the grid. He was coming to the grid just on his front wheel throughout ages.
It is into
No, we're not going to see the stopper here. Just
I think it's fair to say, throughout day one, he's had a permanent smile on his face, hasn't he, the new world champion? Just the kind of stress-free, drama-free day they've been looking for. And now it'll be up to the engineers back in Nawali to look at the numbers, look at the data as he goes side by side. I don't think it's for the last time between himself and Aleix Espargaro. I think Aleix Espargaro will be wildcarded for HRC next year, but this is just a couple of mates enjoying a bit of time in the sunshine, isn't it? Breathe right, the message on the visor. Well, he did everything right pretty much, didn't he, in 2024, Jorge Martin.
did he turn the front device off halfway down the straight? Maybe he'd forgotten to turn it off when he came to the line.
Gotta say, he's, well, of course, he was always going to have a big smile on his face. I mean, won the World Championship a couple of days ago. But yeah, now it's time to sleep and go to the beach. Now it is time to really let it sink in and let it all soak up what he's achieved over the last few months or so. 26 years in the making has this World Championship been for Jorge Martin. He's had to go through some brutally tough times. Almost thought his racing career had ended before he'd even reached the Grand Prix paddock. But he crucially got picked up for the Red Bull Rookies Cup in 2011, back in 2012, and the rest, as they say, is history. Ayagura, 140.946. That's a good job. Just over 2 seconds away from Alex Marquez on the World Championship winning motorcycle. Excellent effort that by Ayagura. Particularly when you think of the very, very cool conditions here in Catalonia, how easy it would have been, or how easy it was to lose the front and make an abundance of mistakes. As some shot that, isn't it? The sun setting off over nearby beautiful Barcelona.
So we're going to have to wait till Malaysia to see what I've heard is Ducati's very different aero package. So it makes sense, like we were just told, that we're going to wait till Malaysia, so less time for people to copy.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, and obviously, like you said, Simon, the fact that Bagnaia and Marquez did not do practice starts on the start-finish straight suggests that Gigi Dall'Igna's got another few tricks in his box of magic.
Yes, something that he believed that maybe someone will see with a recording.
Yeah. Just while our coverage is nearing its conclusion and we all go off into hibernation for the winter, thanks to everybody who's played a part in making MotoGP once again the greatest motorsport show on earth in 2024, but most importantly, a big thanks to you, the fans, whether you've been on the edge of the seats from the sofa at home or watching trackside. It's you who make MotoGP the wonderful spectacle it is. We had a record weekend crowd in Le Mans, creating an unbelievable atmosphere and a record season attendance. Over 300 million fans came through the gates. So what can we say other than a heartfelt thanks for your support, and we look forward to seeing you all again in 2025. And it would be remiss as Marco Bezzecchi waves goodbye to the Catalonia crowd for us not to say farewell, goodbye and good luck for one last time to our colleague Simon Crafar. Simon, thanks for everything, mate. You've been missed greatly in and out of the commentary box. As we mentioned on Friday, you took the MotoGP broadcast to a new level. We've seen the message from the fans. We know how much you are going to be missed. Thankfully, our paths are going to still cross throughout 2025 and beyond. But from all of us at the team here in Dorna and beyond in the paddock, thanks and good luck in the future, mate.
A big hug back, boys, and thanks for the nice signed picture you all gave me today. Melted my heart. Really appreciate, and some support for the dogs. So really appreciate that.
No worries. I will just pass on. I did get a message from our former colleague, our commentary buddy Steve Day, who apologised for not being able to catch you over a very busy weekend here in Catalonia. But he has messaged to just pass on his best wishes for what lies ahead as well, mate.
Thank you all, and we all, I'm sure, look forward to another awesome year coming up of MotoGP.
Yeah, we can't wait. There we go then.
Just to drop in, thanks for all you taught me on the last year's guides. Really appreciate.
What a pleasure. We've learned a lot about cars and cooking as well over the past few years. Barbecues just are not going to be the same in the future in MotoGP. Jorge Martin then, as we mentioned, ends 2024 with a smile on his face on the...
Well, we say thank you to the World Feed team, and we send our best as well to Simon Crafar. What a test! Here's your final results then from 2024. Alex Marquez on a 1:38.803, he's fastest. Fabio Quartararo second, Pecco Bagnaia third, Marc Marquez fourth, Raul Fernandez fifth, Brad Binder sixth, Franco Morbidelli is seventh, Alex Rins 8th, Pedro Acosta 9th, and Johan Zarco is 10th. 11th for Jorge Martin, Maverick Vinales is 12th, Marco Bezzecchi goes 13th, Aleix Espargaro 14th, Juan Mir 15th, 16th Nea Bashini, 17th Miguel Oliveira, 18th Luca Marini, 19th Miguel Pirro, 20th for Ferdinand Aguirre, 21st for Ayagura, 22nd Jack Miller, 23rd Somkat Chantra, 24th for Lorenzo Salvadori. My thanks to Megan Burge. My thanks as well massively to Simon Patterson for all his help over the last few races, and as well big thanks to Maddie Patterson for being on the coverage this year, and special as well to Lizzie Whitmore for joining us in Valencia. My thanks to all of you at home as well, all 106,000 viewers who have watched us here today, and all 6,000 subscribers for MotoGP this year. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. 2024 concluded then. Next up, it will be the end of January 2025. We'll cover every step of MotoGP pre-season testing. But if you don't follow us there, join us for race 1 of 2025 at Thailand when we go racing in Buriram. It's a big season for MotoGP. It's been a great one in 2024. Jorge Martin is the world champion, but the season is only just beginning. 2025 will be one of the greatest in MotoGP. Thank you very much for your company today. Well done for sticking with us. We'll see you in 2025. Take care. Goodbye.